like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got the baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
점수 큰 건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. that just a wall 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain of a champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never leave, I'll never fight. We all sacrifice, but until the final hour, pain is my
up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it. Girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my.
let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, oh. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พวกมันได้พุ่นกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาพาวพาวพาวพาว Pack it out back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep don't punch me All problems are proved in one punch All battles are beat in one punch Put you to sleep with this one punch ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิดด้วย one punch ชีวิตที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch One day one life one dream one punch If you have one shot better have one punch Eminem said Millie Rabbit and the world short You just catfish Cavity said เพราะแม่คือความจริง Separate from the competition เพราะลับคือ I'm the best right What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah oh What a hook don't sleep don't punch me
You keep me up all night, all night. Giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, you giving it feeling. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up, oh my God. You keep me up all night, all night. You keep me up. Oh my God. Giving it feeling. Oh my God.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say
take me down.
See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes.
I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Every playoffs has its turning point, and for VCT EMEA, today is that day. Welcome to the lower bracket, where everything will be about survival. Hello, everyone. This is the Riot Games Arena here in Berlin, Germany. I am your hosting, so I have a treat for you. Look at this couch. Look at the knowledge, the expertise, and Minnie. We're going to give you guys a great show. Welcome, Flyer. How are you doing?
Good. Go on.
Yeah, you're good?
Have a big break.
Oh, okay. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. What about you two?
It's been an interesting couple of days, long days, some upsets. Oh, it was so sad the Giants didn't win yesterday. They were so close. It would have been crazy because it would have changed the narrative so much, because going into a playoffs where like, oh, we have 3 super strong teams and then who's going to claim the 4th spot? And then that would have thrown that entire narrative out the window.
Yeah, and Minnie, you haven't flamed me at all since you've been back. I've been waiting.
I'm just taking punches from you.
Yeah, you get one free.
I'm not a flamer of you guys. I'm just a flamer of bad Valorant.
Oh,
we're good
okay.
Valorant.
So
you just called this good Valorant.
Yeah.
If you played Valorant, then maybe
we'll take
yes,
that.
you called me.
I think that was aimed at Flyer specifically, so you know, we'll take that. We'll take that. But looking at this bracket, you know, Cuckoo, you mentioned already everything that's going on in the upper bracket, but I want to take a look at the lowers here. Flyer, is this how's your pick'em? Is this how you envisioned?
Not at all. I had Navi and Fnatic going uppers, winning. So I'm already out fully. 0 points.
Oh no. And yeah, Minnie, how are you feeling about this lower
Well,
bracket?
the same as Flyer, so exactly the same. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to the Vitality KC, like the French orgs having to fight their way through the lower bracket, and they have to make finals to go to champs, right? So
yeah,
everything on the line for the French participation at champs.
It's not just the French teams, Na'Vi and GX, they also can only go to champs if they make top 2. And Kakuka, looking at the points here, you gotta feel pretty good if you're BBL and less good for everyone else.
I mean, obviously, because they're still in the upper bracket. They've been fighting. They just beat Team Heretics. And if they are to win against Team Liquid, they are in champs. So that's pretty insane if you're BBL.
It is pretty insane. But for everyone else, you know, being in elimination, being the lower bracket, it is going to be rough. Fnatic, of course, the only team that has confirmed champs already. And we always have this talk about what does this mean for them at this point. I think we've seen a little bit of them already. But more importantly for KC, the French org, the team I think everybody wants to see a champs for the fan base of the players and so on and so forth. And they, of all people, Mini, have decided coming into week 5 to make a change because a Pyro is now in place of Elite.
Yeah, and I think it was a good decision to have to they had to change something, right? And I think trying to activate that honeymoon period, which is much debated whether it's true or not, I really believe in it. So I think that they had to do something, and if they're able to activate that honeymoon period, then that is a win condition, I guess, going forward.
So it's getting the win, right, against Team Liquid that activates the honeymoon period, or what is it?
I don't think it's about, like, you don't have to wait for that honeymoon period. It should be instant.
Oh, is it? No, what I mean is, but I think that it has to be like activated because you can make a change and it can go very poorly. But if you make a change that you did not expect at the last week for Elite, you go up against a very, very strong opponent in Team Liquid that was flawless in the season until that, and you get the win. I think that activates the honeymoon.
Yeah, and Flyer, do you read, how much do you read into the game that Kakuka's referring to? The fact that KC were able to beat Liquid coming into playoffs?
I mean, I think that it was more them being an individual form. It kind of makes sense that they were making the change. I think that Aang had a good read. I mean, Aang is good in every honeymoon phase. I think Aang in kickoffs and then making different roster changes is always the best. So I think it just fit them good. And I think them being Liquid is more of a form than anything.
Yeah, you can't tell if Mini agrees or disagrees. But to give us a little more perspective on why KC made this change, here is what N said back in week 5.
Before kind of tryouts, we didn't know who we wanna, like what roles we wanna see in game. We tried like multiples variations, like put Sagetsu on Sentinels, on Smokes, and like Sathak on different roles. So we tried multiple variations, and then we just decided, okay, we need Pyral, we need him. Why? Because first of all, we already tested him before. He was part of our tryouts before, like 1 year ago or 2 years ago, I don't remember. But we had on him info, a lot of info. Also a lot of kind of positive feedback, plus he's very flexible, and that's what we needed.
A lot of teams have made changes this year, even this stage as well. And Fly, of course, you're a part of a team that made changes too. Do you think this is ultimately a decent time and place for KC to make this change? And also, what do you think of Pyro?
I think it's a little late, to be honest. I think that if you're having a rough year like us, it's best to make the change in split 2 rather than this late in the stage. But you got to do what you got to do. If you need to win, you got to make a change. And I also, my opinion on Pyro, I don't think I have a valid one. I've never played against him or with him. I'm new to EMEA, obviously. So, but he seems like he's very flexible on all the roles already. So I think it's the best fit for them.
Yeah, last week I said I wasn't sure on that Pyro pickup. I think there were probably better options, and he didn't have a great game last week. So we're hoping that that last week was a kind of tester, like he gets that one game under the belt, and now this week he can perform a bit better.
I mean, the theme of last week, Mini, is Sugetsu, right? Sugetsu, we don't often credit just one player for winning a whole series. It is a team game, but it feels hard not to credit him.
Yeah, in this... Oh, Boaster, apparently?
Yeah, he was not as good as Sugetsu, but I guess when you hear the word clutch, it could be him or Sui at this point.
Yeah, Boaster in this game, he kind of heated up towards the end, and it was a nice game for him. But back to Sagetsu. Yeah, so he had a great performance versus Team Liquid. He was just clutching left, right, and center. He almost like carried it over the line himself. I think that the experience that he has in a position like playoffs, where all the pressure is on him and the stress, like he doesn't care.
Yeah, can he do this again, Flyer?
I think, honestly, as I was saying earlier, he has a lot of aura in the clutch. I think that he's one of maybe like 5 to 10 people in EMEA that could do it again. So, yeah, I would rely on it.
And I think the scary thing for them is that they have Sagetsu with Martin playing really well. Avis didn't have a great game last week, but he's been phenomenal all year. So they have 3 players at once. If they're all able to step up the right time, it could be... That is basically what needs to happen for them because champs. All 3 of those players need to be firing all cylinders.
Yeah, and how difficult is it for you to rely on that? And where does, I guess, the other 2 players then fit into this?
I mean, that's what I was saying earlier. I think Pyro coming in is more of a flex thing than it is like an individual, like, prowess thing, to be honest, because I think if they want to keep Sugetsu on this Smokes role, they need someone who can play other characters, so I think Pyro fits that.
Yeah, I think it's the same. I think that, like you said, it's probably not that reliable to run on those three, and that's probably why we don't expect Casey to make that run, to be honest with you. But if they're able to do that, then that is the win condition.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket is quite scary too right now for them especially. But we have to talk about Sadak because as an IGL yourself as well, Flyer, and the fact that, you know, you've played Senti too. Sadak talking about here that it's not super weird for him because he used to do this back in 2021. But is this also the timing of it all? How difficult or easy is it to just switch your agent as an IGL?
I mean, I think agent switching isn't as insane as it seems, like IGLing, but I think that IGLing out of the pack compared to into the pack is a lot different. So for him, it's going to be a whole change-up where you can control like how the three players move and can take the map control versus someone who's holding like one part of the map. So it's going to be a complete different approach in terms of like more listening and then saying something after.
And what about his style, particular style of IGLing in comparison to EMEA?
I mean, I think he calls super fast. I mean, I had a conversation with him before. We were both agreeing like the NA style of calling is more open and like you play super fast, you do something, then you instantly do something else. Whereas EMEA is like you do something, you figure out it, like what's happening, and then you adapt. So I think it's just like a different style than what EMEA needs, but it's still working for them.
We're slow and boring, is basically what he's saying.
Boaster, basically.
Yeah. What they're going up against today, exactly.
Yeah, and how do you think that's going to work out in this stylistic matchup?
I think that Lotus is the only map really where I see there's like history and head-to-head, where like Sadak has actually got the win consistently over Boaster specifically. But I don't really think that there's going to be too much of that kind of head-to-head stylistic clash. I think it's just going to be, you know, your standard game of Valorant at that point.
And do you have any concerns about, you know, some of what we saw from Fnatic at all from the last game?
Yes, I'm very concerned. But I think, as we said, like they're at champs. So I don't want them to just lose out and bomb out of this, because that is a concern. But they need to have a decent performance whilst fixing their map pool. Is basically what we need from them in the playoffs.
Well, I bet you're not as concerned as somebody standing by right now. Kakuka, over to you to break down some of Fnatic's defense issues on Haven.
Coming into Stage 2 playoffs, the to-do list for Fnatic was not getting any more wins or points because they are already in champs. But there are still some things that they need to do before heading to Paris. And their map pool is something that they had to fix. So the other day against BBL, we saw them playing and actually them themselves peeking Corrode. Very nice composition, a lot of best in slot. Even Alpha playing on the Vice gave us some very good moments. Then we saw the Ascent, and what happened? We were all there. I assume that it's not nice playing Chamber against a Fade, a KO, and a Tejo, but that also happened, and there are some things that they need to fix there. But definitely, what caught my eye is the change of composition on Haven and how they were trying to tackle some of the issues that they've been having for the year. Now, as you know, Fnatic has been very good on the compositions, on the ideas that they've had across the years. One of them was the double duelist with the Yoru and the ISO here on Haven, but they decided to go for the double controller. The problem with this is that the issue still persists, and it's the fact that the defense is not very good for them. So I wanted to take a look at some of the things that we saw the other day. Right now, Fnatic have had a 36% win rate on the defense on Haven. Now that is just Stage 2. You might tell me, Bea, that's only 2 showings. Yes, but the rest of the year only goes up to 38. So there's definitely an issue. And I think that the other day, BBL did a very good job of just taking advantage of the gaps that they were leaving. So taking a look at the first round, this is the bonus round. As you can see, round 15. No ultimates available. And I just want you to take a look at the setup that Fnatic have with this double controller Viper on Haven here. The Viper wall, we see some utility. We see the turret here. Nanoswamp also onto C. And then some utility helping Kayak on B. You see Omen and Soba playing towards A. Now let's think about tendencies. Let's see how this round is going to unravel. Just going to be very quickly. We see BBL taking control over the mid space almost very easily. And now they do the set strat that is very nice, where they send the Paranoia, the Paranoia, the stun onto Alpha, and they also create a segue with a recon and a smoke to insert Levin. There's little that Fnatic can do here, and they just die to it. But, as I'm saying, it sets the tendency and it sets the tone for what it's going to be. This is already a 5v2, not winnable, right? Again, this can happen. So the adaptation, and if we take a look at what happens 2 rounds before, so on round 17, is that the setup has changed a little bit. Now we're going to see that Alpha is going to be using the alarm board on one of the nanoswamps onto Garage because there's a gap there. Like they can still abuse it and they need to do something about it. And you would think that, you know, BBL would struggle with this. They should. But there's two very important things that happen on this round that still have to do with the same issue. As I fast forward, we see that the players from BBL start taking control over B-Long, right? And we see that Magnum is just going to be waiting on this spot, Magnum and his little lurks. So as they make a little bit of noise and they use the recon onto C, we see that, of course, the smoke appears, covering C, and BBL have to think about something else. Now, let's pause here. This is Alpha, okay? We all know and love Alpha. He's a great player. But he's put himself in a position that maybe another composition, and if he was playing alone on C, could have a different impact. But right now, what he's putting in himself is that this smoke will eventually dissipate. He has a line here that he can cover with his utility that is on the floor here, and if Kron pushes his wall up, he would also have easy kills. The problem is that if Kron puts his wall up, Kron cannot help him because he's backside. And you're going to see how this unravels. So let's see how BBL take Garage. Drone comes out, and boom. Drone comes out. There's a smoke, and alarm bot goes up, wall goes up. What happens following is also that Kayak, when he sees this, is like, oh my god, I need to help. Leaves B, goes there. Magnum gets the timing on his life, and also kills Crashies. From here, we go into the same spot. Two people dead, nothing that they can do. And lastly, and very shortly, without needing to show you the entire thing, I just wanted to take a look at what happens 2 rounds after. Now, this is just a set strat where Fnatic have the Viper ult, and they decide to use it onto A. So Alpha is playing with Kron here on A. The problem is, against any other team, this would have been great. Against BBL, the massive gap that you have on Garage, it's still there. And kid you not, I will not show the round, but it is definitely something that was still an issue. So coming into today, as we said, Fnatic, they need to fix these mistakes, getting ready onto Champs. But on the other side, we have a KC that only has 1 life in this tournament. And let me tell you, they will fight for it. So without further ado, let's welcome the teams onto the stage.
Chance, but it is do or die for the side of KC. And every time we see this matchup for Kuka, it is an insane series every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to know what is going to happen with the map veto. Yes, we spoke about the things for the side of Fnatic, but for KC, especially having a new player and trying to get everything worked up together, and potentially for Champs, I wonder if they change something. Well, the ban is still Ascent, and they decide to pick onto Haven. I wonder why.
Not massively surprised by this, I don't think. What do you think, Minnie?
No, this is like, I tried to predict the vetoes and I got it right for once. I got everything right. So I feel quite proud of that one. Yeah, KC punishing Fnatic with the Haven, looking at those weaknesses that Bear was looking at. And it'd be interesting to see what if KC used the same kind of game plan of using that garage space. Yeah. And then Fnatic on the road, it looked so good last week. So
yeah, and Fnatic pick to start on defense on Haven. Flyer,
it's a statement.
Yeah, what do you think about this choice, and what did you think about their defense?
I mean, in my opinion, or I'll say their defense first. Their defense was definitely very weak. It seems very like free and open. Like it doesn't seem like they actually have like a whole lot of ideas of like playing together or like set. It's more so just like play on your own. I would say that I think their approach is just get rid of the hard side for them first and then get on the comfortable side. So instantly when they go to attack, they have more control and they'll come back if they're down.
Also, the third map being a bind, like, I think that Fnatic, you know, they've had a good Lotus, so I want to see if, but they lost it against KC, so maybe I would have liked to see that they're like settle on the Lotus. I would like to know how they're feeling about the map, because at the end of the day, they're still on the verge of like everything has to be ready for champs.
Yeah, for me though, I think the bind makes sense. They love bind. They've been first picking it a few times as well. But overall though, quite a balanced veto, all things considered.
Yeah, I don't think anyone has like a massive advantage or a massive disadvantage from where they should be at in this veto.
Yeah, I mean, so much comes down to form too when you come into an elimination match like this. But let's talk about this Haven, because Flyer, of course, you're familiar with Casey's Haven.
Yes.
Yeah, talk us through what they do.
Well, what is it
do.
like being on the receiving end? Because you were also playing back.
I mean, they're super, super heavy on their attacks, taking Garage, just like, they like dueling. And on their defense, they love flooding. Like, they just start everywhere. They start 1-3-1s. They like being on the same site you show instantly. Like, there's a lot of manipulation with them, in my opinion. And they want to fight you more than anything.
Yeah, and I think Boaster will do a very good job. He should do a good job on the attack side of reading into that. Like, Casey don't have the rotational tools, like, in order to kind of fill those gaps. So as soon as they're stacked up in a spot, Boaster should be able to read that and go somewhere else. So I'm looking for that from him today on the attack side.
Yeah, maybe we see more changes potentially, because obviously when they played this map, Pyro wasn't there. We know that Sadak has moved around, so I want to know if they continue even with the double duelist. Fly, you were speaking about the gambles, no, the Eng does of how strong he is at kickoff and just being surprises. So I wonder if in just 1 week he can do all of this, because as we said, it's do or die for them.
Yep.
It is, and Casey, if it's any team that could do that, not even a week, a day, it is them, you know, they're not afraid to make changes, they're not afraid to be weird. And as we take a look at Agent Select, I even want to know if Fnatic changed their comp, because they're not usually the team that do that, they're not trigger happy about it.
Nobody believes
And
you.
my goodness, yes.
Not lock that.
Yeah, I mean, he's never going to do this. But yeah, talk me through the Aves over on Phoenix on this map. And of course, that does look like Sadak will stick to that. Cypher as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Pyro will be going on the Sova. They do not change the composition. They just change the roles there. Let's see how Pyro, also as the sole initiator for this team, especially starting on the attack, how he merges with the rest, and if he's going to be good support for the duelist.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that, you know, in week 5 we saw that Fartine was no longer there. It was Martin again, and Flyer again, a massive win condition if you have your Yoru Phoenix players shooting on the day.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just, when they build their comps on every map, they go for comfortability. They want these two to fight because of how strong they are individually. And Martin's also picking up the scope more, the off, a lot than what it was before, and he's looking really dangerous on it.
I think for me, it's going to be about Sadak when you talk about that in-pack versus out-of-pack. Usually we talk about it on the attack side, and I think that's going to be interesting. But on the defense, how are they going to problem solve when he's probably towards that C side of the map, and his players are having to deal with Fnatic re-clearing A and doing things there? He's probably not going to be able to input in the same way he usually would on the defense.
And I don't want to hone in more on Fnatic and their defense on Haven, but what I did not show in that Telestrator is what happened on the later rounds, right when the map was about to end. And it was Fnatic just being incredibly aggressive onto mid. Speaking of TP and just running out of double doors, just a little bit. I think that we're speaking of desperation a lot today, but finding solutions later just because they couldn't deal with that. I want them to be, whomever wins this map, I want them to be sure of what they're doing. I want to see good adaptation from Fnatic from what they've learned, and a good read also from the side of KC, expecting that Fnatic have done their homework.
Yeah, and especially considering KC are coming into this playoffs after beating Team Liquid. I think they have to be, you know, in a state of confidence. Maybe this honeymoon period you guys spoke about is going to be activated right now, and I want to activate some casters as well. So over to you, Hazza and Cairo.
Thank you, Sue. Yes, it's a long way from home for the French teams in VCT EMEA. 4 wins required against 2 teams that we saw in the top 4 last stage on the gauntlet that they have to run. For KC here, it gets no easier against our previous champions.
No, it doesn't. In the past year or so, we've seen this matchup 5 times. And well, Casey's only been able to win it once. That was all the way back in 2024 kickoff. So your automatic favourites would be Fnatic.
That result, of course, denying the Juggernaut from returning to the international stage. It was Fnatic at their peak. Our introduction to the new era of KC, and an even newer one here with Pyrol in the face of it. It's a long road to that grand finals, as we know. We're kicking off on the attack side of Haven. It's a bold pick to make against Fnatic, one they're hoping is going to pay off.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Fnatic decide to start on the defender side as well. Get the difficult one done early doors and trying to fight, brawl in towards A lobby. Boaster the one leading the charge, and he's got 3!
Boaster really getting involved with a lot of the duels on their attack side last time for Fnatic, but immediately setting the tempo, and KC fully crunched.
Yeah, Alpha here on the flag. Both players not looking. Sugetsu turns, flicks Alpha's head. Also the spike. To look for a way towards one of the sites.
A inclined as it stands, but back into 3 players on the Fnatic side, and only going to get 1 in the end. So a strong start for the defense.
Yeah, a great start to that defender side, which is exactly what you want for the Fnatic fans. Obviously, yesterday we think about the pistol round win. Yesterday, sorry, 2 days ago. It feels like yesterday. And the Fnatic pistol round wins. BBL able to win a decent amount of them. But it was the anti-equals that Fnatic were able to bounce back on.
That opens up the immediate conversation that Fnatic are in the lower bracket here and will be looking towards Boaster to try and guide them towards success. The same case in Toronto, of course, but in terms of a stage 2, completely out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and I think like this is a nice conversation to be talking about this Alpha cleans house in Garage about just the problems that Fnatic have been having in general, right? You think of that map pool and all the problems, how exposed that they look with it. What statistic for you, Hazza?
Yeah?
Do you know how many maps Fnatic have played this year so far?
I do, because you told me in the green room. Would you like to tell the rest of the house as well?
Yeah, of course. Fnatic have played 79 maps this year, compared to KC, who have played 62. And to give you an example of what that actually means, Fnatic have essentially played an extra group stage where every series has went to 3 maps. Crashes closes it out, and a nice anti-eco converted for Fnatic.
It's a strong start for them here. I mean, after seeing the Haven last time, we were wondering, maybe even building into champs, would there be an additional iteration? The objectives changing with qualification already secured. We're coming into the gun round. Statistics bolstered. Alpha getting off to a hot start as well. KC perhaps looking at taking the mid space to start. Flyer on the desk already mentioned Garage, and that one so far seems to be under control.
Under Alpha's banner, but Avez get things started off right. Kayak going off the board, trying to go walkies.
Yeah, from the attack macro we saw of this version of KC against Liquid, they were very slow, playing as a pack. The calling will be different fundamentally for Sadak on the Cypher, a role which he previously played towards the beginning of his career. And now grouped up with the Spike at his side, Hyrule starting to work the C long space. Repositioning in Garage as Crashies catches info on the other extremity.
Martin placing his TP to combine himself with the forces that are elsewhere. But Alpha needs to be careful about his positioning.
Thinking about a recommitment towards the mid space, but Sugetsu is holding on to it. And a real advantage for KC now, a 5 versus 3. 2 players to the good, but still a lot of ground to cover to get towards C, which does remain the negative space. Fnatic starting to move over themselves.
Yeah, this gun round has been Fnatic being proactive, taking things into their own terms, but KC being able to defend that. Time getting low, and KC need to make a move. It's going to be the C site where Boaster is, and there's a couple of players very close by.
I think Crashies has spotted this as well, so Boaster teeing up the blind side, gets the first of the kills off the back of the paranoia, and Crashies right behind it. 10 seconds. Spike only now going in, and the flank has been detected. Kron on the scene. KC starting to fight towards defender spawn.
Yeah, there's also a dart that Crashies can use to set up Kron as well, if he can get into position in time.
From behind this Viper wall, it does feel like a good opportunity to split the post plant that is currently sat on site, but Sadak from the corner, resolute with the rifle in hand now. Kron has work to do to try and at least create a bit of damage here, but it's going to be too much to ask of him. And KC will have liftoff
The house
on Haven.
always wins.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few things that we've seen already in terms of what we expect from this match. You were speaking about the garage and how important that can be for KC, but also talking about Kukuka's Telestrator segment that she did and the mid-aggression as well, right? Speaking of that, we've already seen it from Fnatic, and KC well up to the challenge and well aware of what Fnatic's priorities are.
Finds itself directly linked to what the Killjoy setup is, and there are 2 players in Garage, reinforced by the Viper Wall from Kron. He's had a little more defensive on B, but Kayak's done his job. The op in play, finding that first kill, where they went down 3v5 before. Oh my lord, Martin immediately catches our attention. That quick double on A has forced this quick reaction.
Not ready yet.
Players for Fnatic trying to flood over, but there's plenty of bodies for KC to overwhelm the site if needed.
Trying to get there, but it's a slow creep towards the site. Kayak's already arrived with the op in hand.
It's a glass cannon op.
How much value could he possibly get from this position? KC completely stalled out, and with Kayak on the angle, it's Martin to win the fight. Has his number this time. Kron still playing behind the cloud. Break of the dart, and KC reconsider.
Yeah, I mean, they've got so much time to play with. Why would you try and exec into a site where all of Fnatic's players are? But as ever, Fnatic on the prowl, trying to be proactive and trying to get to C site first where Alpha is.
The Viper Wall is up as well. It's only going to help aid Althea make this crossing. Safe passage backside. Martin to try and open up the play. Has he been left unconsidered? It seems to be the case, but Martin does crack the whip and collect his 4th. Kron finished off by the shock dart, and it's a tied game outside of the first 4 rounds. KC responding in the rifle.
And I think the big thing already as well is performance-wise, Martin is top of the pops. I mean, you think of the last 2 rounds, the value that he's been able to find.
Why not?
Yeah. And a 4K from this round just shows you...
Bobby on him!
It just shows you, like, he's ready for this playoff run, which Carmine Core really need.
We need to see that consistency from him, because you say he's top of the scoreboard, and it is through the 4K which he just picked up, but that has to channel round on round, and we do get it here. The Outlaw out for punishment. Alves watching Ceylon, collecting Kayak. Fnatic down to their last 3 members yet again. These pushes have been foiled so far by KC, and to carry on the Martin conversation, yeah, we'll get a look at his stats in just a little bit, but it's the last couple of games where we have started to see him bring those numbers back up. It's the decision-making for me, though, which is most pivotal in making sure that he stays at the top level, which is ultimately what KC need if they're to have any chance of this champs run.
Yeah, and I think as well, coming out of last year, 2024, people were saying Martin probably like top 3, top 4 duelists in the region, right? This year has fallen to the wayside, and for a player that I was really excited about coming from Tier 2, you know, me and you try to support those players coming up. I just felt like, I don't know, there was a lot more to be desired when it came to his performances.
30 seconds left.
The round's still at play, and while the clock is running down, it isn't Fnatic on the attack. KC have taken their time, but assessed the options and found the A site. All 3 players here on the defense, but still Sheriff's in hand. Zane getting low. The edge of the smoke, Boaster finally reveals his position. Flood out covered. Alves has it handled well. KC now in the lead. That was the half invest from Fnatic, of course. This is where you expect them to buck up their ideas, especially with ults in play.
Yeah, 100%. You've got the lockdown there. Martin with a dimensional drift. Obviously, they run it back for Aves. So, Carmine Core, you could argue, have the better of the scope of ultimates.
This map for them coming in, you were thinking as well. Sure, the result against Koi was strong. Fnatic playing the same opponent and narrowly getting over the line in comparison to the dominance we saw from the French side. Looks like a quick pace change. Alves right into Garage with the run it back.
Yeah, and also he's got the fake clone, the Euro clone, to try and fake steps as well.
Okay. So it will be a B execution here for KC, and there is a vacuum that they'll look to fill.
straight in, but so are Fnatic. Look at the extremities here. Alpha close by. You can see Kayak looking to poke and prod towards that A lobby as well. So while the spike goes down, KC are losing a lot of map control at the same time.
It's maybe where you'd look to get Martin involved. Has the dimensional drift, but the sewers lockdown from Alpha forces players towards Garage. Big fight about to go down with the ult now in play.
Still a trap there for KC to get that extra information if needed, and they're trying to explore elsewhere. KC get one back, make that two, make that three, and it's Pyro to do it. Throwing out a Garage, trying to make his way through, but you look at the position of the last two players, there's no way that Kron should have a chance, and he does not. The French side make it a lead of 2.
Brilliant round from Pyro. The previous week, of course, just him settling in to the squad. Precious time spent every moment on that stage. And KC responding to a difficult round set up by Fnatic. You can see Martin, when he exits his ult, is all the way out on the C side, then drops back in to deny the diffuser once the spike had already been halved. Early timeout called on the Fnatic side to respond to this. But back to that Pyro conversation. Yeah, it's all about climatizing him as quickly as possible. So having 3 maps with overtime against Liquid definitely maximized the opportunity they had to do that.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's also a trial by fire, right? Your first game against Team Liquid, that's a tough one. Yeah, what's your next one going to be? Pyro, you're playing against Fnatic, mate, so good luck.
The fact that KC had qualified to the playoff stage before reaching that match definitely did aid their preparation, and it draws me back to the question I posed at the start. Were we going to potentially see them play their strat book out, or wait until these playoff games now where Paris is on the line ultimately to actually start bringing out a bit more strategic depth? And I think you saw a semblance of that in the previous round, at least with how they want to factor the ults in. 5 out of 5 from them against Koi. So the first couple of defeats immediately off the pistol. And here you can see, yeah, Fnatic have that kind of credit on their CV.
About the performance, you can't just live off the history that you've been able to make as an organisation. It's about the here and now. They look to try and take it in the here and now as they push in towards the KC backline.
Similar position to what we had before from Kron. This time it's a stinger though. Up close. The clear must be diligent. Oh, Kayak's baiting for it, yeah.
Yeah, and he's just been seen. You can see Sadak being lured in, but no, instead goes elsewhere. Still very stagnant from KC though.
Kron looking for his time to strike. He can smell blood in the water. Ava's gonna go looking punished. And there you have it. Fnatic with an opening. And the wall from Kayak as well. Oh, the supportive utility is superb. Gets out of there, no trouble.
Yeah, and now KC left scratching their heads. How do we get numbers back on our side? What do we do to try and make this round in our favour? Because with the bodies all in Fnatic's favour, they can start to bundle up now, and you can see that towards the C side of the map, especially Garage where Kron and Kayak still are.
By getting that information off the cam, but as soon as they go knocking on the door of Garage, it's a reposition from Fnatic, now ready to receive the B execution.
Crashy's a little bit more hesitant to move any further forward. He's the weak side of this hold, and Booster at the same time gets caught out towards the left side of B main. The players making their way towards A get denied by Crashies, but that spike will be going down. Or will it? That's a big Hunter's Fury, and manages to get one. That's Fnatic, 3 to the good.
Martin with 4 players to get past. He's found his first.
Yeah, you know he's good for it, but he isn't good for any more. Fnatic answer back straight after the timeout.
KC, honestly, looking a little bit panicked as the Pay Safeguard Thrifty goes Fnatic's way. After that first kill, you're seeing Sadak is playing as part of the pack, and this was another one of the questions I had. With him not taking up many lurks on another 3-site map, Lotus previously, I wondered, is it going to be more of the same here? If he's having to maybe micromanage Pyro a little bit more as well, does it then make that macro calling a little bit harder for him? Right now at the foot of the scoreboard, but I think sort of stats aside, yeah, it was just a really well set up round from Fnatic. They want more of that in middle.
Now continuing to force the issue.
Placing swarm grenade.
It is though. Oh, towards Garage, and Sadak all on his own with no possibility of being traded, gets caught out.
One of the times you do see the 4-1, now into Garage.
That Blaze Wall's doing so much. The alarm bot can't see the players walking through. Con gets picked up. Poster though, looking for a quick trade.
Drop down, but Sugetsu expects it. Knows Boaster's tricks well. KC and Fnatic more than familiar. And this time, KC will be taking the lead for themselves, but it's important to address that as well. Maybe not the best example in the round, but these teams have been scrim partners so far in the stage after that opening match for the following weeks. Not expecting to see Fnatic in this lower bracket because, as I said before, it's not something we usually see from them later in a year. In fact, we've never seen Fnatic in a lower bracket in Stage 2. It's only happened a few times in general in EMEA. Lowers in Stage 1 last year and both kickoff events, of course. So,
yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Stage 2 and Fnatic. Stage 2, they generally never miss a grand final, right? The last time that they did so was all the way back in 2021.
Jeez, man. Yeah, how much of a feather duster, how big did you need to dust off those history books? Because that's been a long time.
I looked at Tom Biz's Twitter, mate, to be honest.
Usually does the trick. Yeah. Little VLR scoreboard here and there.
Sure.
No harm done. But yeah, we coming out of this round, I think another player to be looking at on the opposite side is going to be Alpha, plying his trade in the second stage, always looking like one of the best players that Fnatic have towards the later end of the year.
Yeah, and I think this is a really good look for him considering the year that he's had and the fact that people were saying, like, is he up to his best? Is he starting to have a performance dip? And straight away as the year progresses, he's back to it.
Crashy's the one to start this round in Fnatic's favour, though. These first engagements have very often indicated the direction of the round. Fnatic only finding their first outside of the opening two means that KC have been able to turn these situations on their head. But a 5 versus 3 as Kron makes the next incision through B, has them sat in mid with little options and little space.
So much control for Fnatic, but Boaster being all alone on A. It's a player that needs to be careful. That could open up that A side of the map for KC to walk into, or at least create a question mark that Fnatic need to re-clear.
Has to be cautious playing by himself. Crashies, his duo called over, up in arms on A, but thinks better of it, now towards Link.
Yeah, but look how far Martin's getting at the minute.
He has found a lot of space towards A. The question is, can he clear out enough space? Can he find Boaster? And you're expecting at this point in the round for Fnatic to start reacting themselves, moving more players, more bodies towards this site.
The timing's insane. Boaster doesn't know, and he's been found by Martin. That should allow the spike to make its way on towards site. There's a little bit of a gap in timing to allow the spike down easy enough. But where does KC go with a post plant on the front foot?
Still 2 flashes left here for KC. One of them used by Martin to take that aggressive fight. Sugetsu notes the flank. They should be looking towards defender spawn now.
Yeah, but the timing, the delay, it's going to not work in Fnatic's favour. They want all 3 players here, and with Alpha so far away, it's going to allow Martin to play in the smoke. 2 apiece, more utility being sent forward, and that smoke going allows Alpha the next kill. Sugetsu now needs to clutch up a clean headshot, leaves him in a 1 versus 1 against Alpha. The spike looking to be halved, but Sugetsu looking to try and find the next fight, but it goes Alpha's way.
It's not going to be close enough though. A Red Bull clutch for Sugetsu. Playing the time all the way down, that second tap not baited for. So it'll slip through the fingers of Alpha. It's brilliant work from Martin to kick this round off, and these are the moments that you're putting under scrutiny. If he can find the right fight, he does. The skin of their teeth, KC staying in front and building on that lead.
It's heartbreak.
Just 1 rifle round picked up from Fnatic.
And that should have been the second. Let's be honest. Should have brought them within 1, but now the gap grows to 3. KC on this attack side really getting momentum that... I mean, it's going to allow them to put themselves in a good position for the second half. Ultimate's available though for Fnatic and KC. Depends where they want to use them.
For the time being, it looks like the attack is gearing up towards the C site. Very exposed turret in front of the Viper wall from Alpha to just check for any player presence. Yet to register. Meantime, Martin is trying to fake A as much as he possibly can. This Euro has usually been a telegraph for where KC look to plot their course.
Here.
Still very reserved in the mid-round. This is what Sadak was brought into the team for, his effectiveness at these stages of the game, but still a stalemate.
And you look at Fnatic, previously in rounds were being proactive, this time round very reserved. We're going to get the dimensional drift on towards B, where Boaster sits above. He's been identified and picked up. Unfortunate, Hunter's Fury in towards C-Link. It isn't quite connecting.
Errol will land one of those pulses at the very least. Kayak and Crashies clamping on down. Spike still not yet planted in the pit to recover.
Finally it will be. And yeah, as you said, Viper's pit deposited straight away and one back towards Fnatic.
Plant in though. KC will just be looking for spam. Crashies can alleviate all of his pressure.
He can and does. Big pick. Now the player's distracted in B, and Crashies knows about Sugetsu, trying to flank him. He's doing this all by himself and calling for players to get on the spike, but Hafez is denying it.
No half.
It's not, but finally it will be. And now the players looking at Fnatic to find the picks, which they will, but is there enough time for Crashies to finish this out?
Just about. He's going to be able to get it over the line, and Fnatic will find another round through a retake. It is one which they pay a hefty price for. 3 of their ultimates spent. But I think you take that trade almost every day of the week with how some of these rounds have been playing out.
I mean, Crashies is doing God's work on this flank and through.
It plays so weird.
Not what they expected from the previous rounds that they'd got, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely not.
So we will see the second time out of this first half, and this time it finds itself painted in KC blue, wanting to maximize their returns, heading on to the defender's side, which looked better for them, arguably. An 8-4 against Koi.
Yeah.
Checking in with the coaching staff, they have ults to build around. Fnatic, of course, investing theirs in the previous.
I think with this match as well, like we spoke about Pyro and his trial by fire, I think as well KC playing against Team Liquid being able to win that out. This is how they go and prove that that wasn't a one-off, right? Going and beating Fnatic, starting their lower bracket run perfectly, and against, you think towards the next stage, GX, right? They're on a little bit of form of their own, and a completely winnable game for Carmine Core.
Yeah, I think that's the one difference between KC's run and some of the other teams that we've seen in a similar position. BBL have been showing their results since kickoff, and GX have grown throughout the group stages, pulling off a number of upsets along the way. KC, on the other hand, have to build from the ground up. The roster change and the consequences that brings just leads back to the narrative in the previous week. How long does the honeymoon phase last?
Open all the way to Paris.
The city of love.
Yeah.
Perfect for a honeymoon.
Yeah, that it is. Spike down and straight into a post plant. Very early doors. Fnatic now have to pick up. And where do they go for this retake? It seems as if bodies are committed mostly towards the seaside.
Alves doubling down though with this run it back. Alfia's going to spot him and chalk off a lot of the HP. Molly at the feet, sets up Sadak, converts. Defuse still not yet worked on, but finally Fnatic have to get their hands busy. Kayak flooding out to create some of this space. There's no second layer, no flank this time. They're fully reliant on being able to dissuade the players that face them down. Aves new lease of life back out of the ult. Another kill for him, and numbers in their favor until Crashies steps on the scene again. 3 kills from him, but it still might not suffice. A smoke post-mortem Boaster, but it's Pyro to bail them out again.
These post plants from KC, it's just utility simulator. So many flashes, so much to just throw at their opponents. And also the fact that they're trying to upset the retake by playing on the front foot, using the run it back to stop anybody getting out of garage.
Shut down.
And yeah, I mean, brilliant from Pyro to get that double at the end. 7-4 is the scoreline we find ourselves at. KC need another round to make sure that they will have a sustainable lead for the next half.
Half of the kills that Pyro has so far have been in clutch situations. It's not often. It's rare that you see a player arrive at the stage in those kinds of situations with such calmness. But this half is yet not completed, and Chronicle's already found the first of those kills. Kayak fighting from sight. KC trying to retake this space, and Alves doing a brilliant job, but the backline has been compromised.
It has, and there's Alpha with a rifle here. The player's now trying to search towards CT. Alves being the sole player to do so. He's not really finding much.
Take this full 9 yards. Alves gets caught, and now it is on Sadak. The captain to clutch it. Has a path to walk towards A, but locks eyes with Boaster. There is no way back for him now. Alpha, yeah, closing the net. Sadak boxed in, running for his life, but no savior in sight. 2 rounds between the teams. Brilliant recovery from Fnatic in the last few.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a good half for both teams. Let's be honest, Fnatic, who's decided to start on the defender side, move on to the attack where we know that they can thrive. That's the big thing here. The second half is what's going to make it. And well, we got some thoughts from Crashes on his first year with Fnatic.
Yeah, that we did. Will be great to hear from him and how he's been getting along with the team, making it back to another international grand final.
Yeah, so we've already locked champs, and obviously we won last stage, so we've kind of like accomplished our regional dominance, I would say. It'd be nice to go back to back, but we're really looking forward to champs and prepping for champs. So going into playoffs, there's not really much pressure for us. We're just gonna play, practice some stuff, and you know, if we can win, then it's great. But yeah, not too much pressure or anything.
Nice. All right, we got our round. We got our round. Let's go, boys. Are you sure you don't want to show the killjoy?
First year VCT EMEA was definitely interesting. Never really thought I would fly across the country and compete in another region, especially to win my first regional trophy in another region. It's very surreal to me, even to think about it now. But I definitely say it was a successful year so far. Obviously the year's not over, but yeah, definitely successful leading up to this point.
A player who is starting to hit the levels we know he's capable of, but even then, contrasting it to the previous week, the series we saw from Crashies, the BBL game, probably his worst performance so far this stage. Hoping that we get more of that from him at Champs, though. You can get your tickets now, of course, using the QR code. We had a few more allocated recently, so make sure that you find yourself there. Kayak, the goat in the boat.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the big thing, right? The Orange and Black going to find themselves there, but they want to find themselves in a decent spot in this second half.
Yeah, absolutely, and to carry on that Crashies point as well, I think the last time we saw him really suffer as much as he did last time out was in the G2 game, maybe getting a little bit in his own head against regional rivals, and with the BBL match as well, also bringing its own situational pressures. You've seen that already alleviated here. 15-7 heading now onto their attack side, where we expect the best from Fnatic.
I'm out of here.
Starting towards A lobby, and KC up to the challenge, trying to fight through Chronicle's Viper wall, and Fnatic actually found themselves, but Alpha, late to the party, wins that first fight.
Big duel for him to win, but Martin's still hanging around.
He wants that trade and gets it, backs away. But look at Fnatic, already so far up A long.
It's a long rotation here for KC.
Yeah, and Pyro found the players squirming out, manages to escape, can't quite get the pick, but Martin still holds on towards shot, and Kayak has set his sights on finding him, and does. That should allow the spike to go down. Fnatic looking for extra information on the last two.
The King of Pistol won't be outdone here. And with numbers on Fnatic's side, they've set up post, but still thinking about a potential flank with how long Martin was able to hold it down in sewers.
Yeah, there's absolutely no utility really that KC can use. Perhaps waiting for Sugetsu's smoke to chain their way out.
Looking for the contact on Kayak here.
Yeah, and well, Kron playing off him as well, trying to clear the corners and does so. This gets worrying because now at least crashes against Sugetsu, but time getting low, and that's all Crashes needs to play with. Just deny Sugetsu the opportunity to defuse, and does so. Fnatic straight back with a pistol round win.
Back-to-back pistols for Fnatic, and this one screams all the signs of a KG elimination match that you'd expect, with KC's Paris hopes on the line. Martin does excellently well in holding on to Suez for as long as he did, and you can see that reflected in Fnatic's post-plant. Something which, coming out of Toronto, they did want to try and work on. It had been a bit of an issue on this map specifically. But now you're just thinking about how much momentum can they build up early. KC all classics.
Yeah, but all 5 on E long.
That's a blue wall.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Facing the wrong way though. Guess if you were to really critique it, but yeah, no, quite literally. Chronicle is weaving his way around.
Yeah. Careful, yes, Sugetsu though, so ball back up. Ooh, plenty of toxins to get out with.
You know, I was critiquing the craftsmanship, but that's a sturdy wall. They've not moved after that first player spotted. And it's good! It's good! Yeah. Ale, how many more of those do we want to potentially pick up? Alpha has spotted some targets at the very least, and
yeah,
from the Fnatic perspective here, you're looking at building up ults.
Saving grace, though, realistically, was just a pistol player, right? That was Kron found, and all the other weaponry was on that C side with the spike ticking away. I don't even think KC are really going to attempt to retake this, and would rather just all go to the spike.
There it is again. But this is exactly what you've got to do on a round such as this. And when you talk of ults, one thing for KC that you're always going to be thinking about, and made up a lot of the previous half, was Ave's low-cost run it back, just 6 ult points, the cheapest in the game, and Martin already halfway to the Dimensional Drift. You're wondering, how can they partner up best as possible? 2 duelists that can flash. I mean, we don't really see Phoenix all too much, but if you take away Alpha, it's just 2 rifles in the next. It's exactly what it'll end up being, so good job from KC there.
Yeah. All even, coming into what will be the first rifle round, and in fact it looks like both sides will have a fair amount of it.
Ooh, 4 ifs. Now we know. 5-8, boys.
But the threat was identified and dealt with in the end. This looking like a pretty strong bonus, all things considered, for Fnatic. KC, once again, starting with bodies on A long, trying to push them out of lobby. Fnatic are very quickly crossed behind their own toxic screen.
They have, and Martin's been left all alone on A to hold this down. Sure, supported by Cypher utility.
It screams retake setup to me when you look at the TP in the cam, but
that's a big pickup though in terms of information for Fnatic. It's only Kron being seen, and he's usually the luck player like they saw on the last round. So you look at the setup, and KC are leaning so heavy towards C.
Sadak will have notification of this push in with his trap, but Martin fakes the TP. He's committed to long.
Yeah, he's tried to commit to the fight, and it's Fnatic that's won every single one. A site opened, spike can go down, and even enough time for Crashes to pick up an extra orb.
So it looks like Karmine Corps will reconsider here and not put any further effort in trying to change the round outcome. It has been settled. Fnatic finding 8 and moving in front in this map. Map of their opponent's choice, and while we have a moment to look at the veto here as well, it is different from what we saw between the 2 teams before. Bind, one which was previously played, but the addition of Corrode for Fnatic and just that one previous match against BBL, the one positive really to take from it last time out, I think is scary if you're KC.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? Fnatic have been suffering from success, let's be honest, with the amount that they've played. We've already spoken about that. And I think coming out of that BBL game, there was a lot more question marks than exclamation marks about Fnatic's map pool. And right now, it seems as if with this performance, Fnatic are starting to answer those question marks.
It's the goal for them to rectify as much as possible. If they were to go out today, it would definitely be seen as a failure, despite the fact that the core objectives of this mission in Stage 2 have changed. KC with their second timeout. It's an early one in this second half right now. I don't often reference the crowd, but I heard someone shout "'cause they need it," and I think that's probably fairly accurate of an assessment. If you want to come up here and take my job, you can.
Do you know what, mate? I wouldn't mind that, actually. Just
what, we have like a fan come in and
yeah, why not?
Yeah,
do a competition for it.
Yeah, I should stop giving them airtime. He doesn't stop. But as we do dive back in, it is a bonus converted, and KC not yet challenged. You can see the frustration from Eng, someone who selflessly said he would remove himself from the setup if they didn't believe, they didn't trust in his ways to carry them through this lower run. But it's what has been asked of the team. And just looking at it here, someone else they've got to get past. Alpha is having a pretty good showing so far.
Yeah,
he knows what it means to go to an international event.
Knows how to win one as well. Knows how to hold down the fort, clutch up if needed in a grand final.
Yeah, we've seen it. But no Icebox in the veto and no Icebox in the upcoming champs, so no double spray downs perhaps, but who knows. KC immediately putting the pressure on, out of the timeouts. Love to immediately set the tempo, and you can see that with Martin buried at the bottom of mid, a TP to escape if needed.
There's a time limit on this position, right?
There is. You would still feel, though, that he would want to retain this positioning when you look at the rest of the team and this overcommitment towards the A site. Something else that the desk was discussing is how KC do like to flood as much as possible.
Well, that first TP gone, repositioned, and this time you look at C, it's so much more open because there's not going to be a quick rotate towards that C site.
Crashies reveals Martin's position, but there's no one to deal with him right now. Still a sense of comfort in how he's set up here. KC recollecting information on A, remaining stalwart in their positions. 3 blue shirts ready for Fnatic.
And it looks like they're going to get the value from it, right? The fact that they've sat here for so long, and now there's more bodies working over. This looks like it could be a 5 versus 5 site take.
But still, a surplus of utility for Fnatic to escalate their efforts towards the KC stronghold on A. The blue wall built yet again, but cannot crumble if the road to Paris is to be a success. Trailing now in this game, Crashies opens things up from Graffiti. Alves getting sprayed with bullets, but it's Pyro at the double again. Their savior stepping up. Boaster Low has to respect the wall. There's no time for the plant to come in. KC have stood their ground and stood it successfully. 3 players on their feet. And the scoreline resolved equal once more.
The fact that they get the payoff, Carmine Core, from just staying on that A side, not moving. I mean, Fnatic, sure they break the Cypher cam, but as they come in towards the site, the usual wait for the third like kind of regeneration of utility, that third set that we usually see in rounds is what ends up undoing them.
Sticking to their call as well, but can there be consistency, that word which we continue to throw around for KC, and their pickups on this defender's side, that the first of course, this time Martin left with Cypher util, a repetition in how this defense is functioning. It's Martin catches visual on Chronicle, and as you said before, starting to build up a picture of what this attacking default looks like for Fnatic.
Oh. Lucky boy to be getting away with his life there, Martin.
Portal closed.
Full face check. Alves in the corner though. Could have a curveball to set up Sugetsu from long.
It's even played the other way around. You have this deep deposit now. Alves detached from the rest. Alpha still prowling outside front B, and as you see Fnatic starting to congregate towards A, you think that that's the late lurk. But no, Boaster, spike on his back. Joining up with his teammate here. Time really starting to wear thin here for Fnatic. It's only Martin on A.
Is only there. Kayak as well is the only attacking player. Might have heard that TP. Still, 20 seconds left. Fnatic need to make a move and try and get this spike down.
Yeah, full fake. They're heading towards B now. We've reached the 15-second mark. Still not yet made any progress onto the neck of the site itself. Martin with the first of the kills, and you're expecting more from KC. You're gonna get it. Martin on for a hat trick, and he'll manage to pick up all 3 of them. The spike has gone down in the meantime, but there's nothing left to be saved for Fnatic. Crashy's the final player to fall. It's a silver lining at best, but more than anything else, it's not the kind of attacking round that you expect from this Fnatic side.
No, not from the prowess that we know of all the players on the FNC side. With that being said, I think we could be starting to move very quickly in towards timeout territory, because let's be honest, right? KC, sure, in this round have done very well to get their deep deposits, but I don't think Fnatic have done enough to undo what KC want to do.
That's one way of putting it. I wholeheartedly agree that, yeah, you expect Boaster. He is one of the best, if not the best, callers in the world on this map specifically. It's been around for the entirety of his tenure from 2021 up until this point, a long list of events of his own that you could go ahead and put on record. And it's Scut that looks to be leading the conversation, at least in the 60-second pause that we have from them right now, the timeout. Someone who, since coming into the setup, is so heavily involved, both him and Milan. You know, Milan the head coach, but I think, you know, to say that he's just an assistant would maybe undervalue the position. You can see how important he is to them.
Yeah, and I think it's not only just like Milan and the Fnatic side that have been speaking highly of Scott. We've seen it from previous teams that he's been on as well. And I mean, Milan, the job that he's done as well since the start, you can't just speak about Scott and what he's done and his additions. It's Milan moving up to that head coach role and putting his own ideas onto the team.
So seeing what their spin is here for Fnatic, not quite yet coming onto some of the ults that could really change the round outcome. Casey still sat with Martin's Dimensional Drift. And the one change up on the defense is heavy focus to continue fighting middle.
Trap towards B as they try to fight out Garage. They get the value from it, but Crashes needs to escape. Too low to have another fight.
The 1-for-1 on Kayak. With how Martin's been performing so far, I don't know if that's the trade you perhaps want to take. And with A now looking like it might need to be recovered from KC, it's the missing ultimate as well, which poses to be a further issue. Ava's still flanking though.
Yeah, but the space that Fnatic have found at the same time, as Crashes looks to stand up to the flank, it doesn't work out, and now the front two players, or at least the front one of Poster, tries to find something back and it doesn't work.
See, coming out of the timeout looking rejuvenated, a slight tweak in terms of their own positioning. A bold call to make to go and fight right out of Garage, but it's well supported. Paranoia and the blind side. Arvez continues that move onwards as the round continues. And when it expires, KC, more ults, more control.
Yeah, the fact that they come out of that timeout with haymakers being thrown, just giving everything to Fnatic, and now they come out the better of it in terms of the ultimate cycle, right? One off that run it back.
Still with a Dimensional Drift as Martin has reprised his role in Garage, TP towards backside C. Alpha perhaps the first to test. Fnatic queuing up into his position.
Throwing Kayak into the corner, there's so many bodies, and at least Martin's able to escape. Havez maybe dancing with the devil a little bit too much. KC have deposited a lot of bodies to respond to Fnatic's pressure.
Not an angle that you want to repeat too many times without support, but now Sadak by his side. KC in a 2-2-1. The solo Pyro, saving face on A as Kron is continuing one of his vintage lurks. Getsu cancelling the ultimate. Martine here, there, and everywhere so far in this map.
How long does that TP last for?
So we're here to find out. Martine has been gutted. Crashes to collect him. Fnatic backpedaling. This paranoia to reinforce the space, still not committed.
30 seconds left.
But time getting low, and you know Fnatic need to commit to the C site.
Find lines of defensive cover, dark cover. Sugetsu in the corner, still yet to be cleared. Time ticking down. Boaster has the ult, repositions A, clean from Chronicle to remove Pyro. And then we'll get the plant in 5 versus 2. A save call perhaps for Karmine Core now.
Fair play to Fnatic for being that cool, calm and collected.
And that's the other side of the coin. It's a round like that which gets you excited and proves exactly why we hold them in such high regard. Just trying to bait out those positions on the map. Uncover Martine, who continues to pose that threat even later into the round. We're seeing once more that KC are really enjoying these deep sea long deposits, getting players there. Very early heads up on the left-hand side of the map. But a positive now for Fnatic, and they've not had to spend any ults in the process either.
That they haven't. And with that, we will take a look at who our new boy on the server, right? Pyro, who's had a fairly big couple of rounds to the past this half.
He has, and then we immediately put up this graphic, which feels like a disservice to him, but these are the week 5 stats. It does place him rock bottom of the player performance standings regionally, but this no doubt will have been an improvement. And that's not what it was about. It's about building the routine, you know, how you set up the monitor, the mouse, making sure everything's in place, getting up in the morning, the boring stuff, but it plays its part.
And it does. And as for this round, the thing that's playing its biggest part, KC's rotations. Proactive as ever, reactive as well to what Fnatic are doing. And with Martine being so far up A, he has no TP to get back, which he's deposited now, used up, so that he can get out on towards the A site after being cleared.
Second TP for him.
I'll handle this.
So he's going to try and force the issue himself, push the envelope. A majority cleared, but his own teammate Smoke, which has actually forced him to double back. Lockdown confirming that Fnatic have ambitions in the middle of the map as it stands. But KC are ready to respond to this. Aves still with the run it back into this retake potential.
I don't know if that cam got destroyed there in the end, and it seems if the ultimates are going to come through, I'll run it back in an overdrive, but Spike denied.
Ollie kill. Aves looking for more, denied it, but it's on the opposite side. Fnatic have to retrieve it with no time again.
Yeah, in no man's land, need to brawl their way through the site, and it's not going to work. It's a choke point that KC are using, turning this into a meat grinder, and it's mostly Fnatic's bodies that have gone through it. Having to save, having to call it right here. And it's going to be KC reaching 11 within touching distance of map point.
Time is a resource, as they say, and with Fnatic put through the tenderizer here, it's intuitive play from Aves with the hot hands, but once that molly's played its part, it's some of the problems we saw from both the BBL and the Liquid game for Fnatic. Slight hesitation in these latter stages of the round when they're needing to recuperate and break into a site for the first time, leaving themselves little opportunity to do so. And from the barrier drop here, KC all hands on deck on A. Have the reaction that they perhaps would have wanted. Fnatic immediate to take up the C space.
But is this what KC want? Is this the plan for the round? Sadak maybe stepping a bit too far. Allows to get the entry, an indirect trade on towards Crashes, and an extra ping onto Alpha.
Pyro has been very good with his Sova ult so far. A flexible player stepping into the lineup, and part of this flood now backside.
Oh, Kayak at the back of side, looking to hold up himself, but can't quite do it. This is turning into a death match of a round.
The spike is heading elsewhere. Fnatic want nothing more to do with C as it stands. Kron has the pit, a molly. Boaster a paranoia. There is a stockpile of utility. These last few final pieces that could stave off KC. The Pyro has the drone, and that is the natural counter to clearing this space. It needs big value.
And it does. Boaster's not there to destroy it, it's just Kron, which means that he takes a step out of the pit. Boaster watching for the heaven drop, but there's a time in there for KC to work with.
Still not managing to get into the pit right now, walking around the side, dropping from the heavens instead, and Pyro is heaven sent. A triple kill on the round from KC's new player! But from left field, Chronicle gives you a reminder of exactly who he is.
A gut punch for KC, a masterclass from Chronicle, maybe a sprinkle of luck, right? Maybe a sprinkle.
But you don't get lucky without putting yourself in the right position. As he traces Pyro, he finds everyone else. A Rebel clutch in the pit, and I don't think even he can believe what's happened.
Sometimes you need to take it, right? Sometimes you need a bit of luck to come back into a map. Because it's been KC, let's be honest, for most of this, ahead.
Immediately cracking down on Fnatic with Martin through middle. Spotted by the alarm bot. Only Sadak on site as it stands. He has struggled to dissuade Fnatic up until this point, and the support is a little late to arrive. Has to win the first fight and does.
He does, and there's more utility to come through, but that neural theft is massive for information.
Second reveal, hat off his head. Sadak letting it rip. Now KC in a position where they do feel yet again inclined to take 12 rounds. The setback only temporary. But Fnatic with the players to still create problems. You have to be thinking about Alpha here.
He's the big one, the one to unlock the site. Sadak, oh, and Pyro in the corner, allows Fnatic into the site potentially.
And now we need another big Martin moment.
30 seconds
Second mark now crossed, Spike's still committed, and all three players on the KC side here.
As Graffiti needs to be cleaned, that's where a double stack of KC deposits are.
For the execution as it comes in, Martin has his, and both duelists deny it. Fnatic trying to weave their way back into another heavily unfavourable round, but this time it is no good. Luck can't strike twice.
Fnatic have a big challenge to defy. KC taking this map. Yeah, and at this moment in time, KC's defense, it has to be said, the reads have been looking very spot on.
That's the one thing that you're focusing on, the reads, the initial setup. It's when the round grows long and tired that Fnatic are the masters of manipulation. Back to garage we go. Alves on the line. The slightest of slivers between the double doors. Crashies could be the first.
So up close and personal, he decides to go stinger in hand. But he has the spike.
Fnatic have really fanned out on their map control, but back to garage we go. It's the drone that Martin wants to try and play in front. With no TP, he's committed still to this corner.
It's a big one to win, and manages to protect the spike as well. Look at KC at the same time. They lose that pick in mid, and then start to look elsewhere towards the extremities, towards C long, through a sewer. But Fnatic, they go elsewhere. They start to make that spike towards B.
Problem with Fnatic's recent B post plants is they haven't had a second leg to stand on. It's been very one-dimensional in terms of the setup, but this time they do create a little bit of breathing room for themselves. Boaster towards backside, but it's the back line that you've got to be looking at, and Sadak has already given numbers.
Oh, Vez up against Alpha, yeah, and it's Alpha to win it out. Sadak looking for something to go his way. The buy's still in favour of KC, even though Fnatic have a player advantage. But the set piece to set up Kayak and deny KC the round is there, as every single player will drop, and Fnatic bring it within one.
Fnatic will not play a game of chasing shadows. They create some light for themselves in the dark at last. This call to send Kayak through Link was brilliant. Alpha holding it down as usual, but just waiting for the contact before making the play. Looking a whole lot better. It feels like night and day round on round from Fnatic here, and they need one more to push KC to yet another overtime in the last couple of weeks.
Another A-lobby start for Fnatic through Kayak. Kron there as well, sure. But Martin and Sadak, a combo that we've seen quite a few times on this defense side.
Your Yoru player is always expected to be on those extremities, collecting as much info as possible, but in tandem with Sadak, it has created a lot of the setup for these reads that we've been talking about, but this time, KC are a little bit light on their feet towards A. Having two such proficient riflers, you're not really getting the op out for them much either, so it's not like it's an easy one for Martin to land.
Just spotted trying to jump up and take information, so we know that the Euro is still here and Body's being pulled across, but it was just to take the ultimate orb. Lockdown available and looks to be used. Oh, Alpha no, maybe deciding elsewhere. KC though, they want to go hunting for a pick.
Oh, Kron cutting off one of the avenues of approach though for Fnatic, and without strong sewer control, it's the lockdown long instead. Can't fully push KC off site.
But Martinez went searching and found a whole load of danger, and on top of that, Hunter's Fury to deny anybody getting into sight, and Boaster at the same time cuts off the rotates. It's looking worse and worse for KC.
One player less to consider though on the site as Boaster is removed. Crashy the same in main. Effective 3-on-3 if they challenge it, but KC slow on the uptake.
Yeah, that they are, but there's delay to come through. But Pyro at the same time finds Alpha here. From where? A brilliant spam, but Crashes at the same time finds that Sova. Time ticking away, and KC need to get a move on. If they're to deny overtime, which they will not, it's Boaster to take Fnatic there.
4 overtimes in their last 4 maps played. KC winning the final 2 in the series against Liquid, but it feels like such a similar start. A frustrating one for them, but for Fnatic, Champions grade quality that you expect to be able to
Holy moly.
turn these kinds of situations around. Now coming into the first bout of OT, it's back to the defense for them.
With that being said, Kayak is going to bring out a glass cannon operator for this defense. You know his confidence, just in general, never mind just the fact with the operator and the fact that he's willing to take no shields.
Try and set it up instantaneously. Kayak on the line. Sadak has to cross. Receives himself a shot in the midriff. With the Cypher gone, the scaling towards A suddenly feels a little short-handed. And you've still got all of that utility to deal with towards the C site if you're Carmen.
Martin, though, you look towards that mid space. He's trying to be the protagonist, trying to be the guy to make it happen. Maybe actually it's just deposited as a potential way to cut off the rotates and get something back, but KC still slow roll their way onto C, where Alpha and Kron lie in wait.
Inserting himself in the corner, Molly at the feet of Ava's decision to be made. He sits around for long enough to collect it, but there's no second swing. Oh, it finally comes in delayed from Boaster. Schoolboy, it would seem, shut down, and now numbers KC.
They know exactly what they need to do to hit in towards this site, but Alpha is looking
30
for something,
seconds left.
looking for information, maybe even a pick to get back in towards Fnatic's favour as they are a player down.
In In the meantime, having Kayak on the other side of the map, collecting all of that information, it has enabled the stack, and still Alpha goes down. No synergy between the remaining members. Has to be the Crashy show. Needs to see his name in lights, but put out in the dark by Martin.
4 against 1. A Kayak clutch, a glass cannon up, and a run it back heading his way.
Make it a 5th, but he's found the first of them. Wolfbang is ambitious. Those ambitions put to rest. Carmine Core now up to map point again. One more opportunity, this one in OT to convert. Must just reiterate, it is their map pick. Corrode laying in wait ahead of us. To put further measures in place, there is a timeout coming through on the KC side. Look pretty good after their pauses so far.
They have, and it's an important one, right? Advantage in overtime to try and send this one home. Fnatic, though, allowed a chance to speak themselves. Milan and Scott probably trying to come up with some sort of plan on this attack, because at the end of the day, the attack, it felt as if Fnatic were the ones shooting themselves in the foot a little bit.
It really depends which round you're talking about. We saw some brilliantly played rounds and some rounds which looked a little bit more laboured. The history between Boaster and Sadak going all the way back to their first meeting in the lock-in grand final, of course, where the history of Fnatic being a team which choked in those kinds of situations was completely flipped on its head, and that really set up their year in 2023. Think about that one a little bit more when we head to the new map after this. Pivotal, a factor that could play. It's KC back on the defense, not leaving anything down to chance. Already wanting to get aggressive, as they have done so many times.
But will it be their undoing? It seemed as if Fnatic were able to adapt to it towards the latter end of that second half. Just like KC adapted to how Fnatic wanted to play through mid themselves. A timing, and Alfie are up close against the Vez, and he tries to take him out and will do so. A big one to find, but KC still find Boaster.
Sadak has a decision to make. Does he want to play on site or drop off? Looks like he's gonna stick it as long as possible, and the trap's done its job. Alpha closing the distance, quick trade.
That it is, and garage control important because there is no smokes and there is no players left on site. Alpha caught out trying to escape. He brings us back to a 2-on-2.
Pyro with Martin. So many big clutches between the two of them, and now they're 2-on-2. Kron and Crashies.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much initiation to try and get out of garage, but that utility could be the run. Oh! But instead it's Martin, and he'll win out. Map 1 for KC.
We've been waiting to see Martin make his return to the top of form, but it was a driving force behind KC on this opening map win against Fnatic. The road to Paris, a long one, but if they can replicate this kind of success in quick fashion, then maybe, just maybe, there's a chance. We'll find out after this.
You know, guys, I've played against Fnatic 7 times in my career. I won 0 times. Guys, today it has to change, bro. It has to change. Nice! Bobby, you're him! Bobby, you're him!
I double picked and they lined up, bro.
I love the clutches, Dimitri. Nice! Bobby, you're him!
Bro, I'm taking those, bro.
Can you imagine what are they gonna think when they see our Corrode comp?
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It is a great start for KC in this elimination match. They take map 1 of Haven. I'm your host, Ingson. I'm back here joined by Flyer and Kukuka once again. We are going to talk a lot about KC, but at least Fnatic got more than one round on the defense this time. It's an improvement. Not the best improvement, Kukuka, but an improvement.
I think it is an improvement because they were more resolutive with it. Like, they were trying to find solutions. They were putting Kayak in different positions. They were trying to be aggressive. Yes, KC were shutting them down in different occasions, but at least it is something that they identified themselves and wanted to change.
Yeah, better. 5, what is it? Was it 5, right? 5 is better than 0.
Yeah.
Yeah, in theory. But for KC, though, on their attack side, they just had the formula figured out. And what was that formula?
Well, there was a lot of the B hits, and also a lot of the taking advantage of the Garage.
Yeah, Garage going B simulator and Fly, but a lot of these times you see Sadak with his team. He's not trying to lurk, he's not trying to do a nat or anything.
Yeah, I mean, I was speaking about before the game even started, it's like calling when you're in the pack versus out of pack is very different. You can already see, I mean, I counted 3 rounds off the top of my head where Sadak tried to lurk A and he died with 0 kills. And then for the rest of the game, he was working Garage or B with the team. You can tell he's very uncomfortable, like lurking by himself and calling at the same time. He's playing with his team the entire round.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, there were many different versions that we saw of this B hit. No 2 rounds were the same, even though it looks like so we get to my TP and just get the plan and whatnot. But the incursions onto Garage, the put in Fnatic against the ropes and making difficult decisions with no time. You cannot just, with the composition that KC are playing, you cannot just go in and fight this before it happens. You have to react afterwards. And if you're quick, they're going to be there to shut you down.
Yeah, and Fly, you mentioned beforehand, you know, having the players like Martin and Aves online, the double duelist, is going to be a win condition. And I think, do you think that we saw the best of KC when it comes to having these 2 players?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I will say, though, I think that Pyro was very dangerous in the late round as well. I mean, Martin, you can see these entries. You can get a lot of entries, a lot of value. But I actually think that what I expected Martin and Aves to bring, Pyro and, I mean, even Sadak and other guy.
Sui,
yeah, Spra as well, like in the late round, sorry. But they won more late rounds than I thought they would, to be honest.
I completely agree. Like coming into this, like especially at the beginning of the game, where I would say there's more tension. Martin performed super well, and he was delivering this kind of situations, and obviously the closing moment and getting the win. I love the fact that we can say now that Martin has been consistent, because that consistency helps Pyro have this performance. Because the way that he was when they were on the attack after the post plan, just working from window and how he was moving, it was magnificent. But I wonder if it would have been there if Martin did not help with all the beginning of the process.
Yeah, and something you were talking about in the green room is, why doesn't Kayak just play Yoru?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
On Haven.
Yes, on Haven. He's so good. He's so good. He would have such quick rotations. Literally, not quick, instant. There were, you know, there's many things I would change, but it's not my team, so.
Yeah, they got to figure things out. They got to figure things out even. But that was not their map pick. We are going to move on to Corrode next. And we saw it for the first time earlier in this competition. Now, Flyer, how would you sort of sum up Fnatic's Corrode? What was it like?
I mean, from watching it myself, I feel like Fnatic's Corrode, they do it a lot on other maps where the lobbies are more important than mid. For example, on Abyss and Champs 24 and Splits, just in general. They love just working these lobbies super late with like Viper, Yoru, Fade comps, and just being super just like end on 20 seconds and mess around with the lines.
Do you think that this, though, might be a problem with KC? Like, if we expect them to be extra aggressive, if we expect them to play with the duelist, do you think that is something that they can take advantage of?
I mean, it's going to depend, to be honest, because when I think of KC, I think of a team that likes to mess around with the macro. They like walking down mid. They like walking through a lobby. Fnatic loves just doing nothing and then taking a lobby and then doing nothing and taking the other lobby. Like, they just mess around. So I think KC's going to fight them a lot in these lobbies.
Is that what you want to see KC do as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it worked in this case. I think that for confidence, it's not only for KC. It's not only about today. We've already said it. Fnatic are already locked in for champs. KC have to fight every single day, and they have to be very confident in the plan that they have, because the plan is not just for this playoffs.
Yeah, and for me, I want to see Kayak come alive a little bit. It was a very rare performance of him not doing well there. But
maybe
Agent Select. Yeah, Agent Select. Sadak will be IGLing on KO this time around. Is that going to be any different, you think?
I mean, yeah, for sure. They have no passive Sentinel on this map, which is a very unique approach. I feel like most teams are always going to go for the vibes of the Cypher, so it's going to be different to see. I think with this comp, they're going to have a heavy prioritization on mid.
Yeah, I'm just surprised that they're not going back to the double duelist, that they decide to just put Martin on. What is it going to be, Martin? He's still thinking about it. A Jet, a Neon, is it going to be the Waylay? But yeah, as you're saying, they're going for the triple initiator. I know a team that worked with triple initiator against Fnatic, and it worked very freaking well.
Yeah, not quite on Corrode, but you're right. I think for Fnatic, they really struggle to adapt to that playstyle as well when they face BBL. And there's footage of Fnatic playing this map already for the coaching staff and also Static. Will shut the F up.
No.
What is this a misclick?
No.
What is happening?
We were doing this lobby, right?
Martin! Right? Martin has never...
Martin, can we get the camera on Martin? Martin,
that is a lie.
Twice
okay.
if you're
he has played Brimstone, a 257 ACS Brimstone, so, you know, it could be worse, but is this a choice that you think you would do, no duelist, triple initiator?
Not with the team that they have, honestly. Like, this is very unique. This is like a prep-heavy counter strat. They did this against Fnatic last time on Ascent when they played them as well with the double smoker. So I think it's a read they have on them.
The thing about giving the teams in the lower bracket 2 days to prepare, like the playoffs started, as you know, on Thursday, right? And Fnatic were playing on that day, but KC, this is their first match. So they had all of that footage to maybe prepare and adapt for this. And with them starting on the defense, I wonder if they're going to assert that dominance.
Well, this is very interesting. We don't see this comp very often on this map. So Hazo and Cairo, have fun with this one.
We absolutely will. The series taking a turn as KC pick up Haven. They had a couple of opportunities to do it, but now we go to Corrode. The newest map into the pool, and I draw back to that conversation we were having of this IGL head-to-head between Sadak and Boaster. When Lotus came in for lock-in, one of the few maps that Fnatic were able to gel instantly into and find success. The one time they lost it, that event, was against Sadak's Loud. It's a completely different year, a different roster though, of course. But is that instant success from Fnatic replicatable?
That's the question. Fnatic did really well against BBL in controlling the mains and using that as a way to scale up and manipulate the map. Mid, not a priority, like we've seen with other teams, and they do so right here as Martin forced back on B site as Fnatic look to be aggressive on on B, sorry, and it doesn't work out.
Martin's going to get cleared here though, so it is a 4v4, and he simply have to respect the Poison Orb in play from Kron for the time being.
Spam trying to come through from the Sheriffs. Boaster though manages to escape with his life and get that spike down, but Crashes pushing towards CT, and he also has the support of Alpha's Vise.
That's been detected, and Alpha up in heaven does get taken out by Pyro.
And that it does. Crashes though still holding on towards CT, the lone player here, and he's finally routed out. Boaster pushing Orb, and it doesn't work out in his favour. Neither does the post plan. It's KC who win the pistol.
Important pistol round win for KC, mandatory in some senses. Starting to build up this defender's side as best as possible. Of course, they lost both on Haven. Very weird smokes placed there by Martin. I think he initially wanted the one-way, but the rapid succession of Fnatic players stopped him, and the kills here.
Artur, I love that.
Round defining as Sadak's trying to build confidence on Artur, Pyro, the newest member in the team, of course, and I think you always want that from your leader.
Yeah, of course, Sadak knows exactly how to build up young players. He's done it many a time on that Loud roster that he was in control of for many years.
Yeah, and that was the story of their 2024, right? The passing of the torch, I think, before he realized there was work to be done that he was ready for, closed that chapter, and this new era of KC unveiled in front of thousands of fans. We'll be hoping for a homecoming. Maybe Corrode could be the map that they want in their pool to just look that little bit better to keep this lower run going if we're really tempting fate and a possible miracle. Start to this round, Kayak already out of the picture. So that's one thing about the Brim, those smokes last for a long time. You can really stall out your opponent with them.
It feels like it could be a direct counter to that luck wall that we've been seeing many a time on B main from Fnatic, in terms of the fact that it will deny those lines of sight for a long time. Only question is if that Viper Wall goes up, if you try to play in the cubby, putting yourself in a difficult position in terms of you will have to take gunfights, right?
Especially when Fnatic are a team that play on low
30
time.
seconds
And
left.
we saw that a lot on Haven and in previous matches, so something to think about as time is wearing thin, as it so often does. Fnatic now entertaining this mid-fight, one from Kron to try and overwhelm the B push, but Martin stands his ground, and that's all about KC really need here.
Yeah, and all the players staying away from Chronicle here. He will rescue himself a Guardian, so even if he does stay alive, it won't be the worst problem in the world.
The gun that you want at the same time, though, I suppose. So he's just going to run it into the ground, and by a whisker can't find Martin. But yeah, I mean, we've said it, it's an interesting pick, but one which we're trying to see the benefits of. The comp they played here previously was...
Bro, they're not playing around.
Yeah, similar to the Heretics comp with a double duelist, just a change in the controllers, and they've gone one step further this time.
Bucky in play for Pyro as well, just to note in case we see anybody try to push in towards that A-link position where it will be so strong with the close quarters. But this time, KC, let's look at B main. Trying to be aggressive, just to throw the paranoia out and don't do anything off the back of it. hoping that that's enough to dissuade Fnatic from moving any further, but it's not.
Alright, caught on the other side of this Omen smoke. So the one we saw Sociable using, but it's Martin with a smoking gun. The Bulldog collecting 2. No stranger to the controller role. We've seen him on an Omen before, but this Brim right in their face is such a problem right now as the bonus goes from strength to strength.
Still continuing on. Fnatic through B main. Shoeless delay coming through, but that flash is absolutely perfect. And Kayak can't go any further. Fnatic are having real problems with trying to get out of these mains.
Oh, and Sugetsu there even finding the next kill. This could very well end flawlessly. Oster has work to do. He's not even going to find one, and it is an in-zone flawless in the bonus round for KC. Complete shutdown of Fnatic to start this game.
Especially when you think of the buy that KC had. It was a bit here, there, and everywhere.
And something I want to touch on here is Sadak's role. Back onto the KO, something we've seen from him a lot more often. It's a sort of move away from what we came to expect from KC in the sense that very often they would be playing with the Sentinel. It was usually elite. It had become Sadak. And now completely removing that entirely does free up the opportunity for him to sort of slot back in, I suppose. It seems to be working as it stands.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this composition that KC has is going to do on the attack side, like, because when we look at it on the defender side, I mean, yeah, sure, it's going to thrive. I mean, you've got a Brimstone, for God's sake. That is so much delay.
Standard procedure right now in shutting Fnatic out of the mid space, an area of the map we'll constantly have to pay close attention to. They did really struggle when BBL were getting these deep inserts at the bottom of mid. Hard players to clear. Althea through Link has been considered. Sugetsu's watching this.
Last player standing.
It's dealt with it as well. So Crashy's on his lonesome with a Phantom. 45 seconds as well. There's not a lot of time. We're not going to look at this as a possibility, but if you get a couple of clean fights.
Yeah, look, potentially in a different universe, but I'm not willing to entertain it personally. Okay. I would love to be proven wrong, but yeah, my suspicions were correct. Crashies isn't going to attempt this, and it lets us continue to discuss what the expectation is here. Really, Fnatic were much better on the defender's side against BBL, and a lot of that stemming from Kayak in his first engagement, something which we do want to be paying close attention to, and how effective he can be throughout this game.
Yeah, they were better on the defender side, right? But also Fnatic won half of all attack rounds, which is a much better trend compared to other teams that have played Corrode attack.
Yeah, and it does stem back to what we were saying, that KC need this early success. 4 rounds. The streak yet to end. Already besting their tally than when they played Na'Vi. Initial outing on here, their debut on Corrode. The mid-control, massively important for them there. Building into the next round. Fnatic, the only ones with an ult right now. It's the Nightfall to try and build off, but it's another reserved default from them.
Yeah, this attack side, they need something, right? They need... Sure, they need a round, but it's more so the economy. They need some stabilization. Even to just get that spike down would feel like a win, because they've been completely locked out of the site so far.
Something which Fnatic liked to do a lot when they played BBL was set up Alpha to place a deep Vice wall, check for any proactivity, but KC are taking this ahead of the curve. Althea is unprepared, and with Chronicle sat 10 paces behind him, there's no trade either. Early advantage for the defenders.
Fnatic have not been allowed to sit comfortably in these mains at all. KC ready to fight them at every opportunity.
And sort of even there, the direction looks a bit concerning in terms of the setup, and now Fnatic starting to reinvestigate these mains. Spread themselves a little thin.
And just not winning any fight whatsoever. The re-engage, the utility, they're being pushed back at every point, but there is an opening. And that opening is the B site. Martin notes the players coming out of there, and that is where the spike is, and Crashies all alone. get taken out. So a 2 versus 5 to try and clutch from for Fnatic.
Plenty of ground still to be covered, but Fnatic have both controllers up. They can put a wall of smoke in front of KC, but ultimately need some kind of tangible advantage, and that's where they begin to hunt through elbow.
Scanning ahead. Still taking their time to come back in. Don't want to get taken off guard by the last 2 players, but they will do. And that's the main part of the forces. There's even a molly to take anyone off the spike. Cosmic Divide put in, but it's Chronicle to clutch up again for Fnatic and get a very important round for this attack.
Series was building in a scary direction, but Chronicle,
One enemy
the
remaining.
late show again, as we drag into the night.
Holy shit!
He's managed to clutch out another huge win to stop the KC streak. And a very well micromanaged situation when Fnatic were down massively in numbers there. You're thinking of the amount of times that KC had perhaps thrown away advantages, but let's take a look at this one and really pick it apart as we get to know the new kid on the block, Pyro.
Username originated from him typing random letters on his keyboard of all things, but a player who has come up from the tier 2 system, and sure, he's not had the most amount of runway to develop into the year into his tier 1 debut, but listen, he's done well so far in this series.
Chance to get to know him better, perhaps. I say kid, but 24 years of age, at least in terms of esports terms, 1 year off being a boomer, as people have said, of course. Jokes aside, he has had a fairly healthy career so far in Challengers, playing most recently on Zero Tenacity, saw them in Challengers EMEA, brushing shoulders with players such as Alexic, who wait on the other side of this lower bracket. But only just now finding himself in a team environment, feels like he really needs to be a key component for KC's success. I think a lot of that is his assistive capabilities. We didn't see all too many picked up, but in this week, on this map, the fade, such an important part. How KC will function into the next rifle. Alpha's remembered his lineup this time. Remember, he hadn't against BBL.
That's very true. And it seems as if this time round Fnatic are playing more with a death ball group, right? At least 4 strong. Before they were splitting up 2 towards either side, and KC using the Omen ultimate to clear B main.
Very quick clear, and running into Martine here, having already used the molly and sat back on the orbital strike, it can cover the majority of courtyard. Fnatic second guessing themselves, but A is the site they look most inclined to take.
Nightfall through mid to try and force players back from fighting, and it's going to be an A split, as that's where the spike is heading through. It is on crashes as well too, no, but KC aware of this, and they'll get the first player coming out of line.
Yeah, the vines were broken as well though, and KC have consolidated their position with the Brimmo.
Well, no delay, 20 seconds left. Spike needs to go down. Fnatic need to unlock this site, but they are locked out without a key. But unless Crashes is able to buy this round, the other 2 players for Carmine Core are nowhere near the A site.
Crashes to see if he could do. His teammates couldn't. It would be back-to-back clutches for Fnatic. He's had time to set this up. No info yet on the 2 retaking defenders though from KC.
She's distracted by CT. Oh, switches up. That paranoia is huge. It's hit Crashes spot on. No lines of sight and no way to clutch up the round. KC will restore the dominance and up to 5.
Yeah, Fnatic looking staggered again on another execution. You're wondering who's the front man, who's leading them forwards. A lot of times we've seen Boaster fulfill that role on the entry. Ends up getting traded here, but yeah, that early loss of Kayak really not suiting them so well. And KC able to congregate, regroup off the previous round loss. And they're set up for a 6th here. The question is sort of how many more rounds can they pack into this defender's side, which we know the comp is loaded for, and we know most teams tend to find success on this half of Corog.
Yeah, I'm really wondering how long they can keep this going, right? If they're going to stall out on the attack side. We've seen Carmine Core struggle with that attack, well, in general, right across all the map pool, especially with the new map. This Crash is able to get the entry, that's Pyro gone, and an upgrade to be had for one of these players.
All this is going down. AC looking to get proactive here.
Gunner. They are. Martin's found Alpha here, so back to a 4-on-4. And this round gets so weird because KC are trying to brawl their way through and Fnatic are trying to brute force their way into side.
They don't want to go A. They want to follow up on Chronicle. He's lurked all the way through B, now getting a chance to fight Sugetsu. Oh, the gun barrel
no
has
way!
completely done a disservice. And so that is the route to B now open.
Well, KC, they need to try and re-clear through CT, and Kron is ready for the next fight.
Take it on the chin. Lick of damage, trying to run, but the sight line opens up. And with Alves finding that,
30 seconds left.
His numbers back to KC's favor.
Crashy's next up. Look.
Clearing utility to try and find him here as Crashy's forward position has found two heads. The dome piece removed and now it's on to Boaster. Crashy's has done his best. Can Boaster stand up and complete the task? Of course he can. K-Safeguard Thrifty. Problems for KC. Fnatic making it back from the ashes yet again.
Yeah, but how long are these problems going to last? Let's be honest here. This defense has got a bankroll to back itself up. In fact, actually, when I look at it, it's not really that big is what we expected, even after the success that KC's had in these early rounds. So, sure, ultimates to be had here. Fnatic have an opportunity to break the defenders by and send themselves forward.
Set piece KC. Looks like this might be a chance to use the Sova ult potentially. This was hanging around outside of B as they double flashed in, and Fnatic respecting this early. KC understanding that they can take marginal victories earlier on in the round by really pushing the limits here, where Fnatic has struggled to withhold.
Time towards mid. There's plenty of bodies for either side to fight this. Fnatic, though, don't want anything to do with it. KC know that the last time there was an A split, don't want to allow that opportunity to the orange and black, and well, they'll decide to start to look towards the mains. Martin using the Viper's Orb against Fnatic and found a pocket in which to work with, and it works out in his favour. A double kill. One more player to find to make sure that this A main's his, but it's Kayak through Link that wins out and opens up the A site.
Smartly played from Martin. He's done his job of slowing down the push into the retake. Sugetsu has a timing and wins it. That's huge. KC into another retake with numbers.
And the Hunter's Fury hasn't hit. It's only delayed the spike a little bit.
Spike planted.
Pick up. Very slow from the French side.
Facing up on two players. We've seen so many spray downs so far this map.
We have, but won't get the opportunity this time. Still waiting to play in Sugetsu, and he's really taking his time. And Kayak knows, because of the information that Boaster gave him earlier, the paranoia not hitting, but the spike no longer in Fnatic's control. The Carmine Core players are on top of it, but time is getting low, and you know the players need to start to get to work to get this one done. Crashes, knows that the spike's being worked on, but with Sugetsu there, it will be a Carmine Core round.
And efficiently they sweep it up. The smoke plays. This is so smartly done from Martin. Playing around the attacking Viper smoke from Chronicle. And then finding a little pocket from which to play. Doesn't get cleared. He finds his two. 11 and 5 right now. On an agent you weren't expecting to see him play coming into the day. But for all the questions that we had from him, they have been settled up until this point.
Yeah.
But Fnatic still prove that they can be just as good on an eco as a gun round. And that's something they'll have to tap into here.
And this is the thing, right? 4 rounds left. If Fnatic can win at least 1, I mean, 2 would be a godsend for them. Then you've got a pistol round where, let's be honest, Fnatic have looked so good time and time again because of Kayak. But for a moment, we'll park that. Sugetsu's taking a walk in mid and doesn't want to go any further.
But Fnatic have to invest utility to clear that if they want it. This is a split push, and the spike has to head through middle, so KC are in a brilliant position to handle this.
Ultimate. There's a TP towards the top of mid, and Kayak's taking that. Sugetsu trying to hold on with the classic, and a flash stops Kayak getting any more. Martin in that corner that we've seen him work from before.
Yeah. The spike has been completely stopped because of this mid duel.
And 40 seconds left for Fnatic to try and fight their way out of it. Is this going to pivot to an A play?
It almost has to. You can see the movement, but still, because the spike's in mid, they have to get past Pyro. He's the last line of defense for KC.
And Fnatic once again find themselves in a difficult position. But the patience is what always does them so well. On towards Pyro they go, and he's holding on. Alpha, spike down, and now Chronicle. He's only got a stinger, for God's sake. He's got no chance in hell of winning this round.
So time will seal the fate of Fnatic on round number 9. KC already with their advantage out of the opening 12, looking to grow that lead. It was a mixed investment, but it just doesn't feel like Fnatic at all. It's so slow, so labored. KC, on the other hand, have got it bang on with this mid-fight. More brilliant utility from Sadak to support. The null command made things so difficult. It makes you wonder why the spike was committed through that part of the map, perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It doesn't feel like Fnatic, but I don't think slow and labelled is necessarily the words I would use, but it just feels like they don't have the answers that they normally do to buy themselves out of those slow and labelled rounds.
Shadows traveling.
I think his name is Kayak, because you want to draw parallels to Durka in previous years and the shoes that he had to fill, the shoes which he has filled. Something that Kayak was great at doing on Apex is being that autonomous leader, the one which brings direction to the rounds which feel hopeless. But if he's not able to carve out those advantages and already here dead inside the first 40 seconds, then what do the rest of Fnatic have for us? Does it have to be clutches every single time? Because that's how it feels right now.
Well, they're identifying at least one in main. KC still looking to find information, which they won't actually get through the drone of the Sova.
Another Fnatic 5 versus 4 situation. Trying to use the Viper smoke to just push out of the choke, but KC have it covered. Twice the numbers now. Still slow rolling forwards, but into the jaws of defeat. Alpha will walk away with one. That is all. The sole concession with 10 rounds played. KC starting to hit the mark of expectation for this defender's side.
Yeah, and I mean, at this moment in time, right, if it continues this way, we will be missing a Fnatic from a Stage 2 Grand Final. Again, as already said, the last time that happened was 2021. And what happened that year, Hazza? Where was champs? It wasn't Berlin, it was in EMEA.
Oh, that's a reacher. I don't know, have you got any more of those for KC, perhaps, to get their fans excited? Because, I mean, this performance alone is seeming to do the trick. Alpha with the first kill. That is a change of pace.
It's a big position for Aves. Deep down mid, given that passive information that Fnatic haven't interacted, but there's plenty of bodies here. And KC know that if Fnatic fail in the mains, they like to try and pivot to split through mid. And look at how far they're going.
Needs to be careful not to get caught here, and he does. Kayak the next to follow it up. Spike still in the hands of Crash. He's still entertaining the possibility of this duel. The B site is free, they don't know that yet. Kron's still working his way through. Oh!
big alpha play in middle there. Okay, sure, I guess that is what it takes. A quad kill to give Fnatic their third, and that could be the watershed moment here on Corrode.
Bring them down.
Yeah, this is going to be a big round to win out. Alpha, absolutely fantastic, sure.
Nice,
a little bit
Alpha.
of
Sick
luck.
round, bro.
But listen,
Let's kill
a
this
lifeline bot
competition.
with ultimates in the last round.
KC also playing not just double controller, but double scan. They are looking for this information as much as possible. It's actually Sadak's knife that has already spotted the first player in B main.
Kayak's done so well there. A double entry. This is fights that they've not been winning. So that B site opens up, but the spike's still so far away.
So is Sugetsu though, and without his ult, it's going to take a little bit more time for KC to get into position. Fnatic have plotted course. There's a Nightfall in here, and Kron tagged in his pit. Oh, all the way down to 17.
Still managing to keep himself alive, and now it's Protect the President to keep that pit up. Deny KC a way back in. And that orbital strike being offline is going to prove a big problem, a component that KC wishes that they had.
Fowler spots the first player. They know the aggression of Kayak, paranoia to take him off the line, but Fnatic still fighting this.
Yeah, but every single time Fnatic find themselves in a crossfire towards CT, and it's crashes up on Heaven with Kayak holding on from down low, trying to make their approach through the pit is not to be advised, but Kayak and his utility gets caught. Time now starting to get low, and this round going into the realms of Fnatic, into the realms of it being an 8-4 half, which is exactly what is needed if there's going to be any semblance of a comeback for Fnatic.
A huge turn of events for the black and orange, with Paris already guaranteed. They'll be looking to remove one of the home teams from making that grand arrival, and on this map, which they picked into, you're starting to see some of the strengths come through. The defense is up next for them. Can it get any better?
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
And with those last couple of rounds, Fnatic have bought themselves a chance to come back in the second half. But if there's any man to deny them, it would be this man on your screen right here. An inconsistent 2025, and he'll be looking to try and get close to his 2024 stats, which, let's be honest, he's already there.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, that the stats on paper are actually slightly better than last year, but you also have to consider the opposition that Martin has played up until this point, up against, you know, Koi, Na'Vi, Apex in groups, now playing against your Fanatics of the world. He is looking like the best player in the server, but we turn to the defensive half. Fnatic have built themselves a foundation, and I just want to bring it up again. You have to look at that head-to-head between him and Kayak. Kayak was lights out, didn't lose a single opening duel on the defense, won both of them, and the pistol round is one which we will remember for a very long time.
Remember, Kayak has only won 5 duels so far.
And he's nowhere near this, so it's all eyes on the B side.
Yeah, albeit respecting the push coming through, but not respecting Sadat as he finds the entry pit.
Who's the one furthest forwards? Yeah. The rest of KC now flooding, getting themselves on site, but looking for a way out, an option.
Oh.
Set up this post plant.
I thought for a minute the spike was heading here as well, but instead, no, it's just Martin and Sugetsu. But listen, there's a contest on the Prince of Pistols. It seems to be Alfiera, and he'll win Fnatic.
A usurper to the throne, perhaps. Kayak is surplus to requirements. He'll be hoping to build some confidence up going into the anti-eco. But Fnatic, on the face of it, does a very good job at dealing with the threat here. It's once Alpha finds that first fight and has the wall up, drops all the way back through elbow with the support of his team, not leaving themselves exposed.
Nice!
Knowing KC want to give themselves an advantage.
And the big thing here is that Fnatic have denied the attack, the pistol round, to get close to double digits, right?
And that's the thing, now these 8 rounds feels meager, right, in the face. It pales in comparison to Fnatic just sat on 5, but having this defender's half in front of them.
Yeah.
You have to try and work out what it is that KC want to do, what the theory is here. Already you're seeing Pyro loading up towards the Nightfall.
Well, I mean, so far I don't think we've seen KC interact with mid whatsoever, right? I mean, last round it was straight hit in towards B. This round it's been B main and A main, with only Sadak really watching if anybody takes a step further.
Got the double smokes there, Boaster, and his affinity to this Astra continues, but all that does is give you extra global presence. Still an absence of KC as they slowly make their way towards mid, but it's crashes with the Outlaw. Let's see how closer he can get to his own Nightfall.
Smokes denying any lines of sight though, and that's the big thing here. Oh, but big information, even though the Haunt denies and Fnatic collapsing upon this mid play. An in-zone flawless in the anti-eco round will make this bonus even more exciting.
Very much in the same way we saw Fnatic have a flawless bonus. Or KC, sorry. Fnatic have done it on their anti-eco. But yeah, if you convert the next round, things do look that bit more scary. It's the collapse here on the mid position. Shots through the smoke serving them well. Just waiting to see what it is this attack wants to do.
This is our game, boys. This is our game.
Smiles still on the faces. Yeah. Feeling confident they can turn this around, and why wouldn't you?
Confidence within the ranks, but Kayak not found through the dart. Aves taken out early doors, so
he's immediately here on the B site as well, so you've got that second player over. In fact, he's the sole custodian of the space.
KC looking to send out, force their way through. Not going to happen. Still delay to be had. And oh, a player identified. In fact, a fair few through that Haunt that they're going back.
Right here.
Rashi's on the line, is going to take the next off those players. KC walking into trouble. Not much health left on the remaining forces that are now trying to recuperate towards B, and Kayak will drop. Still so much work to be done.
To try and get out of. Nah, no chance. KC, this bonus round is going Fnatic's way. And as you said earlier on, 8-4 looks meager after 3 rounds in a row from Fnatic.
Absolutely it does, and the one thing that I pick up on in that round is sort of the absence as well of having a Viper, something to really lurk into these sites and feign effective pressure. KC are struggling. They're having to invest Martin's Brim smokes to trigger the wall, to get in there and offload the presence that Fnatic have. Just Sheriff's here, yeah, they have the Nightfall up, but you're waiting another round to see it find effectiveness most likely.
Something I want to call back to in earlier conversations we were having in the week in the playoffs is that it was Coach Pal, right, the BBL coach, speaking about how you have to load your comps for the attack side rather than the defense side. And right now, the way that I would theory craft is that KC have loaded for the defense side and only got 8 rounds, which for me feels like a big failure.
Minimal returns, perhaps the best way to put it, but
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly agree. Kayak starting to gain confidence in these first few rounds, and now through his lens, he looks to find more. 2 from the pole. And in position to get a little more, perhaps, but 3 versus 3, no guns for KC, but a post plant on the cards.
Oh, but Crashy's not identified through the Nightfall, and an opportunity to deny the spike and any chance of an upset in this round. Sugetsu Sheriff is the only resistance, but resistance is futile. We are all even in this corrode.
Feels a little lazy even to overlook the link position with the Nightfall invested elsewhere. Crashy's getting the most. And a timeout coming through from KC, a much needed one at this stage in the game. Their tournament lives on the line, a map to the good of course, but find our decider. Still not completely sold on, you know, their own map pool. These things taking time. Measures put in place, and even thinking about the player change.
Yeah.
You don't have LAN experience on all too many.
Yeah, that you don't, right? That's the big thing. I mean, you think about all the players and their days in VCT.
But even then, I mean, it's not like you could say Pyrol's the problem right now.
Yeah.
He's 15 and 12, he's at the top of the scoreboard. He was admirable on Haven. It's just a system which is not quite working to the efficiency that you'd expect, and the attack side doesn't feel perhaps as well thought out as what we had initially hoped for KC.
And well, coming in to the next round after KC's timeout, to talk about what the buy looks like, we are going to get Kayak on his operator, and also Alpha here bringing out the Odin. This map has felt paper thin at times, and I don't think we've really seen an EMEA teams capitalise upon that.
So gonna get from KC here a slower default, both mains attempted again. Pyrol over towards that left-hand side, is gonna be looking for the orb. He has the Prowlers to bring Kayak off the line. Alpha spamming until the bullets have run out. Martin catches Kayak. A huge kill in the round to influence its progress. To give KC half a chance. It's still the A stack.
KC, first time we've really seen them go towards mid and clear it out, but the utility not really there to back it up, and instead, no, they go towards A. Fnatic respond to the pressure of just a single knife and smoke, and when it's bringing them closer towards this A side where the spike's going.
Exactly, and when I say stack, I meant utility, but there's no players to play off it now. Fnatic gutting the mid portion just to make sure that they're in the best possible position for a retake as they sit a man down. That's the equalizer. Pyrol taken off his feet. Crashies has his number. Poster now by his side with the flank closing in. KC will begin to search for that advantage again.
Yeah, but Sugetsu's all alone in main, and he's trying to run Scarpa towards the site, but he's playing dangerously.
Still dwindling around, but here is Kron. The onus put on him here. Quick trade. Headshot maybe over-delivering in that situation because it's kept it at 3-on-3. Elevated position Sugetsu. No more to be done from him in the round. And we're still at an even man count as it continues to draw forwards. Double stack of players for KC. Walking in with the Odin. Alpha at the back of the pack. It's Arvez that will win it for Karmine Corp in the end. The first round on their attack side. 5 times the struggle. But finally, they're on the board.
And that's exactly what they wanted, right? Finally getting this attack off to a start, but lots of bodies lost after that, after the fact. And still, that attack side economy not looking good, especially when Fnatic can bounce straight back with 3 ultimates lying in wait.
Would have immediately been checked by the knife. It wasn't for Alpha to go ahead and break it. Now this round, a lot more difficult, a lot tougher to crack if you're KC. They've done a great job at removing key pieces from Fnatic's defense before. Oh, what?
What is that?
Sagetsu's deleted Kayak into the Shadow Realm he sent, and that was something to focus on. The macro, having the Viper's Pit and the op on either side. The A site now loosened up.
Does feel a bit softer. Crash is there to try and reinforce it. With that Viper's Pit holding down B main, it feels as if KC really have only one option, and Sugetsu identified through the Prowler.
You can also see what they're doing. They're sending Pyrol now towards B to fake that they might want to clear through the pit. Problem is, in the meantime, so much utility being spent on A that it's kept Fnatic interested. No rotation yet to be made.
Bring them down.
Time getting low. Prowler not getting Kron.
Has dragged Boaster over.
30
And it
seconds
has,
left.
but he can influence the round through being just Astra right. And the fact that we're also going to get the ultimate come through the Steel Guard, and this is a real problem for KC. The firepower not there to support the push.
Preemptive play made, and with 15 seconds, KC have to scale into the A site, the orbital strike to cut off most of the ground, but it's space that they can't themselves flood into. Spike needs to hit the deck, still not committed. Finally, it's a last gasp opportunity, which Crashies cannot deny. The kill's still in place for Fnatic, but KC have numbers.
That they do, only one player better, and still Kron to come through, but he's flanking.
Alpha and Elbow. Completely unchecked here, vigilant round the corner, collecting the first quick trade. Sadak has his number, as do KC. He will set up the contact, the captain. It's Aves to swing, but it has to be through the molly. Disciplined, in position, resolute they remain. KC, in the face of this Fnatic oppression on their defender's side, have finally seen the light and found 2 from 2.
Got to remember, Fnatic are fighting for their playoff life. Sugetsu, that should not have been allowed.
Oh, and it was Aves that ulted trying to get the spike down. If that doesn't show the sheer desperation.
I see Hazemo planting nachwe, ulting nachwe, planting nachwe.
The panic.
Yeah.
But as it sets in, the same could be said for Fnatic. Their second and final timeout used in regulation.
This is elimination as well. You've got to remember, lower bracket run for either of these teams, a very important match, and KC still have one timeout in the chamber if it's needed later into this matchup. It's both coaches, or both sets of coaches, try to inform their teams on how to move forward. KC have found a vulnerability in the A side of the map.
They'll be looking to exploit it as much as possible. Fnatic still getting to terms with what it means to play on Corrode. You can see it in some of the rounds. They picked into it now twice, maximizing their time on the new map. We've not really seen them do that since when Lotus emerged all those years ago, and we spoke about it before. That it's so important that they can get up to speed. That is the focus of this exercise, but even then, to be eliminated by KC here would be well below expectation. Despite the stakes, despite what's on the line, huge swing round potentially here coming up in terms of the finance for both. Miss Knife Sadak, but matters not. A main is KC's, and it's a pacey take they'll be looking for.
Yeah, and it's backed by the null command, right? Everything offline. But the Vise of Alpha is on the other side of the map, so that's at least influencing the round. The players trying to break out of this link position, but the body's there, the Odin not hitting. Crash is missing out, but Boaster up close with the Stinger, and players have been softened up, which Kayak will manipulate to his advantage. Spike on the floor,
2v1,
and Kayak chasing them down. He needs to be careful.
He has the spike and a full util belt.
Yeah, but 9 bullets in the chamber. Whoa. That might be all he needs. And that's exactly it! The Wonder Boy comes through once again as Kayak wins the round for Fnatic.
A player reborn on the defensive halves.
And Fnatic able to spin things back to their own success. It started well. Sadak baiting in there with the jump on low HP to get the trade. A much quicker approach with the KO ult used, but you can see how much it means to the coaches because they know that's now the attack on a low buy. A chance to settle the score equal again. And such a huge piece which didn't turn value in a pivotal round.
Relief for Fnatic.
Screen down.
As all the stockpile of ultimates is gone and they're really trying to scale up through mid. They've never really dealt with the top of it. And Kayak, the player who clutched up last round, put under the cosh. Chronicle's there, and he's been set up perfectly! It's multi-kill madness in this round, in this map! And we go all even once again!
KC think they've sieged the castle, and the battering ram comes out the other side from Chronicle. 4 kills in an instant, played in by Crashy's ult. As quickly as we come out of the previous timeout, there's another one invested, and this time it's on the blue side of the server.
This will be the last timeout of this map in regulation.
Something which Sadak had always been so good at doing was those pace changes. And here it's a gear shift towards the cliff's edge instead. Still a map to the good, still plenty more Valorant to be played this evening. But KC want to wrap this one up quickly. They've got places to be. Paris, the destination at the end of it all, of course, but in terms of what they change up here, there's a mental game being played between the two. Fnatic reacting very quickly in the previous couple to any presence.
Can't rush a good thing though. Well, they want to get this done early. They might have to wait till to that third map and be patient with it as well. As we head into what is the last 4 rounds of regulation.
Rotation's looking really solid from the defenders at the moment, and Kayak nearly breaking even in the previous few. Something I wanted to highlight before is, how much is Pyrol assisting the rest of his team? I think while the kills on the surface look good, you want to see more assists from the Fade player here. The scaling has been an issue so far in some of these attack rounds. Take the most out of the tools that they've got. Fight taken from Fnatic in mid. KC quickly, again, moving into this space.
Yeah, they are. Kayak, though, on the hunt. And he just backs away.
They want to bite the bullet. Risk the potential of going down. He knows what it means. The whole first half, he struggled in those first fights, but now, new sense of confidence about his being.
Yeah, but he's heard everything that's going on in A-Link right now.
And that's why Chronicle has arrived on the scene with him beneath the arch.
Comes in at the right time. Sadak denied any lines of sight towards top mid where Kron could be. Look at Crashes.
Walking out, Kayak, first blood on the round, shut down quickly, so Getsu on the swivel. Viper wall up, Kron caught with his hands in his pockets, 2 players peeking, still gets out beyond the half wall, and Crashes taking down Martin. It's a massacre in middle, yet again. Fnatic starting to now move in front on Corrode. We call back to the first half, and KC slipping away when the chance was right in front of them.
Think of how many clutches that Fnatic were able to win. Well, at least 3 out of the 4, right?
That now completely alters the dynamic of the game here. KC trying to trade, play as a unit.
Thank you, Cronny. Thank you, Cronny.
It's a little bit split. Needing to create pressure on the extremities as well as middle. There's just so much weighing on their minds right now.
And it feels as if the pace that KC had at the start of this map is starting to lessen and lessen as they don't have a buy. All on Sheriffs.
I'd argue it's almost increasing at the same time. They've turned up the velocity of these executions. The problem being that Fnatic are equal to it every single time. And here, it's a shot in the dark from Boaster. Martin gone with an ult. Should it get to that point? But Fnatic have a few of their own, and really, you are looking towards that final round for KC to create themselves any advantages here. One of them would be if Pyrol could get an extra ult point.
Big F. Another big F is if they can clear Kron in the corner. Utility there, and they're not going to do it. He's there, equal to the task. Brilliant from Chronicle and Boaster. And Shigetsu all alone on the site. A Sheriff try and clear this out, but Fanatical there. And they will reach map point on their map choice.
Stage 1 champions showing you what it means to go through the gears, the motions. Taking a little bit of time. But rounds like this are just a confidence boost more than anything else. All the util in the choke. KC can't get past it. They need 2 in a row here. The best effort that they've been able to achieve. The timeline would suggest that they're set up for it, but Fnatic have the tools into round 23. And one of them is the pit again. Just stop this initial B push.
Last time KC interacted with this Viper pit was when they just sent the lone fade to try and clear it out. This time round, maybe a Vez to find crashes. Kayak's there as well though, and he's immediately re-cleared towards mid, knowing that KC aren't here. This isn't an option for them.
Portal closed.
Was able to draw Boaster's rotation last time. Pyro here, not playing with the util. Sadak holding, and has Kayak dead to right.
Flashing.
On the angle. Alfie just re-clearing A in the meantime, using his flash. Taking down Sadak. 4 versus 3, KC have numbers, but it's that scaling I was talking about. A lot of ground to be covered through the A courtyard.
Yeah, and a lot of Vice utility to try and get through as well.
Also Kron's Orb, a little more time bought.
And Alfia has support. It's Boaster, and Alfia straight away knocks the next head, hitting his crosshair.
Face your fear.
Spike on the ground, Nightfall invested. KC need to try and make their way towards A. They encircle it. Still an orbital strike to clear out the site. Alfia just managing to escape, or so I thought. No, instead, they've opened it up clearly, and Kron has to try and make his way back through.
Multiple clutches for the man already. Could the most decorated player in VCT add another clutch to his collection? Not gonna happen. Pyro to claim. KC staying in this with the potential of a 5th overtime in as many matches, as many maps. This just a punishment of Fnatic's extension.
I mean, you can see what they're trying to do. They set up the crossfire, don't anticipate the orbital strike, and it gives us a 1-round shootout.
Fnatic still sitting on plenty of strong ults though. Strong ults for a retake potentially.
Cutting through.
Only problem with that is, if Sadak's able to get an ultimate orb, that could really delay any retake that they want to go for.
Exactly. It's the Hunter's Fury in early. Oh, Aves lands the tag. Looking for Crashy, searching still. Can't find him. Kayak cracking down instead.
And he's out. No way of a trade.
Fnatic wanted the mid-brawl initially. It has served them so well up until this point. Kayak spotted in the back lines, anticipating the flash. Chronicle, the same fate, but no capitalization. Still here playing from the corner, on the wall. Aves finally takes him down. And KC back in the 4-on-4.
The spike collected, a direction which KC have picked now, and it's the B site where Boaster lies in wait from heaven.
Sadak still doesn't have the ult, so he can't remove all of that extra utility. He would love to maybe fake towards A, but it's a group up and a B hit instead that we're going to end up getting. Boaster first line of defense. He has an ult, so does Alpha.
That ultimate orb being picked up has been heard. No command used, and Fnatic respecting this. There's a little bit of spam coming through from Crash's Odin, but it hasn't really netted anything in terms of a kill. But Boaster maybe shown a bit too much, gives a pick to KC.
Still players low on the KC side though. One of them, Martin, melted through the wall. The hopes and dreams of this team might be slipping through their fingers. Sadak's trying to get off site. Full setup from elbow in post, but where is the spike planted in all of this? Is there safety? A sanctuary perhaps for KC? Something to sit on? Could they take it to OT? Or are Fnatic gonna hold the line all the way through? Crashy seems to think so! But Pyro has ended it! KC stamp it out, and to overtime we go again.
Massive round for Casey. And to think as well, if you look at Fnatic, they had everything they needed to get this over the line.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's
Just
go.
a second in it in the end. Casey into another OT, but the statistics will say they have typically won from these positions. It feels crazy to think after the lead that they held early on in this game that faded away from them. But Alex still with work to be done. Casey and Fnatic well aware of each other's positions, as you said earlier, how each other want to play in terms of being scrim partners. They've played each other in groups, remember. This is a repeat matchup. It opened up stage 2.
All set.
That's what makes Bind all the more interesting if we do go there, because there is tape for both.
They played each other on it.
Exactly. Alpha back to business though. Vice ball placed on A. But Casey have not often looked to actively challenge this space any more aggressively than his positioning would suggest. Flash searching, but behind smoke finds nothing. Sugetsu will want to face check this. Fnatic yet to reveal themselves with the minute mark now crossed.
Seen Kayak identified through that knife as a lone player. Is there anything else at the back of this, right?
Feel the tension.
And with this Viper wall up, Casey are forced to either face check this into 3 players or allow Fnatic the space.
30 seconds left.
Gets closer to crunch time. Boaster bold from the corner. Util sent out. Still Sadak trying to hold the line, but Boaster bests him captain on captain. Kayak the next. Fnatic 1 by 1. Making this attack work. And KC have been foiled. Their plans deleted. Alpha, 1 more. And now Martin has it all on his plate.
Against 4 as well. Kron in the corner. 2 players to try and swing off of him. This is everything that Fnatic want.
As soon as that reload is hit, Chronicle smells the blood in the water. Eyes bigger than his stomach, perhaps. Martin will get away with another, but this attack round and how pivotal it could be for Fnatic is everything. As KC will have to go back and win another one of their own. There's simply not enough time on the clock to make it happen. Fnatic have played a blinder here and got off to the best of starts in our second OT of this series.
And that's something we need to be aware of, is how well this Viper wall is working in terms of creating that pressure.
Yeah, Christmas. Bro, rotate. Mid.
And they won the mid fight. We saw it so many times. Fnatic needing this duel now, but nobody's there.
Remember, Alpha has stood up though. That might be the curse activated.
Oh, right, okay. Is that the way we're going?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Let's see. Asked for the mid duel, and he's set up Kron here to receive it. Fight in main, double reveal. Aves looking to profit off it, but Kron at the double. He's held up his end of the bargain again.
And so is the rest of Fnatic. That Spike looking very lonely walking through mid, and it's Sugetsu. If he goes a step too far, gets caught out, this round is totally unwinnable.
Might be, it's already feeling the case. But 2 players who know how to win a clutch. Sugetsu saying after the Liquid game he hasn't felt this sense of calmness in years coming into a match. Even with so much left on the line. I still think it possible. A 2 versus 2 towards A or B. Whichever way they go, but they have to play together.
But they're not. That's the problem. Sugetsu's trying to take a timing.
Chronicle has the jump up here, and as Sugetsu walks in, it's the spike fouled. Fnatic moving ever closer. Pyrol to pull them out of a bad position. And Chronicle yet to be cleared. 20 seconds or less, or we're going all the way to bind. Pyrol walking in. He's not going to find it with this one. So Fnatic will restore order, at least for the time being. The lower run continuing to a 3rd map. And Casey not able to get over the hump of that first half.
No, they haven't been able to. We will be heading to bind where these two played each other before in groups. But listen, first off, we need to send it over to our analysts to break that one down.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
You like a movie scene, makes me forget everything. Oh, we were just kids, playing like we knew the world. You got your name in lights, you give me a reason to stay up all night. Yeah, we were just kids, pretending that we knew the words. Don't leave me dry, I'm waiting for the clock to turn. Don't leave me dry, I know we've got a lot to learn. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. You like moving pictures on the big screen. You got me feeling like I'm 17, watching pictures on the big screen. Whoa. Sit back, enjoy the show. Getting lost in more than we'll ever know. Yeah, kick your feet up. We've got time to lose. I'll be Bonnie and you be Clyde, and we can pretend that we never died. There's no other place I'd rather be with you. Don't leave me dry, I'm feeling like I've lost it all.
Fnatic versus KC is always a banger for a reason. We will be seeing a map 3 in this series, but first, I'm your hosting, so I've got Mini and Flyer back here with me. Now, I think we were all extremely caught, surprised, off guard, everything when we saw this agent select. Now, Mini, you weren't there. So what was going through your mind when you saw that Martin was playing Brimstone and then the triple
Well, he gave us
initiator?
a little bait, didn't he? The bait and switch. He was like, which duelist am I going to play?
Yeah.
And then Brimstone. And I was like, oh god, it's a KC classic where they pull out something new. I'll be honest, like I didn't quite understand why they were playing it. Like you'd think that it was like a bit of a gimmick so they have some ideas and some micro. I didn't quite see it in this game. Obviously it was good enough to get a lot of ranches for Fnatic, but I didn't see the idea behind the comp.
I mean, Flyer, you were talking about a potential counter pick. Did you see any of that? And now you've seen what they do. Why do you think they do?
I mean, I was assuming it was a counter pick just because they did the same thing against Fnatic on Ascent earlier in the year, where they played a double smoker no Senti, I believe. But after watching the game, it didn't actually feel like they had a great counter. It seemed like they just wanted to have one smoker on each lobby, just perma-delaying.
Yeah, and talk me through, I mean, we've just seen the end of this round, but this was right after a timeout. And in those situations, realistically, on the side of KC, what do you even tell the boys to do?
I mean, from my, like, I remember in the moment watching it, I would not know what to call from a timeout perspective. I would just say, like, to more chill out and, like, tone it down a bit, because I feel like they were doing the same default, like, knife A lobby, then they go into mid, just, like, following the same line over and over again. I also didn't like how they were taking mid. Like, they would just take Hobbit, they'd chill, do nothing. I think if you're going to take mid on this map, you need to get mid 3 as well. Like, go past the wall.
I know it's corrode and attack side is kind of difficult, but the theme seemed to me that neither team really understood attack. Like, after that timeout, we saw 5 players in middle for most of the round, didn't really understand what was happening, and Fnatic didn't look extreme. Like, the rounds that Fnatic got were pretty individual based, I think.
Yeah.
Up until OT, where there was a couple of nice things going on, it took until then to actually see what they were doing. Like, they never really used that Viper wall on B very often. I didn't really understand what they were trying to achieve either.
Yeah, I just feels like if you want to learn something from Fnatic on that map, just watch the 2 OT rounds.
Yeah.
But it's individuals. Chronicle and Boaster, Coaster, Mini. There was a few rounds where they relied on their individuals, but talk me through what happened here.
Yeah, I think in the green room we were discussing like, oh, Fnatic look like they're like completely out of this one completely. It could be a 2-0, and then as per usual, when we start doubting them, it's the individual shining. So obviously Boaster known for his like clutch potential, and then Chronicle's just Chronicle. So both of them together just, you know, I mean, I felt sorry for KC because like KC this year has been a problem for them. These kind of rounds, these big advantage rounds, all they need to do is like go in together and scale together. But look, like the way they go through like this smoke together, they just like kind of line up stupidly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're going up against 2 very experienced players, right, Flyer? You need to count on this sort of experience when you're in these clutches, and also Boaster later than wins a 1v1 against Sadak too.
Yeah, I think that they got the unluck part of the draw where they got the most dangerous players in the clutch in the 2v5. They played it really well.
You're not gonna hate you know, seeing these 2 clutching. I assume Chronicle is waving at his wife. I think Angelina's back in the venue. But let's look towards Bind, because this is going to be map 3 and it is elimination, so whoever loses here will not progress here at playoffs. And this is also where Fnatic had a choice to ban Bind and go Lotus, or ban Lotus and go Bind. So why do you think they made this decision?
Well, as I said, Sadak has never lost to Boaster on Lotus, and even this year I believe KC had Fnatic's number on Lotus too. I think that Bind is a map that both teams like. KC in the past running that deadlock, very aggressive kind of exit kind of style, and Fnatic running the kind of the Teo, like a bit strange, but I think it's working really well for them.
Yeah. What did you make of their, I guess they've already beat Liquid here pretty recently, so do you like the deadlock Vice stuff?
I'm a big fan of it. I think it's actually, at the start of the year, I thought it was a niche thing that's like a cheese get wins, but it's actually looking like it's really, really consistently good.
Yeah, it's definitely not a one and done. And on this comp, I mean, as far as I can see, they've only ever lost against Fnatic, actually, running this comp. But Pyro also, I felt like, has been heating up.
Actually, just to go back to the point, the last time Fnatic played KC on this comp, Fnatic had a great game plan against the deadlock specifically. On the attack side, I think you need to look out for them doing like what I call like an anti-sage default, which means that they're going to go around the map looking for that deadlock wall. And basically, Fnatic are going to spread the map, play slow like they usually do, and that style actually works really well into deadlock, because they just get to get rid of that wall and then do what they want after. So deadlock becomes
in which case, how do you have a second layer? How do you respond as KC? Because you know that's what Fnatic are going to do.
You could maybe like re-clear behind it or trap behind it. I think that's probably the option. As soon as that wall goes down, they just need something like some re-aggression or some re-information behind it, basically.
Yeah, and Flyer, the tail here is not very, we don't see it a lot, so what have you made about the way they use the tail?
I mean, my opinion's changed over time, because I actually did not like it. At the start, I thought it was more of like a pick where it's like they're just bringing it over from the previous stage because they didn't get much time to practice it. But after watching G2, for example, play it recently, I think it's actually a good pick.
Trent, though. Trent is a different gravy, though. I feel like that's in his own league.
Yeah, I mean, I made the joke that putting Alpha on this agent is like putting Chovy on Nami, I think, when Drexus was here. But unfortunately, Alpha's been like kind of incredible.
Yeah. I feel like Chovy would be good on Nami as well.
It's true,
like,
but he's not going to get 40 kills, is he? Like,
I mean, yeah, that's true, that's true. But we are in the final stretch now here. After everything that happened on map 1 and 2, who are you guys ultimately leaning towards as we head into Bind?
I got KC.
You got KC?
KC,
Why?
I think
I got them because they're starting on defense with this comp. I think it's going to be hard for Fnatic to work them.
I think Fnatic, because they showed their game plan before, that they can deal with the deadlock specifically very well.
You're really showing your bias here as well, Mini. The Reddit thread is going to write itself.
You know, I love to flame them and stuff, but their game plan against this comp before was genuinely like a blueprint for how you play against a deadlock, in my opinion.
And I'm going to carry on saying what I said after map 1, which is, you know, your alphas, your kayaks, I don't think they can afford to have a slow of a start. as we've seen so far. You need to rely on them, and it's the same for Martin and Aves as well on the other side. I think both teams have very clear win conditions, but the pressure is on the side of KC. Fnatic have already made champs, and Hazo and Kyra, if KC lose here, their road will end now.
That's it for Fnatic. It's a road, albeit a bumpy one throughout the lowers for KC. It is the path of which they have to walk if they want to find themselves in Paris, in Ivry-Coqueron, in front of their home fans. But that stadium feels like a long way away, and you need to take your victories along that route. One of them being Bind, the only map in this series which we saw previously played between the two within the group. As you can see here, Fnatic on that attack side, once the spike goes down, it might already be over.
Well, KC need to stop them getting the spike down, right? That's a way to look at it. KC gonna get no chance of any fights as Fnatic slow roll away once again through the pistol round.
But this is the approach that Mini was talking about, even on the pistol where there's a little bit less utility. Interesting to see KC, I suppose, not running any sheriffs here, but that's the trade-off. You do want to put some of those parts in play. Leon Sadak just monitoring showers. As Fnatic start to drop some footfall behind this Viper wall. But no sign of commitment just yet, not until Alpha brings the drone out.
Sound sensor up.
Sadak ready. Gravnet in hand. A player close by to support him, that would be Sugetsu, but the delay still coming through. No capitalization in kills, but Sadak at least gets the trade. Elsewhere, Crashes is working on B.
Going to be a heads up with this wall too, so Crashes has to wait for the rest of the team, and even then a bait not exactly going to help their efforts out. Two players splitting, but two players stacked, and they have to force out a hookah hit.
Yeah, that they do. And there's also a Vez holding from CT. Boaster finds Pyro, and Martin now under fire. Everybody on B is gone. And Sadak has a long road to walk to the site that Fnatic are planting on.
Another Fnatic pistol round queued up, and with it being on the attack side as well. KC setting up for their defenses yet again. I fear that some of the same problems with Corrode may rear their ugly head. The only team in the league not to be running a Viper on Bind, KC. And the stopping power seemingly not enough here already.
You can see Alpha getting ready for the flank. The Fnatic players delaying to play him in, and the pistol round will be won on map 3, or the opening of map 3, I should say.
Yeah, and what you get from that Viper is, you know, the decay on players jumping out of hookah, constantly being able to replenish that. And it's just clean fights that Fnatic are able to take in the end. That Vice Wall slows things down a little bit, but it's just another piece of utility thrown to the wind as Fnatic have got the start that they were looking for here.
There they have. And it's the same positions as last round in terms of how Fnatic are waiting to see what KC do, if there's any aggression.
Fnatic on this map. Early fights will be so favourable if they're able to spin them in their favour. Have to think of how the attack started on the previous map. That's also addressing certain individuals, Kayak, Alpha, wanting to get up and running early. He's top fragged almost every game for them so far. Toronto really being that statement, cementing himself amongst the very best.
Portal closed.
Fnatic into the late round again, starting to work this B space. KC have put even further priority towards hookah this time.
Crossfire. Martin and Aves, but it's the Gecko actually who's identified. Martin gets seized though, and that should allow for an easy opportunity onto the fight, but Fnatic hesitant to really take it, and Kayak, oh, he's on the B site.
From this position. The gold standard so far as this game has continued onwards. The key component to their success on Corrode, locking things down. The one Viper in the server here who started off well. Kayak looking to farm up onto
His Yoru ult has been netted. Slowly walking his way into the corner into safety to get rid of that net. I mean, OKC like to try and deny orbs through the spike detonation, so Fnatic go on the hunt. Kayak around the corner, finds all three players, but he also has a Q behind him, ready to try and break this one down. The utility through, looking a bit dodgy, but Chronicle will end up with an ace in the end. It's got to feel good for him. Someone whose performance dropped off against Liquid. It's a real rarity that you'll see him below par. But it's the weeks following that have shown exactly why he finds himself in Valorant's Hall of Fame, as it would be 5 years into the game. For KC, something that we do want to highlight is their 5 versus 4 win rate, sitting almost 10% below average. Converting advantages was something that they'd focused on improving a lot. And they'll be searching for an early one here. Push down a short with Martin in position. There's plenty of bodies to find if Martin wants to go and take a fight. Sort of in raising that statistic, it's something that they have improved on so far today. Identified. TP towards backside, and that's what he's going to opt for. Utility used to actually clear him out. So there's a little bit of a win for KC here. At the same time, that deep Vice Wall removed at the cost of just a salvo on Alpha yet. Still plenty of utility for Fnatic to attack with, and once again, they're just testing the A site, moving their focus over towards B. See the TP from Kayak. Spike still sat outside of Market, and Kron already up the length of long with Boaster by his side. Difference being this round, Sadak has the setup, the sensors are there, and a third player also arriving, but this is the change up from Fnatic now through the TP. It's an A pivot. Only 2 players here, only 1 Thorns on the ground. It's not looking so strong that you would expect. The Arco is just placed, and when it's used, it actually gets Martin. None of the Fnatic players. It works out in the attack's favour. KC in a bad spot, but so Fnatic in terms of time. They're patient as ever, and we'll get that spike down. 2 players remain on the defense side, and Fnatic have an advantage, but that extra player only has a pistol. Keeps things interesting. Lurk of Chronicle has been cut out, but Alpha's looking to interrupt this with his timing through lamps, so Sugetsu has a lot of space to clear.
Yeah, so I mean, full sight, right, where the players are sitting. They went in towards Showers, but that's where Boaster was, didn't find him. It gets worse and worse, because as the time ticks away, the value of utility should be better. Alpha activates and takes out Sadak. This is going to have to be the surrender in the site. It's going to be Fnatic to win the bonus round. Crash needs to catch Sugetsu trying to escape. It won't work out. 1 player alive on either side.
But Fnatic have found everything that they needed in that round. They've smashed the cash balance of KC. The approach from them, multi-layered. There was presence map-wide. Find always a map that has
they're stressing,
been a key component of their pool. I think Boaster described it as an old baby, right? You think back to 2021 and what this initial team was built upon when it came into the organization, and I think, yeah, you just see there, Kron takes the timing. They know that they can reclaim the short space after removing the utility early on and the player presence from KC.
It's an early timeout from Carmine Court. Round 3, everything going wrong. I mean, sure, like, they have been resolute in positions, but in terms of how the sites have worked, in terms of how they've tried to deny Fnatic, it feels as if they're just getting ran over completely.
For Fnatic before, Showers had been the main area of focus, in my eyes at least, in terms of how they'd look to manipulate the map where you were expecting a player to be later into the round. Alpha, yeah, very often being so important in just sending the drone out and capturing that back for them, but in the previous round, KC, having dropped off of those positions, allowed Fnatic in.
Checking the situation.
See here, Astra struggles maybe in a non-mirror, but this is an interesting one because Fnatic coming into playoffs were the only team that were playing the Agent here, but KC another now.
It's the same again from Fnatic, this time a stack from Fountain, just to highlight how slow they do want to approach it. This time, Corminco trying to show some sort of presence behind smokes. Aves noted by Alpha.
Fnatic already with momentum at their backs here of Bind. Speaking to Scott, he was saying of the difficulty moving into champs to generate that illusion that you really do have the wind in your sails with the gaps in play, but the setup for all the teams. And for KC, this is for their tournament lives, for the most important tournament you could possibly think of. Parisian homecoming for the French organization. The blue wall beckoning them.
Yeah.
But on this round, Nico just Martin caught by Alpha. And again, no trade from the 5 versus 4.
And no anticipation of a player actually having walked through that wall. Crashes in his pockets with a utility, and Sadak getting the kill. This is where the spike is as well. So a problem that Fnatic need to answer.
And Sadak identified as the deadlock player on B. Sole anchor in this situation. KC will struggle to get players over, but time is of the essence. Sadak can win this round all by himself if he hits the shots.
And well, he's hit the first and got a rifle in hand. Spike needs to go down safely and will do, but this is a big ultimate. He's actually not hit the player that he wanted to. Chronicle at least is able to trade out, and Kayak managed to be saved. That's a big one.
Release from the cocoon at the final seconds. KC still in this though.
Yeah, they are trying to force it towards him. But do not challenge Chronicle, as he's hitting another level in form.
Shooting steadfast as the series grows on and on. KC growing tired perhaps of seeing Chronicle's name in that kill feed. The lurk until the late round. He arrives to save Kayak and support the rest. The one tap on the fadeaway is just disgusting. And the coach is in disbelief at what they've seen.
Glad that they got out at the other end. Viper's Pit up and available.
And into another gun round, the rifles of which doesn't feel like we've seen too many of from KC up until now.
Yeah, and it feels like Chronicle having that Viper's Pit is the one thing that Fnatic can use to break the backs of the defense.
That's if they move into post, and as we know, 23 from 23, yet to lose one, but the focal point for me again has to be the start of the round and how long KC are able to stave them off, as it's a fake TP, a double fake TP from Martin. Crash is closing in.
Fnatic scaling up. There's players behind us. A little bit scary.
And Sugetsu has survived through the salvos.
Yeah, that he has, and he's went even further forward. Fnatic, well, it's still Kron alive and well, but it's only him. Remember that Viper's Pit that we spoke about? It is still there and available. Thinking about it.
First player spotted and expects a second to be close by. TP's away with this knowledge in mind. Pit still available, of course. A molly to slow down any retake attempts. You feel like he might just give this one a go with the ult even.
Think about it, but I think he wants just one more. He gets the opportunity, plenty of opportunities, but he cannot win it. And KC finally have the first round.
Just needed that window to put some distance parked between him and KC there. You even tempt the possibility that it could happen because of how brilliant a game Kron has been having week after week, responding to critics as you expect him to do. Fantastic from Sadak to get a couple there on the A defense. And finally, KC off the mark from their timeout.
This time it seems a Fnatic are up. Have a lot more direction. The default more heavier on the A side.
Oh, Sugetsu with a big opening pick, exploring this extremity now. Alpha 1 knows about the second.
Does he know about the third? Sadak so far back.
Still lingering around with the Shower's control. It stops any kind of split execution coming in from Fnatic, and it's the first real foray from KC into the limits of Bind. Martin hasn't really been trying to force the issue as much as you'd expect with how well he's been doing. That's the step up that you want to see on the defense, really,
Need that back.
to offset Fnatic back in control of this game.
Careful available. That's where Pyro is.
Another exposed area on the map. Fnatic knowing that they can contact into a lot of space against the deadlock. Finally the Vice will hit, and that the info. The call to arms for Martin, who's the only real player in a position to actually challenge here. Spike plant coming in, and Kron still lurking.
Spike planted.
Still trying to keep KC interested on that A side of the map, but TP's back in. A Cosmic Divide has allowed Pyro an opportunity to find Alpha here. 3 players left on Fnatic, and where do they go? I mean, to invest the Viper's Pit, give themselves some semblance of a foundation in which to work. Poster supporting Kron here. The players of KC are starting to encircle, starting to collapse on down, and crashes down. First 2 players caught.
Hang on.
Martin low as well. Sugetsu on the spike. It's just a 1 versus 1 essentially, but Crashes wants to deny the spike plan. Instead of fight the player who's up and available to take it. KC will double up the round count.
So Martin diligently does his job to defend the spike plant there. The defusal, I should say. Pyro gets a cheeky one. A little bit of spam. But KC barge down the door, make their way in, double up the round count. Immediately Fnatic responding with a timeout of their own.
Yeah, I mean, past couple of rounds, we think of post plants and how Fnatic were so successful. Past couple of rounds haven't been.
Well, that's it. We didn't get to post on the one before, but there you have it. The round that we've just seen is a record breaker. That is the first post plant that Fnatic have lost on Bind this year, and if there was any other reason to call a timeout, that would be it. Felt like they had the right measures in place. Just KC stripping away player by player as the round ground down to dust. Not much money behind Fnatic here either, so very quickly we could see the defense put itself in a strong position, and yeah, the comp is still geared towards finding more success here. And so that makes it feel that much more necessary from this position.
Yeah, I would agree. The fans trying to G up the players coming out of the timeout. Some big execute ultimates as well in terms of Dimensional Drift, Nightfall, and Cosmic Divide. Fnatic really haven't shown us a pacey side to their attack just yet. With all 5 players towards the A side, you would think maybe this is it.
Coming into Bind, one of the better maps for KC. Stand their ground for the final time.
Face your fear!
Thousands of French fans onlooking as this is the mixed investment, but Kayak continues to be that issue. Rifle in his hands, enough to maybe rectify it. The defense put under scrutiny once more. Coming into this, Alves able to dissuade a little bit more in the lamps. As the spike is still yet to go down from Fnatic as KC begin to flood.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're beginning to flood, but it's just Martin looking for a different angle of approach. Dimensional Drift used, and he's actually went all the way to Showers, so it's starting to become a problem. Fnatic don't have a lot of control on this site.
And it is completely removed before they can even move to a post plant. Alves getting a couple more kills, and that brings another ult online. I said before, this defender's side is under the microscope, and with them now starting to move the needle, not at the expense of some of these valuable pieces that they now hold on to. This next gun round is absolutely everything. Plenty in play for either side. Could very much direct the fate of this first half.
It feels as if a lot's been done, right, in terms of like when we speak about this first half, and having something to work with for KC, and we spoke about it, right, in terms of how they loaded the comps for defender side and never got enough on Corrode. Seems the exact same on Bind. I mean, that's exactly what you're trying to highlight, right?
You're also seeing Pyrol now fit this expectation that he can fulfill multiple roles. The reason why he was brought into this KC team is he's buying into that project, which is very off the cuff. It's not the standard that you'd expect. The different things that they want to try and run, as we've just hit a slight pause before we get back into this one. But yeah, I have to say, for KC in general, things not looking too bad. You're giving me a sly look.
Well, we are about to head back into game. But I was just going to say,
you said that if there was a tech,
as well as a pause,
that we would maybe wish a
special man a happy birthday.
Yeah, so happy birthday to Sliggy.
If we had more time,
we would have sung him happy birthday, but there is no tech, thankfully, so
unlucky, mate.
There you go. Back to it.
At the same time, KC in this round have been pretty aggressive in terms of pushing down A shot, so they have a good idea of how this round looks, and it's a straight execute into B.
It is net placed right in the forefront still. Fnatic not quite out. Sadak still holding it down. First of the kills picked up, and Moster recall of the smoke to wade his way out into the corner, and bests the captain on the opposite side. Sugetsu still doing his job, and KC backfilling this space with bodies. Pyrol peeking out. A confident move to make, but one which has established that authority and given them complete site control with the spike.
Where does Fnatic go to get this back, right? So many eyes trained on its position, and absolutely no utility for Fnatic to get it back either. They can't use a smoke to jump out and grab it, and at this moment in time, it feels as if Fnatic are happy to call it there.
30 seconds left.
Reconsidering their options. A much quicker round from them, just as we were talking about slugs. It's no snail pace that we get out of them. And to talk about the ramifications as well of where they place in all of this, to also bring it back. Of course, Sliggy will be hoping that Liquid do well. You have to think of the other teams in this stage of the bracket, right? If Fnatic were to go out here, KC keeping the dream alive, that makes things so much more interesting for whoever it is they end up facing, right? You've got GX waiting in the next game, and Fnatic not in a position to maybe make life more difficult for some of the other teams that they could be facing at Champs.
Yeah, and I think as well, like for the most part, when we think of what Champs looks like in qualification, it's really simple for the teams who are out of the top 4 of Champs. It's top 2 or nothing.
Simple in terms of permutations, but the task at hand, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
A difficult one, but KC up to it. 4 from 4. Breaking Fnatic's post plant along the way. Could this be a sign of the times of some change on the horizon? An aggressive move made themselves. Double combo on the flashes is fantastic. And Martin teed up to take the first of the round.
Oh, and Kayak at the same time catches Sadak trying to retreat. There's an opportunity to get the spike towards the B site, but it's so far away. KC have a chance to deny it.
Yeah, Martin caught inspecting his own footwear, but forfeits the space in the end. It's a very deep thrash from a low HP Aves, not wanting to get caught and making sure he makes the full clear, but Fnatic fighting through elbow. Left alone in this endeavor.
The only problem is, just look at Hooker right now. Sugetsu's still lying in wait.
Oh, but Kayak on the line, and Aves still falling back. Sweat beads on his forehead, knowing that he's the last line of defense between the A site and Fnatic. Continuing to push the issue on B as Martin has made his way back inside the tube.
He has no TPs to get out either. He has to fight.
Fully committed to this position as Fnatic feel the same. Backing up towards Garden, maybe reconsidering their options at this point in time. But even then, Aves now sat towards short means that he could be the late play that stops the A push if it does make its way through. It is B though. There isn't enough time. Martin inside the smoke. The first of the kills, needs more though, and finds himself removed. Getsu looking for the gravity well to stop the plant, but it just about goes in. Crashy's edge of the area.
And both KC players now together. There's no Dizzy, there is a wingman to clear close corners, but both players make their approach.
One of them dropping in from Hookah, Sugetsu without a star to use. Silent drop attempted. Kayak not yet hearing it, it's all about timing. Peeks round, can't find the kill, Sugetsu punishes it, and it's all on Crashies. Finding form, finding his first. Wingman on the defuse! And Aves to save the day. The former Fnatic trialist finding the lead for KC.
And an advantage as well that they can begin to grow in this half. And when you think the Fnatic have the right rounds, the right call to go and push it a little bit forward. And Aves giving it.
Yeah, and for KC, the big takeaway from that round is they're not scared to make a play. This combination of flashes between the Dizzy and the Yoru flashes is brilliant because you've either got to break it or turn face away from it, which means that you're going to get caught in an awkward position. Boaster finds himself on the receiving end.
And the big thing as well is since Fnatic's timeout, KC have been able to win 3. It's a total of 5 in a row.
Still feel like you need to see more.
Yeah. The question entirely is, do you invest that second timeout later in this half, right? Do you want to really challenge what KC are able to do, or keep one timeout in your back pocket for when you move to defense?
So we're waiting to find out. Fnatic will be happy with how this half has gone so far. It's up to scratch, but their attack also the stronger of the two. And with pieces in position, something from the strat book, an A execution with Shower's control this time.
Trying to get out. Utility good. And they can't find the kill! Sugetsu completely blind! Finds one even more through the smoke. His Boaster's Sheriff. And he's only able to find one. That was Sugetsu. So KC will at least be even on the half.
Sugetsu showing his best side. Both of the players that we've seen at international events on multiple occasions, that is, with 11 kills right now. Brilliant anchor work from them, and even Sugetsu, a player who's been around so long, almost having to reinvent himself as an anchor on smokes rather than Sentinel in this KC side. Retaining the role with all the shake-up that the Pyro change would have made. Ults for them to work with now.
I think the most interesting thing out of all this, right, was we were expecting an improvement from KC, and it still continues. That was the spike down.
Boaster finds a double, but it's that concession.
Yeah.
Alpha penalized. A little less utility to hit the sights with. You're really looking at Kayak being the one to close the gap. A recurring point that sometimes just the setup perhaps not quite being there for him, needing to over-deliver in some senses, as he's currently just bookmarking the B space.
Trying to make their way over. But it's what KC have to come back in with, right? If Fnatic even are successful and finding Pyro, getting the spike down, you've got to be looking at the Annihilation, the Steel Garden if Pyro's able to be alive, and the Cosmic Divide. This is not over even if Fnatic can get to post.
Ooh. Pyro has the wall for long, and he's ready for this TP if it comes in. Early Steel Garden, buying plenty more time.
Yeah, think how long those primaries are going to be offline for.
Face your fear.
Nightfall to come in Pyro's way. This to set KC up for a 7th. All focus on him as it stands, but Sugetsu's arrived to the scene. The knight in shining armor sprays down his first, but there is more to find. Chronicle supported by Crashy's other side of the wall. Sadak arriving with an ult of his own. Corners to be cleared, it's not quite gonna hit, and Crashies stepping out into the open. Saving phase 4, Fnatic, Sugetsu in another clutch. Chron on the other side! And in a head-to-head we've seen so many times across the years, Chronicle has remained on top.
And continues to do so. Big round to win out if you're Fnatic. It's not just the fact that you win the round and bring yourself one step closer, but all 3 ultimates that I named were used.
You're a Terminator, Cronny.
So when you think Fnatic were finished off, their fist emerges from beneath the lava. KC here with Martin bringing the op out for what feels like the first time in this series. Boaster is outlined on the other side of the smoke, but just doesn't pull the trigger. Fnatic at the same time are prodding this A site. Martin changing up his angles, being dynamic as ever. I mean, Fnatic would have identified this op on B, but it's now A side. Kayak needs to be careful. They see re-clearing. Oh, an Alpha on a very wide angle gets caught on the full clear by Martin. Mesh broken Kayak. Fnatic still plotting course across the map. Big information through that arc rose. Got to remember, KC only knew that Alpha here was towards this side of the map. He's going to flash himself for the peak. It's not the op, it's the shorty this time. 5 versus 3 situation. KC in prime position to get a 7th, to keep their advantage for the second half. But it's the B site execution again
30 seconds left
that we look towards. If they can get these two players clean, Fnatic can find themselves in a 3 versus 3 post plan. Big F though. Even bigger exchange about to happen. Boaster first through the window. Sugetsu able to claim it, as he is the rest with Sadak. And in-zone flawless, minimal returns you would feel for the defender's side in comp coming in for KC, but they've given themselves a lifeline. And Fnatic have to follow this up on a half which hasn't best suited them so far.
Listen, it was a 7-5 half that Fnatic were able to get on their defence last time out. That would give us overtime, and the way this series is going, that's probably the expected result. We'll find out after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice.
While the KC fans watching at home still may be a ways away from booking their flights to Paris in the hopes of seeing their team there, do have a discount. VCT EMEA 15 or 15% off those champs tickets as we've unlocked further capacity at the Accor Arena. Ivory Cooker on the home stadium of KC, hoping to step out in front of the blue wall, but it still feels so far-fetched. A lot of thinking has been done. The often animated Stadak now sat with a stoic expression. 7-5 the scoreline, KC lead, but that could all very quickly change.
Yeah, we were just talking about it last time that these two played. Remember, Bind was one of the maps, and Fnatic put up a positive defender side. Can they go one better here as we head back into the second half? Pistol round, which Fnatic have shown they are good at time and time again. Kayak hasn't had the best start to this map once again, but it's always the defender's side where we see an uptick in his performance.
And always that second half, the same for Alpha, yeah, the two players highlighted by the desk coming into the map. Boaster the one with a lot on his plate right now, and Martin, the face of opposition, has managed to find the opener.
Kayak looking to find something else, break off the weaker arm of the push, but they haven't found Sugetsu. The stun will get him though. Put the advantage towards Fnatic as Kron looks to post it home. Unless Martin come up with a clutch.
It's a must for Martin now. Has one TP, finds his first. Fade away, Martin. And the spike planted on the other side of the box.
Yeah, up against Crashes, but he's taking so much damage. And Fnatic will find a very important pistol round.
Coming right down to the wire, the 1v1s. Alpha wins a huge engagement down short. Stunning his way in after Kayak gets a clean kill. Same for Chronicle. And Martin's best effort still outshone by the Fnatic full force. Those are your win conditions. Might just be a wave goodbye soon.
It could be Mr. Cool showing up. Into this round. We expect Fnatic now to go and even out the round count.
Slow attack speed is what you expect from Carmine Court, especially with a comp like this. I mean, they have a lot of utility to throw at it if you want to go down that route. Playing through the channels already and setting up players in showers with the spike, so potential to come back here later on if they want to. Just getting orbs onto Martin has to be priority number one. 2 away from the dimensional drift coming into the first gun round.
I mean, Norb, spike plant, whatever way you can do it, even finding kills, I mean, he's good for it. Fnatic are starting to send bodies towards this B side of the map. Leaving A a lot weaker, and KC with making the right decision on which side to hit.
One caught by the net other side of the wall. KC flooding out. Pipeline is tapped by Sadak. In fact, they want to go ahead and chase down at least another kill, and they're going to pick up 2. It's already looking like more than just a silver lining here for KC, but that's the spike now dropped by Boaster. And Fnatic starting to find players in position on site.
Shigetsu just left here. Realistically, just trying to hold off. Martin's going for the round the world.
Goes the 4-way round, and he has the space now to get the B plant. So, oh, he can't jump over the top. It's going to be enough. So an extra 300 credits per player. And his ultimate available for the next. But could he win it with Phantom in hand?
And there's your answer. No. But what it will get is Martin with that dimensional drift that they were looking to build towards in the next round. So, that being said, Fnatic's bonus will still look pretty decent overall. Rifle saved.
Oh, even the second one there from Boaster.
Enemy remains.
Quick adjustment. But it's check in the box for both teams. For KC, securing extra finance, full shields on almost everyone, and the Euro ult of Martin, of course, having its part to play in this following round. And for Fnatic, finding the first couple.
Time to jump.
Now look at the next, and something that KC or Fnatic do a lot more in their defense than what we saw from KC is push these extremities, and this time it's long, and statement of intent from Kayak.
Finding this so much space for Fnatic. Look at the bodies straight away. The reaction to this, starting to head towards the A site. Martin using the dimensional drift to clear out.
Still don't have full backside control though. Fnatic with a monopoly on this, and Kayak continuing to use his lurk. Has dropped the fake out to potentially trigger the flank watch from the wall as well. KC still setting up, still no spike plant.
Yeah, and this is going to be a problem because Fnatic are now waiting for Kayak to get into position, and finally he does so, getting Sugetsu. Spike down, and the bodies of Fnatic ready to brawl, ready to fight, ready to send this one home and make it a flawless start on the defender's side.
It's a monumentous round for Fnatic, and an incredibly well set up one at that, stemming to the initial B long control, which KC immediately turned their nose up at. Kayak moves into a flanking position, he finds the kill here on Sugetsu, and even had a fake clone to step over the wall on the second side of short, so anyone still considering the possibility would have been looking elsewhere.
Come on!
A layered defense as the rotation is pulled quickly.
And a timeout called on the KC side of the server. You were wondering when they were going to use it. It's early doors in the second half.
This is the second time that they've done this, right? After 3 rounds, they want to use their timeout. They don't want to allow Fnatic to build into the half. You can't help but feel you would rather use it on like a failed rifle round. I don't know. I'm not a coach, so
I'm glad.
What are you trying to say?
Look, I mean, it's good enough that I understand you, let alone the players. But jokes aside, it's 3 retakes from 3 for Fnatic. Sure, I think you gloss over the fact that the second of them was Martin getting a plant in towards the end, but KC have been able to find site control. It's their own post plants which have struggled. You compare that to Fnatic and how efficient they are from a similar position, and there's a stark contrast in terms of what the overall theory, I suppose, is from both teams, and naturally that will differ, and they have vastly varying compositions. We've seen a fast-paced look from KC, a slower one. Looks like after the timeout, they usually go for the quick look, and towards Hookah, that's what you're expecting here.
They are. But at the same time, Fnatic are happy to give that to Carmine Court. Would rather just leave Kayak with a TP towards A and him holding on the longer line of sight. Fnatic are maybe thinking about going even a step further than B long as they send the drone down.
Some important reconnaissance in the information game for both teams. Fnatic with their B long control again, and for KC revealing where this operator currently sits. Still wanting to take the long control as Kayak has backed up towards defender spawn.
Oh, and Boast are just caught with all the utility being sent, but Alpha, he has his line of sight back just at the perfect time.
Boast are playing anti-flash, waiting for Alpha to take contact, and it can't fight spray,
and it goes their way. The spike though through the TP, and KC need to make their way back up B long to challenge this hold and get the spike back.
The spike is in the teleporter. I'm not sure if Fnatic have realised this entirely, but they have players in the right position. You look over towards A, it's both Chronicle, Crashies waiting on the other side of the door to open up, and with the money on KC, it's looking like it's going to be a save call. I mean, there's just not enough time. Too far to go, too far adrift.
10
just
seconds
seeing if
left.
he can spot a straggler, but Fnatic have done their job. The defense gets stronger, and KC's money, there's a hole in their pocket.
Fnatic now 1 away from double digits, which they will be looking for. And with that being said, there's 2 big influences on the server.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't just come through the kills, it comes through the calls and the plans, the creations that they're coming up with round to round.
Yeah, and for Sadak here, you can see as well how switched on he's been throughout the entire halftime. He was the one leading the conversations. That's why he's here. Imported from Americas, a world champion in years gone by, trying to fly the blue flag for KC, but with a shortage of IGLs regionally, he was one of the best to bring in. It's these mid-rounds that you're really putting under the most scrutiny. Mixed investment to try and make something happen, but with Martin and Pyro blunted, the Argentine has limited tools at his fingertips.
Kashi's happy with what's been got, knows where the spike is, and well, the reclear confirms the information.
I have the spike. Spike dropped.
KC want to re-hit back into this.
This is the area of the round where Fnatic have so often been well set up when we think about the calling and what KC want to do. It's a freeze for now, just seeing if they can spot some kind of overextension, but with the knowledge that Kayak is on the line, yet to be routed out, is ready for this.
KC still taking their time.
But we were so concerned of KC's post plants. If they can even get the spike down here, it's going to be so difficult to convert.
Yeah, and well, Kayak's got the angles that he's been looking for. That spike down, and KC left scrambling. How do we even get this one into post? Oh, but they're trying to take it a step further. through the smoke, still utility being thrown at them, and still they can't get any semblance of control. Sadak caught out, the spam working, and Fnatic now on double digits. Confirmation.
Not the full investment from KC. That's the round coming up, and just as important as the last. Still seeing a lot of the same issues though. Really strong start for Fnatic in finding the first couple of kills with the setup, and Kayak's op now firing on all cylinders. Everything falling into place as you'd expect. But still, the attack, such an issue. And just even getting the spike down now feels like such a Herculean effort for KC.
Still, I mean, what, only really... You look at the ultimates, only really one on lane, right? I mean, sure Sadak's a couple off, but in terms of executes, finding that extra step, that extra something, KC, so far to go.
Here you can see it's the same as before. Sadak, part of the pack on the Sentinel. Having two of them obviously influences things a little bit, but it's working with the group. Pyro involved, as is Aves. They will leave the former in position towards Hookah. Spike setting up towards long, and that is where Kayak lays in wait. Through the looking glass, he could very well decide KC's fate for the rest of this year.
Oh! And it's a collat to wipe them out! Kayak with the escape. And he knows that another player could be close in towards Hookah. In fact, it's 3. Alpha to support, and not a lot of time left.
It's a thankless task, jumping out from Hookah into the open arms of Kayak again.
But the utility, it's not even going to buy them enough space. His Boaster finds Pyro, Alpha finds Martine, and Fnatic find 11. They've got everything that they need. So Getsu's trying to even just get away with a rifle. That's what their win is in the round. Fnatic are trying everything they can to not allow that. But it will be that gap of 4 as it grows bigger and bigger.
But even the smallest of triumphs is an admission of defeat. KC have not been able to get past Fnatic's impenetrable defender side. 6 successive. And through the scope of Kayak, he delivers the bullet which may just have put KC's Paris run into extinction.
Need that back.
We're not quite on the very last chance yet, but we are certainly getting there.
Bring them down.
Trying to challenge Crash's hold on Shivers. What? 2 rifles in the mix.
You can see the play. It's Alpha's ult here to crunch.
Exactly, but I mean, it would only really be one player that they would find. Kayak's operator is going to find Kayak as well. I was going to find Martine. I don't think it's even necessary to invest ultimates, which allows Fnatic in the next round to have 3, potentially 4, depending on how many orbs Kron can collect.
Sadak should have been the next to find his name written on a tombstone. Martine, the one exclusion from this round as it stands. Those conversations of consistency to be brought back up again because Fnatic, ever consistent on their defensive holds. The spike has managed to break into the site through the hands of Sugetsu. He must deal them some kind of support here, but backed all the way out. Must have some space to play with, but the wall forces him to fight in front.
Oh, and he's stunned as well. That should be it. His Boaster is the man to hold the defuse. The rest of Fnatic are there to hold him. It will be map and series point for Fnatic, an extinction point for Carmine Corp.
Elimination on the line. We figured that it may come to this point today. Fnatic still favourites wherever you put them in the bracket. They rewrite the narratives themselves. That's always been the story, especially in Stage 2. Never to be sent to lower. KC never return. The opportunities for them to finish it on Corrode, perhaps now. The one that they'll look back on in the following months. But as it stands, the big thing for me continues to be Martin. I mean, he's broken even. That feels, you know, just not quite enough. And I hate to point the finger, but this is him in the limelight, his chance to step up, and it's Kayak instead.
Yeah, I agree to an extent, but I think there's been many more problems than just player performance in this. Out-called, outmatched. The game plan just hasn't hit for Carmine Court. The Spike now beginning to group up with the rest of the pack. It seems like the final curtain call could be on A.
You want more? Here's more.
Do have some ults to throw at this, but it's the last left to give this half a chance. Fnatic in position. They have the shower control again. KC need an outlet, need something in their last opportunity. Kron again, giving them nightmares consistently, plaguing them from getting to Paris, but KC responding, and there you go. They will live to fight another round.
Keeping themselves alive for one round longer. That's what it needs to be. One round at a time, taking it slow. And off the back of that round win, they did also get Martin's dimensional drift up online, and that's what they need to do, is space these ultimates correctly, get through Fnatic's own ultimate cycle, which is up online and available.
Heading to the above.
Yeah, a couple for Fnatic, and a couple used by KC in the previous. Kron's pit towards short. Not often will he ease up from this position. Martin's ult is the direct counter and the expected one. KC may want to play with those kinds of expectations. Is there fuel in the fire for Sadhak to turn this one around? The group up on B feels like the right play.
Drone is down.
Finding that information allows Fnatic. I mean, you'd imagine to start to throw people towards the B side, but no, instead. Stalwarting the positions. Maybe thinking that KC would second guess themselves and move towards the A side.
It looked like they were, and at the very least, Martin is going to create some sort of a fake here. Using the ult. He has the TP to re-clear Hookah once he's searched for Chronicle within the fumes.
I'll handle the dirt. Time to jump.
But doesn't last for long.
It does not.
30 seconds left.
And Fnatic will start to have an idea, and a quick TP through allows KC to enter in towards this round with two big picks. They're going elsewhere, and 20 seconds remaining. Kayak lies in wait, his operator to hit, and the spike down. Oh no, it's all falling apart. Wingman denied, and time getting so low that KC need to somehow find a way to win out, but no plan. There's no way. Denied. Not like this. And that's how it ends, with complete chaos.
The blue wall unable to break convention, and Fnatic's lower run begins by ending the hopes of the home favourite in Paris on Berlin soil. A tragic conclusion to a scenario we saw coming.
Heartbreak for KC, the homecoming denied against a team who are already at champs. You've got to feel for the players. Sugetsu put up a monster performance as well, 24 and 12, but Fnatic just up to the challenge here.
Yeah, and even Chronicle, just below Sugetsu on the scoreboard of the final map, was really feeling himself from Corrode onwards, made all of the difference. Commiserations given by the Fnatic players and staff, because they understand how much it would have meant for KC, but it's a shake of the hands at the end of the day, and they won't be able to make the homecoming that they would have been looking for. Respect shown by the fans as well. There's too many issues to try and fix in that honeymoon period. You can't put it down to just one problem. They tried their best, but could not succeed this time.
and they deserve to take their bows. You'll have to watch at home as, well, your victors will be heading to Paris themselves. A rapturous applause for Fnatic as they take their place on the stage. Of course, plenty more to come from KC in future, but what we expect to see from them will be much different, I imagine. But this revision of the Fnatic roster, on the other hand, has just about gone through it in the end. Too grand of a celebration from them, knowing that there is still a lot at stake. And heading into champs, it's all about the map pool, all about making those improvements. Yeah. And I think as well, we're talking a lot about champs and about that story, but we've also got to be thinking about this lower bracket run and what lies in wait in the next game. An in-form GX that nailed beat Team Liquid.
It's one step at a time. That is the ultimate goal as Fnatic. We'll be hearing from them in just a moment, but as you say, even on the other side of the server, Pyro stepping in and doing a pretty good job, all things considered, on a couple of maps, but that consistency so hard to build over time. Just waiting now, as we should have Chronicle with you in just a moment. He is waiting on the stage with Sue. And we'll head to that interview right now.
I'm now joined by Chronicle, absolute MVP performance today. Who's in the crowd? I see you interacting with the crowd a lot today.
I mean, if you have so many moments in the game, you actually want to be proactive with the crowd. I'm not gonna lie, today was the day.
Yeah, very special. I think they really enjoyed it as well. They're still screaming out for you. I would love to talk about your form right now, because I think during the regular season, towards the end, maybe individually, there were some issues, you know, on the server. But what's happened since? Like, your playoffs form is incredible.
I actually started trying.
You actually started trying?
Nah, I mean, obviously, I knew we're probably gonna qualify to champs. If not because of me or my individual performance, definitely because of my teammates. And I knew if it's a perfect chance for me to take a proper rest and start practicing near the playoff stage. So I think I chose the right moment. I feel pretty confident and I'm ready to come on stage here and perform really well, and maybe in the future on champs as well.
Now, you guys have been innovating, you know, a little bit here and there. We've seen some things coming out from you guys. But the defense on Haven, like, what is going on in this Haven defense? How many reps have you had on that comp?
Not that many, but it's a progress. We got 5 rounds on defense.
That's
you
what
know,
I
that's
said.
a win in my book.
It's more than 0. 5 is more than 0 every time.
Previous was 1, so.
Oh, there we go, more than 1. And in terms of Corrode, that comp from KC, we've never seen that comp before on Corrode from any team in the world. What was your initial reaction when you saw them lock in the triple initiator, double smokes?
I think they will just try to shuffle util as much as possible. But if you'll bait it enough, it's going to be not as hard as it looks like when you do a first look, of course. So towards the end of our attack side, I think we knew how to play against it. And we did some good choices towards the end of the attack half again. We just baited the util properly, went to other sides, and we just smashed them.
Yeah, overtime seemed really solid. Are you happy with the way that you guys close that out as well?
Yeah, I think we could close it even without overtime, not gonna lie, because defense on Corona is our really strong point. Like, we are really strong on pracs and even on officials. Like, we played already twice on it. We're just unstoppable there. And obviously, looking on that we still had overtimes with them is kind of strange, maybe sad a little bit, but it's maybe a good thing to maybe focus. Because like Corot is definitely one of the best maps in our map pool, maybe we can make it even stronger.
Get your reps in, get your reps in. And speaking of reps, some of your teammates have said, you know, playoffs is a great time to try and new things because you don't get opportunities like this without pressure. Some of your teammates said you don't really care about winning EMEA at this point. You won so much. What do you want out of this playoffs?
Honestly, just to play as many games as possible.
Do you want to win?
I mean, we're already in the lower bracket, so we definitely will play as many games as possible. If we will obviously win everything else, so be it.
Do you want to win? You want to win this title?
Why not? I mean, it's a secondary thing. If it happens, it happens.
Nice little bonus. Unfortunately, your opponent, I saw some very wholesome moments just now after with the hugs and, you know, your friend N. It hasn't been easy for them this year, and it's going to be a shame for us not to see KC a champ. So anything you want to say about how they did?
I think they did actually well. Like, again, they pressured us really well. They prepared really fast against our Haven comp, which is like very admirable for, like, it's a good point, not good point, a good thing for their coaching stuff. Like, I really like it. And for the players, I think they still really did well. Like, it was hard to match against us. Like, I mean, basically, I was expecting that it was going to be like a mid grinder. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, thanks for that. One more question. I did this to you last time you were here. I'm gonna ask a very hard job of trying to get a camera on Durka as he's setting up. Because Kron, are you wanting Vitality to win for Durka next? He's over there. He's over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm just looking. I'm just looking. Удачи!
You supporting your friend? You supporting your friend? Oh, we love this interaction. But thank you so much, Kron, for joining me. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you guys after the break.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Game Changers. It's about competition, pure happiness. It's like a crazy experience. We're making history. It means so much to us. It's good to be back.
I guess you know what I've been looking for, success.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are. And as long as I'm good enough,
Everybody's getting a 4K.
I can go as far as I want.
That's what I like to see, baby.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
차고 있죠 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열을 top 10 거는 식단 해골로 채운 옷잘 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. that just a wall 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 judge you can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 요즘 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until
guys seen the news? And just in case you haven't, I can confirm Safe is back in the building. Welcome back, Safe. What have you been up to?
Content.
Content?
Streaming.
Quality content?
Made outfit.
Okay, highest quality content. I don't think a lot of people expected you to come back onto Vitality so soon, you know, after the announcement in the beginning of this stage. So I'm just going to get straight into it. How long have you been back on the team? How long have you had to scrim to prepare for playoffs?
3 days, but I've been, I think, randomly because one of the players maybe couldn't play. So I was like, I'll emergency sub just in case. And then it turned out they could play, but while I was here, I was doing, I was helping out. And then I think there was a lot of appreciation for the help, so they were like, hey, you know, it could be good for playoffs too. So yeah, now I'm here.
So whose decision was this? Was it yours? You really wanted back on the team, or was it leadership?
I mean, I got asked, and I felt like, you know, it was nice to help, and obviously I love the guys, and if I can do something for them and they need me, it's the end of the year, isn't it? So I mean, either you go to champs or you don't. So I mean, I'm here, I'm happy. So it was more like the org asked, and I was just chilling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But you've been to champs before. You know how important this is. You know how to get there, what it takes. How different do you think it will be this time around for you and for the team?
It's a bumpy road. It's not like we have the best, let's say, prerequisites. Like, we don't have good circumstances or like the easiest path. You don't know what could happen, but I'm just happy to be with the guys. That's it. I'm not thinking so much.
What is your role this time around? Because obviously you were IGLing previously. Are you IGLing now? What agents are you gonna play?
I'm not calling, and I'm playing a lot of agents that I had to take into my head in 3 days' time. So it's gonna be banger. I can't say which agents because then it's telling.
Okay, but can you say, is it a 1-for-1 for Kovacs agent?
50-50. It's
so
like
ISO?
there's a jack of all trades. There's like a bit of everything. It's like a goodie bag of candy, something like that.
And my last question before I let you go, I think this is probably the $1 million question. What is the mood like? What is the atmosphere like? What's been going on with Team Vitality?
I mean, there's a lot of smiles. A lot of people are happy they like to. I'm a bit of a silly man, so people get giggly and it's fun. And I think everyone feels good. Even as 6-man, you feel like it's just a normal. It's not like a weird vibe. It's a nice vibe, and everyone is helping out. So good vibes.
Well, it's very nice to have you back, and good luck today, Safe.
Thank you.
Safe is back. He is on stage. He will be playing on Team Vitality instead of Kovacs. I've got Flyer, Kukuka, and Mini here with me. I think we're gonna have to theorize a lot, maybe predict a lot, but did you, honestly, the three of you, expect this to happen going into playoffs for Safe to come back?
I don't think that's fair, because we did hear that this might happen for week 5, but if you would have asked me this question on week 5, I was like, absolutely not. Like, when I read that message in our Slack, like in our conversation, I was like, oh my god, this is something I did not see coming.
Yeah, and we were speaking about for KC, right? They had a desperation Hail Mary move. That's why they decided to switch up some roles, some players. And Mini, are you seeing a similar theme here? And is this Safe for Kovacs the right choice in their current circumstance?
I think they, again, like with KC, they probably needed to do something, and having someone as good as Safe there and just ready to come in, I think is the right move. Obviously, I think that it's unfortunate because Vitality have been, like it says, musical chairs. Like, it's not been a consistent build-up of a team, and it does feel desperate. So I do think some criticism has to go towards Vitality for that.
Yeah, and Flyer, again, what are your thoughts on this move?
I mean, I like it just because I think this guy's like a world-class player. I think he can play anything that's asked of him. Obviously, he's going to be the best on the duelist, but I think in a time like this, just like with the KC roster change, you know you have to win, you have to make champs. it just makes sense to bring him back because he is the best option, in my opinion, out of like the 3 that they had.
And you need to go back at the beginning of the year and what we thought of Vitality. They built this super team. They didn't want to be the super team. But at the end of the year, the goal is the same, and it's make champs. If this is what it takes, and now with them being the only French team in the running for it, definitely.
I'm not gonna lie, you can probably build a super team with the players that have played on Vitality this year, no longer on Vitality. But I think the one thing we do have to address, you heard of that in the interview as well. Safe in, Kovacs out, there's gonna be some maybe agent roles, overlaps. Safe was talking about how he had to learn some new stuff in 3 days. You said he's a world-class player. Can he be the difference maker, learning things that he might not even already know in 3 days?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he's played Flex before on, I think, Liquid. So he can play the characters. If I were them, I would put Kicks on the smokes and I'd put him on the full Flash characters.
So you put Safe on the smokes and just,
no, I put Kicks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, that's probably what I think they should be doing. And yes, I think that Safe is just going to be flexing on a lot of what Kovacs was doing. But he played so many things, and honestly, I do not think that Kovacs did that poorly. You know, like I think that he had good showings, that he had good samples, and it would make me incredibly sad for Vitality to lose today and have this last taste of Kovac.
Yeah, I know you guys have sort of chimed on your opinion, but I personally was extremely shocked. I was even more shocked when I heard that it was Kovacs being swapped out. So, Mini, if Safe were to just plug in 1-for-1, and not calling as well, bearing in mind he won't be calling, how is this going to look for Vitality in your opinion?
I think it should look decent. As you said, like Kovac was doing alright, so like I do think that there is a slight scale upgrade. Like Safe is safe, but I do think there's intangibles there that we're probably not talking about so much. Like when I watch this team, like they don't look like the most excited or happy team. And
He said they're happy.
Now, maybe with Safe's energy.
We'll see it. We'll be looking at the react.
I think there are intangibles that Safe brings to a team, like maybe secondary IGLing, like if he's got that experience and stuff, that it's not just going to be about the scoreboard, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying they seemed happy to see him, to have him back. They appreciated the help and so on and so forth. And again, him not calling, he is the type of player that even if he's not calling, I'm sure he will have ideas. I'm sure he'll want to chime in. Because if we take a look at what Les said about Unfake last week, when they had to, you know, really get themselves back into a very large deficit, he kind of sort of, you know, credited Unfake for this. He was saying he gave him some ideas and Unfake managed to execute this. And Fly, I know that you had a point about when you look at the comms, it feels like there are some individuals that are definitely a little bit more vocal.
Yeah, I mean, when I was watching their game the other day, I think it was on Ascent, and the mid-round, when they had the camera on Durka was just talking the whole time. So I think with them bringing in Safe especially, I'm not sure how much Unfake actually can be calling maybe like in the mid-rounds. Maybe they'll talk a lot in the pre-rounds, but I think Unfake will have less to say in the mid-round.
Yeah, but I think it's interesting because it's a different type of snowballing. I think that what you're saying, Sue, is very true. Like, Safe brings a lot of ideas. If you combine that with Les, with Derke, I think that Unfake will make the right call and snowball in his mind that he's just masterminding the game.
Well, can he mastermind this against Na'Vi, though, Mini? Because despite losing to Giant X, Na'Vi are still Na'Vi. You know, they're still good.
Yeah, and something that but in the last game, I would argue that they weren't so good. I've been praising them quite a lot recently for their simplification of their game.
Yeah.
Especially on the attack side. Angel was kind of...
the final bot in the corridor. Yeah. Is this nightmare fuel or is this your dream situation, walking down the corridor 3 a.m. and you see Angel? Yeah.
I think I'd laugh. I think I would laugh.
So dream situation. Sorry, go on, carry
so
on.
Anyway, so I was praising them. Like Angel had a quote last week, which is about him simplifying their game. And I think that's been very good. And it meant that on attack sides, they were able to rely on his IGLing and his mid-rounding and let the rookies be comfortable. The problem is that last game against Giant X, it wasn't so good. So I want to show a round here that shows that Angel's cooling last time wasn't so good, and it's going to need to step up for playoffs. So here's the context of this round is, it's round 3, Na'Vi are on Ascent versus Giant X. They are on an anti-bonus. So we see Giant X here have a bonus round, and there's 2 things that Na'Vi need to look out for, 2 win conditions. So they need to look out for a push, number 1, and the second thing is a stack, which I don't think they do a very good job of. To give them some credit, they do look out for the push. So we see Hero here with a camera ready for B main and tiles, and he's getting ready for a tiles crunch from Giant X through here, and he's in a safe position. If that happens, then Na'Vi would just send it towards A. The problem is that Na'Vi are all in on this idea, and Giant X aren't going to do that round. And so they're stuck in A main, and that's going to cause some problems. So I'll play out the round. Na'Vi start in the A main, they knife 2 people. And off of that information, Angel's going to make a simple call. He's just like, let's just go A main now. We've knifed 2 people, let's go A main. Problem is they're slightly too slow. The knife wears off, they get knifed themselves, they get delayed, they get paranoid, they're getting delayed. And then here they're going to get smoked and trapped into A main. Xiao makes a desperate attempt to try to drone through, but ultimately no one's got the balls to actually go through there. I just want to pause here. So we now see Na'Vi stuck 5A. We see they've used a lot of time and they've used resources, that drone in particular. And Giant X have got control over mid and B. And so Na'Vi are going to cancel, but how are they going to cancel? They've got to use time and they don't have the resources to do it. So now, once again, they're in the pack, going back, going to top middle and middle. Giant X have made the read now. They're across with 2 players. And they have to contact, Na'Vi now have to contact that. Hero gets a nice opening pick, but Giant X have numbers behind it, able to trade nicely. Na'Vi wishing they had that drone in this moment. Now the time's getting quite low at the 45-second mark, and so they now have to just go towards B main as like the last attempt in the round. West side is here. Once again, a nice angle to maybe drone out, but they can't. West side gets a nice frag, and now we're in a 2v2. In a 2v2, that's where individuals shine, and this is where Flickless makes a nice little cheeky play through the smoke and gets a kill. Now Giant X are going to win at this 2v1, but in my opinion, I think that it's almost egregious that Angel is calling a round with such clear win conditions and such an important round in the game and not able to meet those win conditions.
Yeah, and on Ascend, he's the most experienced IGL flyer. What's the fix? How do they turn it around?
I mean, honestly, I'm not entirely too sure, because I do like, I lost to them. I actually like their approach against us on the map. Obviously, we had a different comp, but I think them being simple is good for them because of the players they have. They can shoot super hard. So I would keep the simplicity, but have more to fall back on. I don't think like 5-0 in A main on Ascend is not the most ideal thing you could do. Obviously, 4-1's better, so.
Yeah, it's maybe too simple. I think that you still play to your comfort, but you do not have to forget that at the end of the day, this is no regular season, this is playoffs. Everybody is playing for a chance to make champs.
Yeah, and I can't believe it comes down to these 2 teams so early on the first day of elimination, because only 1 French team remain in the fight for champs in Paris, and with Safe back on the roster, they will be battling Na'Vi in this very important elimination match. So let's send it down to the stage and bring out Team Vitality and Na'Vi.
When I'm gone.
Safe on this stage since May. Earlier this year, it didn't end up well. It was a loss in the end, but they brought him back for a reason. But on the other side of this, the stakes for Vitality, the stakes for Na'Vi even, is just as high. They have to win today, they have to win tomorrow, they have to win the week after, and then if they make Tier 2 or Grand Finals, they will make champs. So this is not going to be an easy route for either of these teams. And the map vetoes are going to be pretty interesting. I think a lot of what we've spoken about has been the mind game conversation. So what do you guys make of this?
No surprises on the Na'Vi side, just found in the Lotus. Haven is the same. So on stage 1, we did see the Vitality versus Na'Vi, and Haven is the map that Vitality picked against them. With Safe back, I think it makes it very easy to just have the double duelist run.
Surely, right?
Surely.
Yeah, I think that opening map is going to define a lot for Safe. I think that if he's able to get rolling on the ISO, presumably, then that could set them up for the map 2 and 3.
And speaking about Bind for the second one, for Na'Vi, it makes sense. It's a map that they've liked, that they've experimented a lot, that they play with the KO, and most importantly, it's a map that Vitality has not won since the Tejo meta was out. So I expect to see some innovation from them. Hearing Safe and saying that he hasn't had a lot of time and maybe something cheeky.
Just play Tejo. I mean, if other teams can win with it. But sorry, Minnie, you look like you want to say something.
Yeah, I just thought that Corrode third was interesting too. Vitality, we were praising their Corrode last week, and it looked like the kind of map that they could end up picking. So getting it third for Vitality, I think they're going to be happy with that.
It's like the Doden, the double Odin. The Doden, I'm saying the Doden. I like that Corrode third map because Na'Vi are also good. You know, it's good for both teams.
True.
But let's talk about this Haven because Flyer, you had a lot to say about this Gen G comp. It feels like, do Na'Vi have enough time to change anything? If they don't change it, what do they need to do for goodness sake? How do you actually win on that comp?
I mean, if you watch how Gen G play, they abuse front B all the time. They like doing the double lurks on A. I mean, as you saw from the last game, we just watched the Fnatic. Obviously, had a different approach. They were doing more garage and more like A conditioning. So it just depends on the style you really want to take. In my opinion, on attack, you just want to play super simple, just B post plays.
And how does it work into a ISO Yoru?
I mean, in my opinion, on the attack, you want to play a bit more like simple, like I just said, the B post plants, you want to double lurk on A. On defense, you just want to deny garage. The name of the game for double duelists is going garage. You play the Killjoy mollies and the Viper mollies in garage.
Surely Angel can hear you. Surely. I mean, Boaster couldn't hear you. He didn't do anything you wanted him to do. But what about Kakuka and Mini? Do you feel a similar way?
I think that it's very smart for them to pick onto the Haven because I don't think that this is well drilled for Na'Vi and it could definitely be exposed because I don't think they're going to change anything and they're actually not going to.
And Safe is back on ISO. I mean, we expected this.
Yeah, and I mean, last time he was playing, he was having to do with the IGLing as well. So at times, maybe not able to put in stellar performances, but overall, I thought he was pretty good on it still. So now he doesn't have that burden. There's no excuse for it.
And I think he was doing pretty well, like even using his utility to help the team. We know that for ISO, you can play for yourself, you can play for the team, and I think that he was doing a very, very good job. Maybe because he was also on the IGL, but especially with Vitality, starting now on the defense. And with the taste of Haven that we had today, I would like to see him getting aggressive. I want to see plays with Durkee. I want Vitality to be what they promised us they would be in January.
And so interesting, they choose to start on the attack, right? We had the same comp earlier. They wanted to start on defense. Wasn't the greatest, but Flyers given a lot of info on what we want to see. But what about for Vitality here, Mini? Do they just want to keep it simple, considering, you know, they are bringing Safe back?
For Vitality, yeah, I think it's just about... I think they already know the fundamentals of the comp, like they played it before. It should be pretty plug and play. This isn't the map where Safe should have issues integrating, in my opinion.
Do you agree, Bear?
Yeah, I don't think that for them, like, this was a good map. I think that they understand it, they understand the composition. I think that there is a brilliant Yoru. I think that some of the things that we've seen in the past, like, I want to see if that synergy is going to be back. Maybe it's easier with Safe. I do not want to see them throwing advantages, not grouping up, not talking to each other. Like, looks like they're mad sometimes at each other. They don't want to see and go together. I am not worried for Vitality in this map, and that is something that Na'Vi should be worried about. If Safe starts having, he rejoins Vitality and starts having a stellar game, this is the team that will have a run in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about honeymoon periods, we talk about, you know, these plays. If it's anyone that you're going to bring in to try and like activate a honeymoon period, it is Safe, right? You can't think of a better player in this situation. But I also want to shout out Hero too. I know, Kakuka, you're such a fan of him on Haven,
on this
but
map.
My goodness,
he does not have problems in Garage, I can tell you that.
Yeah, he has that Seaside on lockdown compared to Althea, right? Very, very, very different players. But ultimately, does it favor a team in this matchup, Flyer? Do you think Na'Vi have an advantage or Vitality?
I mean, I think Vitality has the advantage in terms of just playing the map, but if you look at comp to comp, I think that the Gen G comp just shuts down double duelist every day of the week. But
if they know how to play it.
Exactly.
He would know. He would know how to to. But I think that Vitality has every ingredient right now to be the surprise, to be comfortable, to be sometimes when you play a little bit more loose is when things go your way. You know, if it's not only like having the easy plan, but having just like some cheeky ideas. So, I'm going to do this. You trust it, it works, and it starts snowballing in your favor. And that is, you know, sometimes you should not go back to your ex, but in this case, it might be different.
I mean, this is that's a Safe quote. That is literally what he said after he beat Team Liquid when he left. Sorry, Mini, go on. You talk about your ex?
What do you think? Why do you think the Gen G comp is so good against double duelists? I'm sorry, I had to interject. I mean, some strategy.
In my opinion, the Gen G comp is really good against double duelists just because that Viper wall requires 2 players to play on A no matter what. on their defense and on attack. Double duelist, like I said, the name of the game is Garage. You always want to send the Yoru in. If you deny the Yoru of being able to clone Garage with the mollies, it's good.
Have you ever thought about IGLing Flyer? I feel like
Yeah.
I feel like you would do really well.
I tried, but it's not that good.
I think you should keep trying. Keep trying.
It's all good. And of course, we're safe back on the stage. We got to bring his #1 fan to cast this game. It's Mitchman and Tombiz.
Thank you very much, Yinsu. Great to see him back down on that stage today, and I'm excited to see what kind of performance we're going to get out of Safe. We talked about it on the desk a bit, roll shifts and so on, but starting out on ISO should be a bit of comfort, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think going into the Haven is almost perfect for them. It's a map that Na'Vi haven't looked great on, and it is a map that in the past Safe looked fantastic on. So getting him ready for the stage I don't think was ever really necessary, like when this guy is in form. More importantly, when this guy plays in stage 2, he is a phenomenon, and it's something that I'm sure Na'Vi are going to have to consider. Of course, the story going into this matchup, though, the last remaining French org versus, well, the last remaining French person in the head coach of Happy. It is going to be one of them being eliminated here and now, as they need to make it to the grand final if they want to qualify for Paris. And I'll be honest, neither of them have looked like they're going to make it so far, so a big performance needed today.
Well, especially with Heretics up against the winner of this matchup, you want to see this be a 2-0, a dominant display, because sure, Heretics looked a little weaker. I think they've played some of the worst Valorant we've seen from them in their last game. That's not going to happen twice in a row. I would stake everything on it. So for whichever team takes the dub here today, you've got to be looking at them as a strong contender and as clearly better than the squad they came up against. To start, pistol round, attack side for Navi, and they've already taken a couple of blows, dealing a bit of damage onto Safe, pressure to be applied to that C site, and it looks like a lot of talk about Garage over on the desk, and that's where the first real bloodbath may well go down.
Shield fading. Gonna have to be a timing pick from Safe. The blind good, and actually Kix has managed to find Alexic. That's the hard entry of Na'Vi gone. And a lot of the time he has to almost just dive in and try and take space. That's not going to work for them here. Sneak him around the edge of the smoke. Durka looking to try and flash himself out. Already starting out strong. Leaving just a couple standing. Angel and Xiao to try and save the day.
Xiao already tagged up so heavily. Plant needing to be secured, and difficult task awaits them, that is for sure. Smoke goes towards spawn, but this player's already out on the logs. They look to isolate those fights, finding the first. OHP on Durka, but if you're not looking at him, that's not going to matter. 8 health left on Xiao, and he finally picks up one, but it's 3 players left to play against him. Get a little bit of info as well, and he is firmly trapped in that corner. The step heard, and these players looking to swing him on backside, a double peek, and he'll find the first, but full HP unfake, Sheriff in hand. Cleans up in the end. A 1-0 start for Vitality.
Yeah, solid start from them. Solid start from Durka as well. He's definitely someone that has to be a highlight going into this matchup. I mentioned the fact that when it comes to stage 2, Safe is always up there. He's been in the top 5 in ACS both the last 2 years in stage 2. The only man to consistently beat him is Durka. To no one's surprise, of course. He is the person who's always in the shout for the #1 duelist within the region. And for him, looking to try and make it to Champions is no real surprise. Either way.
Hell of a start for Durka as well. 3-1 early on. You look towards those orbs then as this next round plays out. If he can find a few more, that dimensional drift online for the first full buy from Na'Vi. And I'm not expecting a force buy, obviously, to come out from that attacking side. Na'Vi should be taking this one slow and steady. A shame to lose that opening pistol, but, well, that's no new feat for Na'Vi.
No, and I think as well, like the fact is, this map is not really where we expect Na'Vi to thrive. Like, you look over the last few months in terms of them playing this map, they've got a loss to GX, Mates, and KC, and each time they've only managed to get 3 rounds over on the attack. That's the set every single time. It's been 3 rounds. So starting off on this attack side, obviously anything more than that would be great, but I think realistically what we've seen from this composition, especially if you get that double duelist working for Vitality, is the side of the map at times doesn't even matter so much. So it's more so going to be, can those superstars get rolling? Can we see the likes of Ruxic and Hero really shine? Because the one worrying factor for me when you go back to their game versus GX wasn't the fact that they lost, it wasn't the fact they won the first map dominantly, it was the fact that we saw Hero have a bad game. And that hasn't really been the case for at least the last few weeks in the regular season. So he's going to be the man I'm looking at. Alexic has been looking great, I'll be honest. For someone who only got added in stage 2, I think he's been a fantastic player individually. And then obviously for Angel, if he can have a map like he did in the first map of the series, fantastic. But hopefully he's not going to get, well, too tired, as the joke was.
Yeah, I think that 0 and 11 start, I think it was Ascent, was suboptimal.
There.
He got there in the end. And that has been the thing for a lot of teams here, slow starts and then looking like a completely different team later. And as you've said, with the map pool that's in it, starting on the attack side as well. Oh, yeah, it's a polar opposite problem. But yeah, for Na'Vi, that's very well something we could see. A weaker performance here on Haven, a bounce back on Bind, and a tight one on Corrode. But they will be looking to solve problems. And we've talked about Hero. They said it on the desk. Kukuka said a man that doesn't have any problems when it comes to defending towards Garage. But they do need to crack their attack side. That's where the innovation, the changes, and the improvements need to be. A very strong start to this round. I said I don't expect a force by him. We didn't get one. It's a couple of pistols invested into only one classic. But Alexic's the one to draw first blood, Marshall in hand. And now they can afford to run this clock down a little bit, see if there's a reaction that they can punish from Vitality.
That's the thing, if you have a good sniper player, the Marshall is a pretty cheap option to try and do damage with. Of course, less. Currently having one on the other side. Big problem right now for Na'Vi, though, is that time ticking. They found Durka getting a little bit aggressive. That'll be a weapon on the ground to be retrieved. That's a lot more dangerous than the previous kill. And now Unfake under pressure, but that pressure came individually. They now need to try and swing this one together, and he's got the support of less as what looked like a dangerous round quickly forms into nothing. It would be a couple of kills.
I don't think that's a terrible idea from Durka. Unfortunate that the entirety of the enemy squad is there, but that wall goes up late round when there's been no contact for 50 seconds. You've got to try to figure out, are they pushing here, or are they going hard on C and Garage? Are we going to see that split so you can get ahead of those rotations? And even with him going down, this is the problem of having a Neon, right? You're going to try to take that space so quickly, but Vitality had Unfake not that far away, so he's able to slip into a position to punish and does very well to hold his ground up against so many players swinging in. A little one-by-one, but it's a good recovery on what could have been a shaky second.
Nonetheless, this will now be the buy round. Safe going to be down to just a pistol. See how much Vitality can do in terms of the damage. A great start for Les. Someone at times who's seemingly been on a bit of an island within this roster, but an island that you don't want to go to.
Well, I mean, now he's got his Wilson with him. See kicks over on that C side. No gaps left in that position. They concede Garage control, but the risks are being taken elsewhere. Durka in the corner has a gate crash to fall back on, and Kicks has gone down on Plat. That's going to put pressure back onto Les. He needs to deliver a little bit more. The camera, the trap, this utility being such an annoyance to deal with. They are just, well, I mean, I was going to say slowing it down for the rotates, but they're not coming in. Les is going to have to do this almost alone. He finally has Safe there, rotating around from Garage, but he's so low. This could be an easy take for Na'Vi.
Dinks through the wall. Alexic still holding onto that Garage control, and Safe overwhelmed in the end after picking up the rifle. Again, this round mostly comes down to damage. Fake, he's not even going to get a step. And what is a solid sign is Alexic off to a good start.
Yeah, really solid stuff. I mean, for Vitality, they do very well to find the opening pick. But the fact that Les gets tagged so heavily, the fact they don't get a punish on Alexic, despite utility, you're giving up your cam, the trip close, the vulnerable as well came through, I believe, from Safe to stop a push, but it was just him. Everyone else contacting through C long, so they take all that space quickly. And with Les being so low, with Safe not having a rifle to fight with him, I think he was only on the Sheriff, right? So he had to retrieve that off his corpse. It's not as strong of a two-man backside setup as you would have imagined. A 2-to-1.
They're going to push.
This is a buy, and indeed, aggression off rip, but Xiao's punished. He's got plenty more players here, though.
Fury being utilized, the vulnerable in tandem with it, and even tags 2 more players. That's a huge amount of damage. Off that Hunter's Fury, the initial push failing, but the response has left 3 players low over on the Na'Vi side. Re-aggression as well from Unfake to take back any level of seed control, and even having Kicks deep within A. They got a decent amount of information, and especially with the shock dart going through it, will probably give the game away, and it's not going to hit anything either.
Yeah, the shock dart, I think the one he's lining up is going to just land around here in the entranceway, trying to break that trip, but it's much further back, and I think Alexic might go running into it if they take that backside space. Unfake steps out, looks for the duel, takes down Xiao. Anyone that steps closer would hit the trap, but it's been broken at long last. Still, They don't have the control they need on the backside. Safe here now as a player emerging from the smoke, and his spidey sense is kicked in just in time to catch him. The numbers looking good for Vitality, the health low on Hero, and a very late play coming up through main as we speak. Kix has got a freebie with Angel all alone. He was caught on his fallback. He has at least got the spike. A chance for him to get a plant on B or A. From there, though, this is going to be a very tough hold in the post plant.
Makes sense to run it down to the A site. You don't know if there's somebody lurking nearby, so this will likely be a free plant with no chance at denial. One away from his ult, but in this sort of scenario, the value of it doesn't hold quite as much, especially with the players on Vitality all looking to move together. Move as a unit. Keep this tight. Make sure there's no opportunity for Angel to try and find some sort of isolated battle. The one thing on his side is the time, but the plant definitely not in the best position. He's going to try and potentially catch them on the cross, maybe not expecting him to be here this late into the round, but less a safe pair of hands. It's not going to give the IGL a moment's notice.
If there were two players left alive there, I think this was the perfect play. Planting backside, playing for short. As soon as they get eyes on the spike, they're going to realize, okay, he's probably heaven, he's probably playing in spawn, and so you can catch them off guard. But because there's three, those two players go forward, one to defuse, one to cover, the other guy just watches the back. So you don't, there you go. You don't really get away with the sneaky play, but it definitely could have worked, and I think that's what Angel's going for.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea at all. Unfortunately for Na'Vi, this puts them in a bit of a weak spot economically. Even the couple of weapons dropped in the last round is enough to make this one awkward, but they are still going to be investing a decent amount into this, especially with that Hunter's Fury available. An early use of that vulnerable. Again, look how much damage has been done onto Alexic. That was a shock dart fired through with the vulnerable through the wall. A nice little setup.
A very nice opening as well. The shot connected straight to the head of Hero. Alexic tagged low, and I think any option they had to throw this Hunter's Fury, which, by the way, was gained by Angel getting the plant and then dying. That got him the 2 orbs he needed, but it's kind of gone out the window now, especially with Alexic this low. The potential to follow up on it is null and void. The thing about Neon is it's hard to get that headshot in, but...
Give Ruxic gun. They are stood next to each other. Please. Or is he just going to go die and then Ruxic's going to pick it up? This seems like it's unlikely to have success. And oh, there you go. Ruxic got the gun in the end. It took his teammate dying to get it. Well, Unfake now knows exactly where he is. They're still committed to going into this A site, but the full force of Vitality are sat waiting. 4 players on this side of the map. Angel gets nothing. Xiao gets nothing. And while Ruxic, he does have that gun.
Yep.
That's about it.
Hasn't got a lot of HP left. And they don't know he's there, I suppose, so we can add up the positives. I think they are starting to connect the dots, though. Push up A long, push through mid, window clear, spawn clear.
10
the only
left.
place he could really be right now is short. They are sending the troops after him. Catches a glimpse of a gun, and that gets him one. Dirkus 3K seals the deal for Vitality, 4-1 up. And yeah, I do think that was a very weird scenario. Seeing Alexic, especially contact playing it. This is where maybe he could be the human drone, slide in, and sure he's dead, but you get the info, and then Ruxic can trade. But Ruxic ain't trading with a classic.
Definitely. It's not gone to plan, but ultimately this is not going to be a scenario that Na'Vi are happy with, and going forward they're going to be taking that tactical pause, giving themselves an opportunity to try and talk things through, because, as said, this is a map we don't really expect them to win based on some of their previous results, but I don't know. It's been a little bit rough to start.
Team Vitality's way to playoffs. Mates losing, and they win. Footloose, BBL win, they're in. There you go.
That's what it took. Like, that was ultimately... The point of this is that it was based on another team's success to take them to the playoffs. Like they almost didn't make it here, and now they sort of have that one lifeline to try and fight back in all the way through the lower bracket, by the way. There is no... They have to be back in the grand final if they are going to be making it to Champions. It is a long and treacherous road.
It was a shame as well in that Mates game, because I feel like Gentlemates have shown that they've got the potential to win so many of the series that they played, and I think by that stage they were already eliminated, which almost is worse when you face a team for your qualification and you you still need another result to go your way. And that team doesn't care. Right? They can win, they can lose, they can try something crazy. They don't have to worry about anything at that point. And when the stakes are off, that's really when things can get spooky. But Vitality managed to win their battle. The other results went their way, and now they're here. But this could be the end of the road for now, though. A very good start, 4-1 up. Rifles in the hands of their opponents again after a pause. This is where Na'Vi could be dangerous.
Yeah, it's scary though, because Safe having that kill contract and them having the dimensional drift, like, you up against two ultimates that can very easily ruin your setup, like ruin everything that you have planned. Any sneaky plays will just be destroyed. So it's a round that Na'Vi are desperate to win, but one that has a lot of potential on the other side. Now Ruxic, he's got very far up here. He was the lone sort of lurker on this side of the map, but after getting so far, the team have rotated towards him.
Nice opening as well. Less down. Unfake falls in the corner. Dirk is still standing, but they spotted him once Angel fell at his hand. That is a clean take from Na'Vi. Direct, simple, and it works out with Safe left alone in a 1 versus 4, and he doesn't even want to try this. There's no orbs to be gained for him, and there's no real chance that that rifle could clutch this out, especially when you consider, I mean, their economy's in a very good spot, so but I still think this save early on is the right call. No point throwing away the advantages you've worked so hard to earn.
But yeah, and something I want to mention as well, like, I didn't believe we cut to the coach cams during that tactical pause, so I don't know if she's actually in the booth, but someone who was missing from the previous playoffs game was the performance coach from Na'Vi, who they have brought in for today. So the fact that they take a pause immediately, it looks like a better scenario for them, a quick and clean, concise round. I think it's so important because when you have a team of youngsters, I think it can very easily get to a point where mentally the pressure starts to get to you, you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed. As I said, you're in your opponent's map choice and both of you have to make this crazy run. The fact that she's now here today, I think could be a big play for them. And obviously, I think the same for the other side of things, Vitality. I think they always have their performance coach here.
That was a crazy spam from Hero we get to see in the replay. Blast has got to feel a little hard done, dying that deep up in heaven. But 4-2, as we said, economy for Vitality. It hasn't taken much of a scratch. They're still able to get a full buy here. Operator in the hands of Durka. Light shields being the choice, because they know they're not going to come up against that pesky outlaw. And with full Vandals on the other side, a headshot's a headshot, as I'm sure Angel would say.
Well, they found one, and they now convert it into something a little bit more. Early control towards Garage seems to be a huge point of contention for Na'Vi. Clearing out that position, pulling players across the map, but ultimately it hasn't been a big part, and immediately they're actually going to manage to grab Alexic Safe, taking that 1v1 versus the Star. Duel is at the opposing team, and it's close, but he will take it over the line, back to full HP, and Alexic not leading the charge has definitely been a problem for Na'Vi in the last couple of rounds.
Safe definitely has the tech for that ult as well. Stand back right, easy pickups for him. On Na'Vi, Alexic down's going to, as you said, cause a lot of issues in terms of that push. Going to try to pad the gap. Angel's utility already removing the cam early on towards Garage, and now removing kicks, putting the numbers back even and giving Na'Vi a chance. They don't have what they need to push deep into this site, and they have no control over their back. It's wide open. Dirk has walked up, but the shot's missed. Now they know. The flare in the sky, but Safe holding strong for the first. Ruxic gets them the double, then leaves Durka all alone. He has his clone with him at least, and maybe that can get him the info he needs. But with a player tucked in the corner, it's done and dusted. Well played by Na'Vi, losing Alexic early and having Durka on the flank, and they still get away with the round.
I think well played from Ruxic. Player ends up pushing backside alone to try and take the fight versus two players who are waiting for him to push backside, and he gets both with a lovely little spray, and that's enough to turn the round on its head. Up until that point, they were boxed in, like they were trapped from going anywhere else. But this is sort of the guy we've been highlighting all the way through the season, someone who came in as this sort of relatively unknown Turkish star, and well, has definitely made a name for himself this year.
Ooh, he's ahead of the turret. They might not think that Durka can be here. It took them a little too long to get Timmy online. That's huge map control. Na'Vi, I think they're going to be cautious of it. They are. Yeah. The drone goes through, thank God. Otherwise, that could have been a free double. But instead, it will be Durka reset, that control retaken by Na'Vi, and, well, I was going to say a nice slow round to ensue, but Les has found a pixel on Alexic.
Yeah, that's important. After losing a player over on the A side, that early operator battle for Alexic, they quickly rotated in that direction. And just look at the sort of split on the map right now. It is one player trying to defend basically everything, and the other three from Vitality, they've only just cleared out the A site. So much control has already been lost. Kicks is completely unaware that they don't have that control. And in fact, the same for Durka. He's got walking out with a knife in hand. A couple of blips for Vitality, and that's enough for Na'Vi to dominate.
Yeah, I think we might see a pause from Vitality after this one. If I'm faded, that button is getting smashed right now for a timeout. You get two players within, what, 3 seconds? Completely flabbergasted that there's someone in front of them. What did Na'Vi do? They end up finding opening pick, lose a player, and then just full default. Super slow round, take space gradually towards that B site. Rhythmic walks in. That space that you've conceded for 15, 20 seconds, to not even imagine there's someone there. And then the immediate, look, you're on B. What's the chances there's someone around or in window? Or like your opponents are. Pretty high chance that they've got someone there. That's a blip that I don't think Vitality can afford to replicate.
It's especially when you three-man retake A site, use Dimensional Drift to go all the way up A long and have a look. It's like there's only so many places that they can be left on the map, and mid of B is very much the focal point because they had less on the C side. So I have to feel like that was almost just a lack of communicating in that moment for the side of Vitality. But hey, Na'Vi did well to exploit that additional space. It's done a lot of damage to the economy over on the Vitality side. What was a solid start for them, 4-1 up. Has started to steamroll, and also, over the last few months, this is a new attack side record for Na'Vi. As said, they only ever got 3 rounds over on the attack. Made it to 4.
Yeah, the 4-1 start for Vitality, the economy in their favor. They could lose 2 rounds, still have money to buy. Everything was going their way. And now to see it crumble to this state, I'm surprised we don't get a pause. But it does mean that, at least how I read that, is Faded is hearing the right things being said by the IGL, by the players. They're identifying the holes in their ship already, and they've got them patched up. We'll see if that's the case. Maybe we won't see it in this round. Again, like the buy is not great.
Yeah, or he'll call a pause next round.
But exactly. You hear the right things, you say, it's a low buy next. Let's see if the guys make the adjustments, and if not, that's where you start to really mount the panic stations. But this round, it's not about winning, it's about the right ideas.
Angel knows where the cam is.
Being removed, though. Taken back by less, because he knew, well, they're going to break that now, aren't they? So he'll reposition it in a couple seconds.
The shock dart got it. Let's lie. Let's lie.
Well, it's back up already,
Tom.
Tom.
That was really quick.
45 seconds goes by so quickly.
Don't worry. Angel's got another
30
shock
seconds
dart.
left.
I don't think he's going to be
It's the same again, though. They lose a player. The gap is then found over on the B side because they've scrambled where that drone went through. Obviously, a quick rotation available. Shock darts being put out by Unfake. They're doing considerable damage. They're actually going to try and get into the site early. 13 seconds left to get that spike down. Kicks should have a freebie. But from here on out, it's not going to be easy.
You players tag low, and that's a huge spray! Not by 1, but 2. Rhythmic alone. The information is there. In goes Hero. He's got to get one quick, and he will. In danger! But perhaps he is the danger! Only one man left! And Hero will deal with him! The hero Na'Vi needed in that round. It's 5-4. The lead is theirs.
Oh, that's madness. That was Rhythmic having to run away because he was on 50 HP at a Viper's Pit. And if they lose the Viper's Pit, they lose the round. And the hero goes, well, if he's running one way, I'm running the other way. 2 with a single shot. And then the other with an operator in a Viper's Pit, which if you speak to anyone, is a mad thing to do. But he didn't have any bullets left, so he had no choice.
I'm just running at
He is just running at them. They thought that they'd be given a bit of respect there, but no. Full aggression from Hero, and that's what they needed. Someone to come up swinging when it looked like they were down and out. At least for a couple seconds. They'd have to reset into the pit. 5-4, the lead lost, and that's when Vitality called their pause. Evidently, the adjustments made mid-game, not living up to scratch. And like you said, Tom, the fact is, for Na'Vi, we don't expect this to be the side where they put up good numbers. Never mind take the lead after being 4-1 down.
I'll be honest, this is not where we expect the map to have good numbers. I think the last 3 times they played it, I don't think they've won a half. So it's not like the attack is normally worse, but the map is just not good for them. Like, it's not been good for the last few months. So I don't think that Vitality would have come into this and expect any real resistance. And as of right now, yeah, it seems like on the fly individually, they've looked a little bit better at times. And then just, I think the calling as well. Like when we see Vitality basically gamble on the side of the map, they're leaving a huge gap every time. And that gap is being exploited by Na'Vi.
Well, Rooksix being dropped immediately. No gap towards the A site. Durka went walking up on long. Catches his prey, but there's a return right away as Alexic patiently waits up in hand on C long and picks up kicks. But in the corner, Safe is lurking and he'll find himself the return. The advantage back in their favor. But this is very much where the problems have been. When they lose a man, Vitality, as you said, they've left gaps wide open. And Na'Vi have been very good at sniffing them out. For now, though, it looks like they're going to go running into Durka, which is a dangerous strategy, especially when you don't have your weapon out.
He can escape from this point. But he has the support. Unfake rotated in. 2 players coming in from long. It's expected. Alexic has managed to get one, but you can tell Durka's plan is just to try and hold for time as Les will round the corner. A pause called and an immediate response for Vitality. And I'll say as well that if you look across the map, once they had the advantage, you had a late trip being put into B by Les to make sure if they did double back, they had the info. You had a long push on C as well coming in from Safe. So this time they had a lot more cards on the table of information rather than, okay, we're going to gamble one way and then try and retake, because that's what's caught them so far.
And maybe that's the result of that pause as well.
Killing me on some crazy pixels. I will not swap this long anymore like this.
Yep, that's a good call. Alexic certainly has the patience. That has been shown. He's going to go aggressive early, but the wall from ISO blocks him out of that peak.
It was for the orb.
Knowing that those players could be close, he has to back off. It gets them the orb, but it also gets them a lot of control. The only player left behind to watch it was Angel, and he's picked off for free by the op. That's a great opener.
Durka's been doing well. He's had some very aggressive sort of takes over on that A side, but the majority have been successful. Alexic now waiting, a pixel given. We just heard Kicks talking about it. Got to be careful versus this guy, and now a complete change of pace. He's going to pull out the overdrive. Attempt to take space, but he's been caught in the middle of it. Has to go forward. Remember, he only has the operator in his back pocket. That's not the gun you want. And Safe just had the easiest fight of his life.
Yeah, you know, a valiant attempt to run towards him, but that's just not going to work out. Kicks backside. Can't get into the safety of the corner. The Nano Swarm down. Les barely survives. 100 Fury sent through. Team kill possible, gotta be careful, and that's a huge tag. Hero down, another player so desperately low that Les can easily take him out. And Michelle on 3 HP. It should be an impossible clutch. Even the spams through the box will take him down, and they are coming in full force. Vitality, 6 on the board. You said Na'Vi not winning a half in their last games on Haven. Well, they won't be winning this one.
Yeah, I don't think they've drawn one either, so that
hey, that's still an upside.
There's still some positives to be had, but no, ultimately a good resurgence. And actually, this is both teams now. We've seen an early start, 4-1, a pause taken, a big streak of rounds for Na'Vi. Then you have the same on the other side. So clearly the pauses for either side are having their impact. And while for Unfake, we sort of mentioned it in early weeks, he had a couple of rougher games while clearly trying to find his footing, but now top of the board, 11-7. I think we saw it in the prior week as well, having some solid individual statistics. Definitely seeming like a good addition to this Vitality side. If they go in with the lead, I don't think I'll be too unhappy with that. Maybe from 4-1 up they will.
Yeah, you know, it's all about how you look at it. The recovery's been nice. That's always the best angle to take if you're on the team. We can say what we want. 7 still possible. As we said, searching for the lead with deep aggression towards A long. The gate crash isn't in spot for a rotate. It's just to go back to the A site. They might want to commit, at least destroying some utility, making that flank a little bit more open. They've already got that with the alarm bot down, but here comes the lockdown. Wait, did the alarm bot go down because of the range? I'm not sure if they broke it or if he stepped forward to put the lockdown into play. Angel doesn't know there's a second part of that push. He gets dropped. There's 3 players in mid now. We're in and around it.
Drone spots out Rooksix, but you don't want to peek into that, man. He's always clean. when it comes to these angles, and while Hero holding another, waiting for somebody to peek, kicks almost taken out as well. Another pixel angle he's got to deal with. Still going to be put through. Space attempted to be taken, but the paranoia in the other direction has made things that little bit more awkward. Two players to try and find a way back in, but with a stun immediately thrown through, there just isn't a road back into the site. Now, of course, you'd be talking about needing to go for it, but honestly, there just isn't any way they're getting this diffused. Hero's just going for the confidence kills. It will be one either side, but more importantly, Na'Vi, they're going to get 6 at the break.
Tied up neck and neck. From 4-1 down, that's great work from Na'Vi on a map we don't expect much from them on. Maybe there is still promise for that second half. I guess the question there was, did Na'Vi know there was someone behind them? And, well, they put 2 and 2 together either way. A good half from Na'Vi, but another to be played out. We'll see if they can keep up the pace after the break. Welcome back, folks. Before we get back into the game, it's time to let you know these guys competing to go all the way to Paris, and you can go there too. It's got the QR code on your screen to get 15% off the tickets for VCT Champions Paris. Make sure to use the code VCT EMEA 15.
Sure. Definitely worthwhile, I would say. It's always been an experience every single year, and I'm sure in Paris it will be no different. And of course, if you use VCT EMEA 15, it is the best code because it has EMEA in the center of it. Nonetheless, for both of these sides right now, this is a long road. Yours is quite easy. You just use a code, you get a discount, you get on a plane, or if you're already in Paris, you could literally just walk there. But for these teams, they have got to go all the way through that lower bracket, make it to the grand final. That's the road. It feels like an impossibility, especially when the likes of Heretics, Fnatic are in that lower bracket. Either Liquid or BBL will be there to greet them along the way.
Standing ahead.
And a pistol round, especially for Na'Vi, on their opponent's map choice, with, I believe, Bind coming up next. If they can take the pistol here, maybe they have a chance for a 2-0.
Thank you, Zil, for the cheeky reveal we got to see. He's a menace. The teams hate him. He's always revealing their lineups. It's something's got to be done about this guy. But I'm happy because we get to see them. Oh, I can't wait to miss it in my ranked game. Just like those shots missed. Hero deals some damage, takes some of his own, and information that the C side has very much been lost. Still seeing presence across the map, but Alexic manages to catch a rotation despite being quite low on HP.
I like that little bit of aggression. They realized the control they lost, so attempted to try and gain some on the other side, and Safe has just had a jump scare. That's Rhythmic isolating another fight. They're going to be able to clear out an awful lot of map control. Vitality, are they trying to bait them in? They've tapped the plant over on the C side, and now are trying to move back. The risk here, though, is just the amount of time. Like, if they go all the way to the A site, okay, it's completely open. Left. That's not a bad post plan. If they go in any other direction, they're going to meet an enemy.
I know I said Alexic is low. It is 100, not that low of a number. But it is Hero in that corner, tucked in garage. He might have had contact with Durka, but the contact's coming in elsewhere towards the B site. Durka 28 HP, 12 seconds on the clock. He sort of needed to keep these players towards the spawn if they were close. He will be dropped but at least the plant secured over his corpse as Kix looks to fill in that space, catch the rotates early, but he won't be able to pluck any of the Na'Vi players out of the round, and with 2 on the flank through short, the rest coming in all together, this is going to be a big crunch from the defensive side.
So much to do. The stun already causing issues. Kix gets nothing, and in fact, neither of them do. A great pistol round again from Ruxic, a solid hold and re-aggression from Na'Vi, and I said, getting that pistol could be the start of what is already looking like a pretty solid Haven map for them.
Yeah, it is. What a turnaround. An in-zone flawless, locked in, the lead back in their favor after a 4-1 start in a map where we expect nothing from them. I mean, we even highlighted starting out this series that, like, oh, well, look, Haven could be one that they don't deliver on, but we've seen plenty of teams make that bounce back. Think back to GX just the other day. So many teams are doing it, so it's all right. Don't worry if Na'Vi bomb out of this one. Well, they're in the lead coming into the second half. Now it's a very different story. Now we start to get worried about Vitality. You're moving on to Bind next. Na'Vi, if they manage to put up a couple more rounds here, hell, even make it like double digits by the time the map is over, if things do go the way we sort of expected at the start, that's still a great sign for how this series could evolve for them. Direct play.
Yeah, pacey hit. Double tap used. Trying to catch them off guard with the timing. Hero obviously only having a ghost. It's the rest of the weapons that are worry. Of course, for Na'Vi, they want to try and keep this with at least 4 players standing. So any damage from this point is a win for Vitality.
Oh, nice stuff by Durka! He's got 2 somehow! Well, when he goes down, it's less falling with him and a quick cleanup, but still,
that's decent.
Considering 2 players were low on the way through, like, it's always dangerous to retake against pistols because you're running into them. Here, Durka actually ran into Na'Vi, and he comes out with 2. That's phenomenal.
Yeah, no, he's done great work. As said, like, from the get-go, with Hero, the only pistol player, getting 2 kills, you kind of go, okay, this should be fairly easy from this point onwards, but the fact that he swings in, gets a double, and then, yeah, makes it a lot more costly. You're going to look at the buy coming up in the next round from the side of Na'Vi. And it has a lot of pieces missing. This is a good opportunity for Vitality to get themselves back in. Of course, the plant, even in the last round as well, is going to make sure they have full shields, so that Outlaw isn't going to have anywhere near as much impact, but when you have 2 pistols, even a single bullet hitting can be a nice touch.
Agree with Angel. Durka is just something else. For Na'Vi, 8-6 still, but rifles on the other side. Xiao getting a little aggressive. Durka was doing this in almost every round, but somehow Safe goes down. He had the angle held. He looked ready for the fight, but certainly wasn't in the end.
Can't really peek off of the snake bite because it's only a pistol. Space has been taken, but it's almost a ruse. Angel does go pushing off the back of that, but still spots a player on this side of the map, especially with that being your controller player as well. Omen not really known for its lurking capabilities because of how powerful that paranoia is.
Scanning ahead.
The fact is, though, it seems like Na'Vi maybe has slightly the wrong read. 3 players over towards that C side of the map now.
Maybe even just expecting after the Omen scene on A that they'll rotate, they'll leave this area, but no, still looking to push in. Xiao does well to find one, but he's revealed up top. He shouldn't be able to get away with that, and he can't even get out. The shrouded steps, not shrouded enough as Durka picking off 2. Puts this into a 3v3 with Na'Vi. Again, it is a bonus, so damage is often the question. They've got an opportunity to do a little bit more. The Outlaw on the retake, also not having many easy targets to take down.
It's kind of where you want the space to be taken. Give an opportunity, and actually, Alexic's done incredibly well! He'll come out with 2 kills, the Outlaw, starting things off with a pistol to finish it. Eat your words, Mitch, man.
Well, you know what? What I said was he doesn't have many easy targets with the Outlaw. The one he did have was Durka. He was already tagged, so it ends up being perfect target selection from Alexic. The Ghost evidently just as powerful. And that's a hell of a round for Na'Vi, man. I am perplexed by what we're watching. Obviously, Safe loses.
That a replay of him looking at the map in that moment. I think that's what we've just been given by EBS. He does. He takes a quick look to the left, gets shot, and then looks back to the center of his screen. If that was just timing, that's so unlucky, but if that's what EVS has given us, that's a fantastic replay.
Yeah, I didn't even look at the replay itself. I didn't get to see it. My bad. My bad. But that also explains it. But it's more so the fact that, like, Na'Vi, 3 rounds in a row now, a 3-round lead in half number 2, 4 away from connecting this. We expected this to just be a blowout for Vitality. There's no other way to put it. And 4-1 up, it seemed like we were getting exactly what we expected. We're already thinking about bind and the difficulty of reverse sweeping the series, but it may be Vitality left with that task. And with elimination on the line here, this is where the pressure really starts to mount, because, Tom, we can expect this to beat Vitality's map. I'm pretty certain they came in here expecting this to be the easy one as well.
Oh, of course. And with them being the last French organization, of course, an organization that made it to Champions last year, built a super team for this year, got top 4 at the first Masters. Expectations are that they will make that run. That's what the hope is, at least. And right now, they're being slaughtered. Alexic, he takes one and he's out. Not overfacing, disciplined in his positioning. I've enjoyed watching him play in the last couple of months. Definitely someone I hope that we will see a lot more of in the future. 15 and 10 right now. Angel alongside him and just jump spotting if anybody's on the other side, but they are both on short. And Durka, I feel like he's been the one major threat in this map so far.
Oh yeah, even with a Ghost, and now upgraded to the Sheriff. When he bursts through this wall, it's going to be panic stations. The flank coming in quite late from Safe, and with Angel holding ground, this round should already be done. They'll need a perfect plant position. It has to be stuck, and Alexic still here. Safe, not nearby enough to delay, and that's it. Done and dusted in favor of Na'Vi. Double digits on the board, and Vitality are still on 6. If I had to bet the way this was going to go, I wouldn't even get involved if we're talking about how Na'Vi are going to win it. I'm leaving the room. And here we are. Vitality calling their second pause, and I am not surprised.
This was a little bit peculiar at the end. I guess they didn't expect the second player to be here, but it was like Safe's lurk was meant to catch the rotators while they were planting, but they had so little time that there wasn't enough time for Kicks to actually go and check everything. Obviously, it was still a lighter buy, so it's not the end of the world, but if they lose this next one, it kind of is the end of the world. Like, they will be going into a map that they are yet to taste victory on in the last few months, with losses to BBL and GX. Solid teams and close losses, but it's still not a great sign when Na'Vi have actually looked very good on bind. I've enjoyed their bind specifically, so losing your own map choice, a map that Na'Vi, well, they've not even got to 10 rounds on. They've done it here already.
And I don't know what's changed on the side of Na'Vi. Obviously, we do know that Zeus is there now as well, having the performance coach, no doubt helping out, but this feels like such a major shift from the standards we've come to expect from this team on this map, actually on most maps as well. They're playing clean. Alexic's on fire right now. There's been moments in previous games where you've seen him taking on the frustration of some of the rounds that are lost, but it feels like Na'Vi here are able to bounce back so well. They're not losing the mental game, and they're certainly not losing the game on the server for now. This could be the final domino falling, a pause for Vitality, and maybe one last chance on this map.
Yeah, the pieces of what you need to see from Na'Vi are on point. Alexic, Ruxic, Hero, though that trio of youngsters have been what have brought them to the playoffs in the first place, and what looks to start that road in the lower bracket. It didn't go well versus GX even after a blitz of a first map, so it's best not to get too far ahead of ourselves, even if the next choice is theirs. But for Vitality, they're going to want to hope that they can turn this around now. It's not been the homecoming just yet for Safe that was promised, especially on, as it was said by the desk, the map, where he actually doesn't have to shift his role at all.
Sneaky little play. Xiao's down below the window, and Vitality are none the wiser. Movement towards this A site now, going to be off the back of Durka's ultimate dimensional. Did he see the player in the corner? He must have seen. There, he's seen him now. He's seen him now without a doubt. The flash primed and ready. The rest of the team waiting for the nano to fade. That flash is already faded though as they turn from, and Ruxic and Hero able to put this to bed. Angel's there to pick up the pieces when they fall, and it's all unless 1 versus 3. The credits invested into this round. Na'Vi pushing up to 11. And there's barely a peep on the other side. Vitality are stalling out at the worst possible moment.
Who expects a Neon to be on top of that box, by the way? There's only like one way you can get up there, and it's exactly how Lexic did it just then. Like, Lex had to be so confused as the way he just got killed from the... Look at it, it's such an obscure spot to see someone in, but you can see the stress on the side of Faded. That was the round that they desperately needed to win. The economy now off the charts for Na'Vi. So much so, I believe Alexic has given himself an extra gun to fall back on and an immediate TP. That's been stuck straight into the B side. This is far more aggressive on the other side of Vitality. They'll get a plant immediately, although Hunter's Fury is being used and has caught kicks.
Spike down B.
Big pickup, smokes removed already. The spike down, good idea of the intention of this round, and Shell's caught two! Looking the wrong way! They didn't know they were in heavy traffic. Out goes Alexic, and Unfazed not able to deal with him in time. Left into a one versus three for Na'Vi. It's nothing but success for Vitality. Nothing is going right. I don't think Safe's had a kill this half.
Whatever it's been, it's not been good. Let's put it that way. It's been a rough one, and I think just now the manner in which they're losing these rounds, like I don't mind the idea. Quickly teleport into the B side. They clearly spotted a gap, but then they were so committed to this sort of aggression over on the A side. They don't realize that players rotated around from the spawn. They don't realize that the spike hasn't been planted, and Les has to go back for that. And then he's in a 1v2 on the site. Everything is falling apart for Vitality, and everything is coming up trunk. You currently have Alexic at the back of the C site with an Odin.
And that's confidence if I've ever seen it.
You've got me deserved, I'm not going to lie.
It's kind of dangerous now. Safe.
Look at Steve, he's at 1 HP.
Oh, he just activated his ult. I was going to say he just got his ult with 1 HP, a chance to pull that back into the round. He's going to get his health back, and he misses the ult. So his first kill of the half,
he got his regen shield.
Oh, wow, 26 health. Yeah, that's going to save you from a bullet from a classic to the
Maybe a wall bang?
Yeah, a wall. If you've got an extra armor of concrete, you can at least survive one extra shot.
It is a really strong wall. Well, the drone hasn't got them the information they were hoping for. The deep Viper's Pit has locked them out. Yeah, this is that's as deep as you're ever going to see a Viper's Pit, by the way.
Be covered by Alarm Bot.
Now the Hunter's Fury being used. Shout has sidestepped that incredibly easy. It will connect onto Hero. That should get the kill. That's important. That's given Les the space. Now they haven't cleared the backside of the map.
30 seconds
Assumed it was clear, even though that was fairly easy to sidestep. The swing out from Angel. Rooksik alongside him as well, but it's come down to just one. Kicks versus Rooksik. Kicks has not been having the best game, whereas, well, dare I say it, Rooksik has been a different beast. But this clutch could be everything. It keeps Kicks in the map, in a steps, and that will be heard. Rooksik's already right on him. A step back here would be immediate demise, but he's gone the other way.
Rooksik knows, though. He's got all this information. Player hasn't stepped to the left. Maybe he's towards A main. A link, I should say. But, and actually, that's probably the likely position. Once he sees the plant, you start to think it's an A link play. He sat around the corner on the left. He's around the box. The problem is Kix is very far away. He might start to panic. There's the steps hurt. Kix knows that's not being defused now. No need to peek. He's going to hold the line, though. This could give a chance for the duel. Nice headshot connected. Rooksik looking for the battle, but he'll lose it this time. And Vitality finally getting around on the board, but it looks like it could be too little too late. They need 5 in a row just for an OT.
Really smart stuff in the clutch from Kix. So as said, he's not been having the best of games, so you can understand if maybe in those moments he would have panicked, but calm and collected, a perfect reposition. Doesn't panic as well when that spike is initially tapped.
We're still in it, boys. But a bit more cojones, because
A bit more cojones needed. There you go. At least it was a 6-6 out.
5 in a row. Double Outlaw has been purchased up by the defense. Alexic is that first point of contact, and he's been smoked off. This space has been taken quite aggressively by the attacking side. The Outlaw is going to be one shot to the majority of those players. Not Durka, though.
There's an opening shot landed. Durka down to 10 HP. He's at least able to take the brunt where his teammates couldn't, but now everyone's falling. Someone once said, everything you lose is a step towards something. Well, here it looks like it's a step towards defeat, towards elimination. The road from Champs looking blocked, and it's Na'Vi standing in Vitality's way, 13-7. A dominant display on a map where I think most people, us included, counted them out entirely.
Yeah, for sure. It was a huge sort of step up, I guess, from Na'Vi, and now going into their own map choices. Seems like this path is paved in gold. We'll have to wait and see if Vitality can respond.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? A summer day, your sweet embrace is all that I want. The way it feels is something real and heading for us. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? No time to think, 'cause we're all in. Yeah, we're in a rush. Too late to change, making mistakes. Just give me a touch. I mean it from the heart. I wanna be your light when it gets dark. Right from the moonlight until the sunrise. Can't get you out my mind. Can't get you out my mind. I don't know what you done to me. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me too? I keep falling for you, can't help wondering. If I'm thinking about you, are you thinking about me? I don't know what you done to me.
On Na'Vi, they're back to their winning ways by taking map 1 against Team Vitality. I am your hosting, so I've got Kakuka and Flyer here with me. That comp finally won. The Genji comp has won in EMEA. Flyer, did Na'Vi bring a lot of what you wanted to see?
I mean, honestly, not really. I wasn't a big fan of their wall on defense. I mean, I think that against the double duelist, you want to do the wall for Garage, in my opinion. But I think it was more so of a Vitality not playing the comp correctly than Na'Vi doing it correctly.
Yeah, I was so hopeful at the beginning of the game because Vitality had a very good start. Like, Unfake was getting a lot of kills. He was very good at shutting Na'Vi down. And then on the second half, just it just went away. Like, look at the post line. Vitality wasn't even able to get the spike down in most of the rounds. They were really, really struggling in the attack. I agree with you, Flyer. Like, that wall can be countered in many ways, and there was just situations, like, even when the game was about to close, where we see Vitality trying desperate things that are a little bit like, whoa, what is going on?
Would you go as far as to say Vitality are not good on attack on that map?
Yes.
I'm just reading.
Yes.
That was actually just me, yeah.
Yes, that was not good.
I think we have a round, actually. Or is it, was it the hero clutch? Yeah, the hero clutch.
Yeah.
This round, from start to finish, you know, it was a lot of shenanigans, but Flyer, Na'Vi, they were going B. This is one occasion.
I mean, this is a bar-for-bar Genji round. If you look at how Genji plays this comp, every time they Viper ult front B. I think it's just a classic. It's super easy, like almost like a guaranteed post-plant round. I think that the way Hero won it, though, was very unique. Not like Genji.
Not like Genji, but I think it's very like Na'Vi. We expect this kind of names. We expect the Hero, the Rhythmic, and most importantly, I think that this game as well, Alexic had a very, very good performance. Yeah, it got dicey at the end, but just because of having those advantages and these amazing players, this is big balls for doing this.
I've seen Dicey do this as well. Sorry.
Who?
Dicey. You said Dicey.
Yeah.
Flyer got. I got a chocolate.
I played with them actually.
Yeah, we got a chocolate out of Flyer. But nevertheless, an incredibly important win for Na'Vi, especially after what happened against Giant X in that upper bracket. Now, looking forward to the next one. Are you expecting a similar performance for it to carry over? Is this really over for Vitality?
I mean, it could be, right? Because at the end of the day, they did choose to go to Haven. It doesn't matter what side you're going to go to. Na'Vi should have been weaker than them, and just Vitality didn't step up. Going on to Bind, as I said, since the Tejo meta, they have not been able to win on this map. I expect changes. I expect maybe now that Safe is back to just run a little bit of shenanigans, something that is going to make them comfortable, because on this last half, it's not only that they got one round. I don't think they was convinced at any point. I didn't see a moment in the round where I'm like, oh, Vitality, he's got this. Like this strat, oh, this is going to be it.
Yep.
Yeah, and of course for Angel, he loves talking about how much he's enjoying the KO. Says it really suits him as well. And Flyer, what have you made of that KO comp and how Angel's been doing on Bind?
I mean, overall, I think Angel's just in general a good KO. I think that from my experience with both teams, Angel's a really, really solid Bind IGL caller in general. I think they play the map macro-wise very, very good. I would say Vitality overall in the year just are very inconsistent on it. Like we said, after the tail meta, they can't play it.
I think that it is very good that you say that he's a very good IGL on Bind, because I feel like we can tell when Angel likes a map and when he doesn't. Like, he was so happy to play Corrode, and I think that Bind for him is the same. One of the keys that we saw against Giant X for them on this map is being very conscious about the aggressive ways of Giant X. There were many rounds that were made very easy by them just being patient on the attack and just waiting for Giant X to go on these pushes and be very careful. So I want to see that kind of same vibe. I want to see Na'Vi kind of gaining a little bit of control, because by the end of that Haven, I think it was more Vitality's fault than Na'Vi. Like, I like the fact that, oh, we don't overheat. Like, we get a pick, and we put a Lexic here, he gets another one, everybody walks back. Like, we're not going to take risks, and I love it. That is simple.
And for me, again, I don't want to harp on this too much, but when you guys are talking about the period, they were good on Bind, with the Tejo meta. They also did have Trex, and Trex was phenomenal.
Yep, is phenomenal.
He is phenomenal, but he also did a lot of the heavy lifting on a map like Bind. And now, new roster as well, Safe is coming back. Unfake at least had a good Haven. He was shooting. It felt like he got himself into the game a little bit quicker than the other players. But looking at agent select here, it looks like Safe on Vice.
Oh, I did not see that one coming. So Kix is going to be staying on that Brim. So I think that they did some swap here and there, and they decide to go away from the Gecko, go away from the Sky, and just put Unfake on the Fade. Oh, it would have been lovely to have Trex on that one, and save and save on the Vice. So okay, a lot of defensive util. I want to see how that is going to affect, because I feel like there were times where Safe wasn't really still in his element on Haven.
We like the Safe Vice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I like Safe on anything, but I'm not a big fan of the comp, to be honest. I think that the KO will be an indirect counter against the Vise in general. I also am not a big fan of Euro Solo on this map as a duelist, especially going against the comp that doesn't even have a hard sentinel. There's not, like, much to do, like our objectives incomplete.
So like bait and
exactly.
and whatnot. Yeah, I agree. I think that I want to see at least comfort. Maybe Lyrical going on the operator. I want to see some confident plays from him.
I mean, if Say's Vice is anything like his Cypher back in the days, Mitch and Tom, it's going to be a fantastic performance. Am I right?
Is she right, Tom?
Yeah, I'd say so. I think he was always very good with the way that he used his utility, so I'm excited to see what he's going to pull out over on the Vice. I am very nervous for Vitality here, though. Like, even though they've had the mass compositional change, I think this is a very comfortable map for Na'Vi, especially on that attack side. So again, we're going to be kind of looking at this map that if Na'Vi do well in this first half, it's almost going to feel like it's done. I think that Angel is very comfortable calling on this map. I think individually you have some very good players. I do think on the other side, though, like having that Viper is always going to be exciting with less. I think that he's very good at sort of taking space, having that lurk and basically causing mass amounts of issues. It's the rest of the composition I'm looking at and going, okay, are these players going to be able to fit everything together perfectly to win this map that they desperately need to win?
And Alexa coming off of a solid first map as well here on the Rays. I think he's going to be a big factor that you have to shut down as Vitality, and they certainly struggled in the previous. And I think a couple of factors for them, not just like you saw the pauses with nothing really working in their favor afterwards. We saw Safe have a really bad second half, and that's him on an ISO. Now on the Vice, he can at least play around his util a little more, but as Flya said, you've got a KO on the other side. There's going to be less than an easy defensive half for Vitality. We'll see how this plays out with Na'Vi. They've surprised us on map number 1, making it look easy. But the start of this one sees Rhythmic falling.
A bit of a gamble from Rhythmic. They knew that there was only one player isolated behind that knife, but a gamble that hasn't paid off. Dirk is actually still holding on to that control as it seems like they have just gambled in onto this A site, which is where the pressure's currently coming through. I guess the idea from Vitality was like, okay, we've just got to kill on the other side of the map. They're probably going to hold players there. Instead, there's a fast flank coming in from Angel. If they go back in that direction, they'll be met by the IGL. The rest are being slowed down. That nade could just eliminate a couple of players. It's not quite caught, but just look at the time. 25 seconds as they're now pushing into the stack. They're boxed in from behind. Hero's already caught another. This pistol has turned into a disaster, but they still have Durka to try and save the day. Now left on to Unfake, but look at the time. 12 seconds left. Angel just trying to buy the clock, but he's eventually going to have to take the fight, and he'll win it anyway.
Very nicely done. A pistol round for Na'Vi early on. Vitality left in the dust. A hell of a try from Durka. That's the second opening pistol we've seen in a row where he picks up 3 at the same performance when it came to Haven. They had a 4-1 lead and lost 13-7.
Down A.
If this was the story we were telling, I very much expected it to be Na'Vi showing up early, then teetering out and losing Haven. Perplexing that it was Vitality, and now worrying as we move to this. I like the investment from Durka as well. 2 away from ult. He's gone in with the Outlaw. Going to look to try to take advantage of the light shields, of which there are 3.
They're doing this deep smoke quite often, though. Looking to try and fight for B long control. We've seen aggression on the other side of the map using the Viper screen. This is what this composition does for the defensive side, and it's a little risky. I don't think we'll be seeing that peaked again. Although saying that, Rhythmic immediately swings after the smoke.
Well, the 2 players peeking there are the ones with full shields as well, so not quite as scared of that Outlaw as everyone else will be. And I think now you'll see some more shallow angles being held by the rest of the squad. That is a brave jump up from Xiao.
Sorry, you were saying?
And he did have full shields, but 2 bursts to the Outlaw, and he's down. Very valuable opening pick. They won't retrieve the weapon, but the hope here is that there's been a rotation off the A site, a panic play. As we can see, that is not the case.
Oh, but the players on that side of the map are only with pistols. The gun has now been retrieved by Rhythmic, but if he's going to get in to try and support, he needs to get in fairly quickly. There's high potential for Angel being overwhelmed. In fact, he gets absolutely nothing. Now the rifle is there. But this is already looking very dangerous for Na'Vi.
Rhythmic's rifle recovered as it was! It gets him 2! 2 of the craziest kills I've seen! Running inside a smoke! One of them was a headshot! Damage done. But the plant already in, and Vitality look to play this post plant now. Molly on kicks, snake bite on glass. They've got quite a bit to work with, but not a lot of players. The Molly's going to be burned up first. Alexic toying with the idea of getting it to half, but pulls off early. The time really starts to tick away now. This gets dangerous with Les finding another. The Outlaw onto the low shields of Alexic, and it's all on Ruxic. He's sticking it to half. He might even stick it the full way. Snakebite goes through, but nobody's peeking until the very last second. 1-1. Vitality find their way back.
Ruxic almost won that round from straight BS from start to finish. A running spray and then almost defusing all the way at the end. But it is just unnecessary gambles, I feel, from the side of Na'Vi. Like, you know, at that point they definitely knew.
That's insane.
They knew there was an Outlaw on the other side. And then once that spike goes down, we know the value of those post plants. That is a frustrating round to lose, a chance for a solid start. And now, well, they have 2 rifles. They also have a Bucky.
So I feel like the impact of the Outlaw there was what had Angel playing so passive inside of Bathroom. Like, you look at his position where he went down, and like, what the hell are you doing? You've got a pistol, you're up against an Eco, they're going to group and push, and you have no information on Bat. So holding close like that just seems like a fool's errand. But again, if he peeks wide and there's an Outlaw there, he loses his life, and all of a sudden A is being heavily pushed on. So I think probably falling back to site would have been better, but it is what it is. Hero, oh, he'll get away.
That's the danger. You still have a rifle in Hero's hands. Angel will take the other. Maybe not most people's first choice, but when we go back to their last performance on this map, he was one of the best performers. Ruxic. Bucky has been revealed, and well, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Les has now lost the fight versus Angel. That Guardian still standing. An immediate response would be as damaging as that second round going into the fray. Unfake trying to get back in. He tries to hit the timing on the knife being used, but Angel's won that fight as well. Another for the IGL, leaving just 2 standing on the Vitality side, and there's going to be another fight. This time Safe will put him down, but he is all that is left, needing an ace. And while there was a rifle delivered to Alexic just moments ago, 15 seconds, there is no chance.
He will be dropped by the wide swing of Hero, a 3rd kill. Coming out of Hero, putting him 1 away from a Viper's Pit in what could be a very formative round for this early half. It was him getting aggressive to open, finding so much value in the late round with those 2 picks.
Yeah. The unfortunate is this pay safe card Thrifty has just undone basically everything that Vitality managed to achieve in the last round. Like, it was great individual brilliance from Durka to start it off. The pistols overwhelming everybody else, and now Na'Vi sit there with all those rifles picked up. It just happens that their opponents bought them instead.
Yeah, huge economy buff. Viper's Pit online for the first full buy, or the next full buy, I suppose, Vitality. It's not a pretty sight, that is for sure. The aggression here, it's all part of the bigger plan for Na'Vi, sending players through the TP, but this leaves B much more open, in fact, completely open. It seems like Vitality are being a bit hesitant to take that space.
You would be. Like, who's going to gamble on the B side being completely clear? Even if you've seen
crazy
3 people, like, there's still 2 others that you would expect are probably on the B side. They're not. But there will be 4 players on the B side by the time they actually go to push into it. A very quick rotation now from Na'Vi, and the knife is going to give the game away. That's at least a couple, and one of them has already been dropped. Durka now aggressively placed. We've already seen a player jump through this wall once. It seems like he's going to try on the other side and is met by Alexic. The Haunt just a little bit late. Nice shots coming out from Safe, but anything more, well, it would have to be a miracle.
Yeah, there's none to be found here today. Insane, actually, that Na'Vi get that much space to rotate all the way back from 4 players deep in Bathroom, all the way around to the B side, and they're still there earlier than Vitality go for the hit. In fact, they even get to throw the KO knife in to confirm they're actually there. It is a bit of a misplay from Vitality. Again, even seeing that many players on the other side of the map, I think that's where you need to accelerate into the B side, even if there's 1 or 2. You know that otherwise those rotations are coming in because they've cleared Bathroom. They don't see anything on A short.
Operator in play now. Alexic immediately looking for that fight, and he dropped the spike to swing out. A little wild from Ruxic. He's done a lot of damage, but hasn't got the kill for it. Safe just trying to lock down the other side of the map. Now, having this Sentinel alongside the Viper, it does leave you in a spot of almost double lurking at times. Looking at that dimensional drift. Now, obviously with Durka low, he can still work as a recon. He's invincible for the time that he's in that. And the push coming in once again. Safe's watching for it, but Angel is winning that fight. He's been doing well in the last couple of rounds. Ultimate even going to be garnered, so they try and use any utility. He might be able to take it away.
And these walls that Vitality put up to keep Navi back have come falling down as Les is out of the round as well. That's both of their pieces of utility on short gone, and with a flank coming in from Alexic, with the spawn being held, these players are completely boxed in. Durka uses his gate crash to reposition, now has an angle up in heaven and a chance. He knows someone's coming from back, that's his target, and he is locked in. But it's Hero and Angel, a chance for at least the trade, and it will be found. But it's Xiao wrapping into the spawn that finds it, kicks it with one, suspects the flank. Thinks that Alexic will come in this direction, crosses the off, and lives to tell the tale, but the sees, it's causing problems. And an easy spray for Xiao will close out the round. 4-1 lead, just like the previous map, but this time it's Navi who are dominating these early rounds.
Yeah, and the worrying thing is they're not even changing up too much what they're doing. It's these aggressive pushes through showers that are causing so many issues. They're just re-aggressing in the mid-round, taking that control, catching the lurkers, and it almost feels like then Vitality are forced to aggressively push. Okay, we've lost too much map control, we have to try and do something. The other scary prospect is, do you know how many ultimates they've used in the process? None. They have used 0. They're absolutely nothing. They are 1 away from having all 5 of them online at the same time. And sure, they're building up on the other side as well, but you'd at least hope 1 or 2 were gone.
Yeah, very much so. Baiting those out can often be seen as a silver lining of losing a round like that, although more so in a round like this, the one coming, where I don't think Vitality will go for a full investment. You can see in the bottom right, that's Vitality. They don't look that healthy economically, and sure, Kicks will have the rifle. He's running his credits all the way down to their last to do so, but it'll be a mixed bag. Looking at the ults you're up against as well, if there's a response from Navi there, this could set Vitality way back in terms of where, because presumably they're going to put some ults of their own, and if they go for that, maybe the orbital strike off Durka's ult. And it's a big decision to be made. We've seen rifles bought and sold, but I think the right call, and I think where we'll see them end up, is on that light buy. A couple bits and pieces scattered throughout, and a likely 5-1 start from Navi. And in that regard, Navi's objective here is just to keep most ultimates online, so they have a reaction in the following round, when Vitality will be a bit more punchy.
Also, bigger picture, they sort of built it up at the beginning of the map, that it's been Navi's attack sides that have been the better of the lot. 8 rounds on the attack side versus Fnatic, 9 rounds versus GX. So they've already proven to be a very competent attack side team. They get to 5 or 6 rounds, they'll be happy, but definitely not from this point.
Well, you said 8 rounds on attack against Fnatic. Wasn't that an overtime game? So they only
overtime loss.
Loss, indeed, but they only got 4 on the defense. They've already hit that mark, so this is a huge step up from Navi, and again, maybe looked at as, oh, that's insane! The Prowler didn't catch him, and Ruxix caught them all instead! They tried to pick their battles, isolate some fights, but the battle chose them. And it's only less. Oh, that's a disaster of a round. At least they didn't go for the full investment, or this would be a very sad story.
Well, it's also, I believe, their own smoke that he's used to dodge the Prowler. So, yeah, that's nightmare fuel. As you said, lucky they didn't put too much into this round.
I do feel like they've been robbed a little bit, though, because he'd stepped out of the smoke. The Prowler went from looking to, from its perspective, the left to the right. So it did have him in front of them. But as you said, I think maybe a part of that smoke was just enough in the way of the Prowler's calculation. Either way, I mean, if I'm putting that Prowler in and it's not catching him, I am fuming.
Why it's like that. If I'm the person that gets shot in the face after the Prowler goes in,
oh, yeah.
I'm fuming.
But the person, all 4 of them.
I find the first one. I feel like the next 3 know there's a guy there. The first one's just like, well, why didn't the Prowler find anyone?
Les did get an op out of this, which he's also found a pick with. It's not bad as far as damage.
Yeah, he'll be able to potentially hand that over, but just look where the spike is. Winning the round is not happening, and Angel's having a wonderful little time, a little jaunt to try and find him. But yeah, there should be no way that Les goes down from this position unless somebody can fly. So there you go, Na'Vi. They will get that conversion round. Honestly, 2 kills and an operator for free. It's not the worst case, but I'm now looking at Vitality and going, okay, if you don't wake up soon, you're not just being eliminated, you're being blitzed out of this match.
Set 4 was actually 3 players got shot in the head, Tom. The other was a body spray. So poor accuracy
remaining.
from Rhythmic. I mean, you really come to expect more from him. But actually for Vitality, they can be pretty happy with that. Like, considering a horrendous start. Les gets 2 picks, finds an off as well. Big buff for them coming into this round. But the main thing is, we said they wanted to look at that as a success in terms of baiting out Navi's ults. No surprise they don't do that when 4 players die immediately. And now there's all 5 to work with. There are a couple there for Vitality, as we said before, and it will be dimensional drift sent through. But Lamps is completely clear, so no easy connection to combine with Kicks' ultimate.
It's almost all 10 ults at the start of the round. Les was the one that was missing, and there you go. That's now online as well. He's managed to catch out Alexic, so that showstopper has been removed, and they're just pausing while no command is available. A wrap around.
What?
It is. It's the timing, though. Les now goes back in the other direction. Ults are being spammed. The weapons have been taken away, and that's going to cause the problem. His ultimates are being well utilized by the side of Vitality. Rhythmic is still a thorn in their side first. Second as well. Somehow this round has become dangerous. Hero emerges from the smoke, but does he expect a player to his right? He may not need to, but eventually Durka will strike. Rhythmic now with all the information, but with all 3 players grouping up, this should be impossible.
It should be. Hell, he almost got away with a ninja defuse earlier, so you got to be careful with this guy once that spike is tapped. But when it comes to the position, it's wide open for these Vitality players. They've got a reveal on Unfake. As you said, no smoke. It's just coming online now. It's bought a little bit more time for the opposition. He plays around it. Prowler spots him though, and now they know Diffuse isn't being stuck. Peek from backside, clears it yet again, and Dirk is holding the smoke. Very nicely done by Vitality. It cost them a couple of ultimates, but they still have plenty more to fall back on, and some were used on the other side. So this is a great way to get back into the game if you're Vitality.
I think the Steel Garden was really well placed. Like, it's when all the fights were about to go off and just every single weapon removed from the players of the Na'Vi side. An important round to kickstart their attack side. But as said, plenty on the board financially for Na'Vi.
I want to see you crawl.
Operator even being thought about from Rhythmic, but maybe thinking better of it. We'll see if they're going to be a little bit more patient when it comes to that Shower's aggression. Because bear in mind, last round it was watched by an op.
Well, clear direction from Vitality, at least in the beginning of this round. You'll have this play towards the B site, making some noise. We saw the decoy go through. They've cleared out Hookah. And then presence on the A site afterwards. It looks like for Na'Vi that they've cleared this space on B and then gone back to the A site. That's what they want their opponents to think. And look, already a rotation in this direction. The fake has worked, but I think they don't imagine it has. They're now moving towards the A site, which is a little bit more stacked up. Angels come in to support. They've played against their own hand.
Rhythmic has just spotted ahead as well. Paranoia in, but Nightfall is going to force him to move. Alexic, though, holding onto that cross. Showstopper thrown in as well. It's only a trade, but it definitely slowed them down. And Angel spamming through. The lurk from Safe as well through Showers has been spotted. 30 seconds left. That's at least potentially going to deny the peak, but it hasn't worked out. Angel knows exactly where he is, even looking like he wants to take the fight, but with the fact that the spike's now down, it is all she wrote, nothing more to be found. And Angel with that final fight, it is a blip for Na'Vi and an immediate response.
I love that from Rhythmic in the end. You know, he's 11-4, he's having a hell of a game, and then you know where the last player is. What does he do? He says, come on, Grams, I'm going to swing wide. He won't be able to hit me. It's an easy kill for you, and that's exactly what Angel gets. The full bait from Rhythmic.
Why do I feel like it was the other way around? And Angel went, you jump for
Run
me.
over to that wall now!
Well, you go swing, and I'll kill him.
I need the orb. I need the orb. You have ult.
I'm still thinking back to Icebox the other day where... No. I peek.
Oh, well, Rhythmic, he's had enough of playing passive. He's gone walking down on B long, spotted already by the Prowler. Play inside the pit. It's a dangerous game to play, and Les finds that out the hard way.
Yeah, I like this. They also have Alexic just holding deep within the Showers as well, so wrapping onto Hero is going to be incredibly difficult. They've then got the double stack up over on B, so they basically have everything covered, but with minimal players needed on that A site, they can put the extra personnel in. Angel also available potentially with a flash if they need it for the swing. Already setting up for them to go for it, and it is well placed. A perfect setup from Na'Vi. And well, Vitality have walked right into the trap.
This team's already been in similar position before, right? Looking at that group stage, they had to beat mates, they had to rely on BBL to make it here. Their road to Paris was almost cut short earlier on in this stage, and now the problem is, as this series goes on, with an in-zone flawless to tack on top of it, Na'Vi with a 5-round lead on a half that, honestly, if they walked out after that 5-1, they ended up on 5. I'm still saying it's a good half for them. And now they're not only winning, they're doing so dominantly. It looks like Vitality are out of answers. Well, in the back of your head, you know, this is it. The last chance, perhaps the last hurrah of the final French team. All eyes of the home ground of that Champions event are going to be on Vitality. The weight of expectation certainly sitting heavy on their shoulders. And it looks like they're on their way out. They need something big to bounce them back into this one. That was a fight that we may do well to just forget.
I think we're going to see too many of those, and unfortunately for Vitality, they didn't even capitalize off it. A little bit of damage, but Alexic lives to tell the tale. No gun to be picked up. Now they've sold this ruse again. B is definitely the lighter of the sights, but the smokes being placed by Ruxic just make things so awkward. Like, you can't fight through those without it being a massive risk or committing. Durka with the flashes. So that delay has been caused, and most of the time they've ended up double back to this A site, which has been stacked up, but this time maybe a little bit more of a question. The Prowler being heard, though, will immediately pull Angel back to this side.
That's what they want, though. We've had unsuccessful push and pulls from Vitality where they second-guessed themselves. Ended up on a triple back instead of a double back, and it ended up working in favor of Na'Vi. This time, they pull that rotation to A, they believe it's worked, and they're coming into the B side.
Paranoia. Like, there's so much utility left. They haven't baited out the utility that's dangerous. Paranoia is only going to be used onto the one. Now Xiao becomes in a little bit of trouble, but he's joined his teammate. They're going to just hold on to this hookah control instead.
There's nothing to deny the plan, so that's at least secured. And look, Vitality have a decent chance if they can get a proper foothold. It's going to be a 3-man push into elbow, running deep for this fight, but the knife is already revealed. In goes the Viper's Pit, though. That could be the turning point. You look at Na'Vi, what do they have to get back through? They've already used their boom bot. They don't have a pit of their own. They don't have a reveal. This is going to be very difficult, especially with the pistols on the other side. The best case scenario for Vitality. They've lost kicks already. The nade goes in deep. Drop down is good. Ruxic again, the man to bail Na'Vi out. That could have been an awful situation, but this man, ever the savior of this defensive side, has just locked in an 8th round.
Honestly, he's definitely been one of the signings of the season. Like, in terms of rookies coming into the league, I think Na'Vi would have been long gone if it wasn't for some of the individual brilliance we're seeing from this man. I love the fact that they throw the nade in. You already know that there's a gap around the back of the pit. He plays above it. You put the nade in, forces them into awkward battles. But then he does the rest. The rest of it's still not easy to achieve. But he's been so damn good. 16-4 in the server right now. A real difference maker. Hero up there as well. Alexic next. We've spoken about this triplet of youngsters that is on that Na'Vi side. And they are thriving in a matchup versus, well, veterans. So we're talking about Durka, Les, and Safe, all within the same team. These are players who have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, internationals under their event, champions. Has definitely been attended and won by some of the players on the other side. And for the 3 rookies, I guess Hero's technically not a rookie, but for the 3 youngsters, not breaking a sweat.
No, it is looking easy. And look, Vitality, like I said, they've had their back against the wall before. You look back to playoffs, they looked dead and buried, and it seems like it's the same story here. The road not looking like it will be traveled all the way to its end, all the way to Paris. But for Vitality, all they have to do is rise up from the dead. And they do it all the time. They did it in playoffs, but here and now, on the map pick of Na'Vi, a team 8-2 in the lead, with some young guns shining and even the old man on the squad going positive. This is where Vitality face their biggest challenge with more pressure than I think they've seen as a roster, certainly as this roster.
Oh, okay.
Nice openings.
That's not a bad start. Less is traded out, but it's more so getting rid of Xiao. That's a lot of the information gone. It will put the pressure on Angel. I say that, he has already walked almost all the way to the spawn. So the other two players, the two players you're most worried about if you're Vitality, have been able to group up on that B site. They are walking into the heavier of the two, but the dimensional drift will give them that information. It will put some serious pressure onto Hero, who has now been spotted within the tube. Brooksic runs out to try and help, and actually works as a distraction. Eventually, he's dealt with. Now it's Angel in the clutch. Most of the time, I'd be banking on Safe and Durka, but he's so well placed. He needs to get his gun out. Safe walking in, and he's already lost Durka on the other side. Angel with a chance to put the nail in the coffin, but Safe will save the day. It's been a rough map so far, but at least they'll be able to close out that one.
A third round on the board. I mean, it is a little consolation prize, a thin silver lining on an otherwise very dark cloud, but losing this one, that would have been it. You lose a clutch to Angel like that. And you got to give props as well to Hero. When he got 3 kills in the tube, they knew he was there. Nice. You can see the stress.
That is the stress of a man who almost lost a 1v2 to Ung.
And Angel still going positive. All thanks to that wide swing from Brooksic. 8-3, big play. Alexa going in early. Reveal is there to open the doors and the op to follow up, but no one is home. Vitality sending this in the other direction. We may see that rotate from Angel. May not get here in time. This looks like it'll be a more direct play from Vitality. Unless is able to land himself a little something. They've slowed it down.
It's been fairly hit and miss from him. The battle to just try and stop Na'Vi pushing this side of the map hasn't been going well. He knew Alexic was going to be there, but doing anything about it has been a problem. Already losing half the map, and it almost feels like they're then forced into a committal elsewhere. The knife is going to give the game away, and now they know that Angel will have rotated. That's going to leave them nervous. 2 players stacked up. They've done decently well, but Xiao coming up with 2 keeps the advantage in their favor.
Look how low Durka is as well. Angel still sitting around here. He failed his 1v2, and this time he will have backup, but a little bit later. He needed to buy time. Has he bought enough for Hero to land this flank? And it doesn't look like he has, as they quickly make the rotation through the teleporter. The A-site plan to be locked in. It's going to put Safe 1 away from ultimate. Durka on 4 HP. They need a big play. The nade, not in the right spot.
No, he's forcing them forward. He forced them into Hero. The nade was just to deny the one plant spot that was actually safe from the flanker coming in. That's a brilliant nade placement that pushed them in to Hero. And of course, well, with kills like that, it's all too easy. A 9-3 half coming through for Na'Vi. Vitality on their last legs. They need to turn it after this.
Your body knows. A sense of victory. Seized when mind, movement, and gear ignite as one. Now, step into your zone. Designed to win.
Na'Vi and Vitality fighting to stay in the running for Champions, the biggest event of the year, but we will be losing one of these teams after this series. And they are no strangers to each other. But Tom, it looks like we're going to get the same old result as we have so many times before, a 2-0 for Na'Vi in 3 out of their last 4 previous matches.
Yeah, well, the 2-1's what breaks them up, and that's exactly what's needed from Vitality if they're going to be able to turn this. But it's a terrifying position to be in, a team that they've struggled to beat, a team that is 9-3 in the lead on their map choice, on their weaker half of the map. Well, everything points towards a Na'Vi victory at this stage. And you now have to look at those players on the other side. Players like Durka, who has been to Champions many a time, who's won internationals, Les, who is a Champions winner. Back with Loud. They need to dig deep and find another level in this second half, otherwise this is game over.
9-3. The pistol round carrying so much weight for Vitality. An injection of rounds for Na'Vi may send them straight to the finish line. It's on this defense. A lot of control, a lot of slowing and stopping power on A. On B, they look for aggression. Standing outside that smoke was Durka, back up further from Unfake. And it is just a wide net being set by Na'Vi as they look for aggression. And they find it. Nice shot from Alexic.
He is sharp. Going into this attack side, he's definitely going to be a focal point. He's even spamming through, but the reload has been heard. Durka was tempted, not knowing how many are on the other side, and Alexic has already fallen back, regimented in his positioning. Angel is trying to push up on the other side. There's a nasty setup with that Arc Rose flash ready to pop if anybody tries to activate that one. Alexic is still expecting aggression, but Durka, with a nice shot, will even things back up. 30 seconds, Mitch. This is getting a little bit late now for Na'Vi.
They found opening pick, but then they stalled out. Going back towards the A site. Viper Vice there, the setup. Well, the setup is to slow the bath push, and that's where Vitality are looking to fight, but they've got 2 here. Guns trained on the angle, safe to find the opening.
The wall, though.
The wall's going to block them out. The jump goes over to start with. The other 2 make it through. Okay, they're on site. 10 seconds left. The plant needs to be found. It has to be stuck as Hero bails them out of this situation. But still, Les is here. No ability to deny the plant. Hero's got another! Na'Vi suddenly in the lead with flying colors. It looks like they may have passed this test. Only Les stands to challenge them. 3 players to drop, time against him. And they just bail out of these aggressive positions, falling back to play together. They know Les is coming from this angle. Might be able to catch the jump on one, but now they're locked in. Time ticking. Diffuse not being stuck. Les tries to find one, but the crossfire is too strong. And double digits locked in now for Na'Vi.
Insane. The Hero has just turned this round on his head. We were raving about Rooksik up the top of the board. He's now been overtaken. Hero, a man who had a pretty rough performance in the match versus GX, and hey, I don't know what their performance coach is doing, but evidently Hero is having a better day. Calm and collected, and just decimating the opponents. And just look at the other side. Like, other than Durka, it really has just been a bleak display on this map for Vitality. They had a really good chance with how little time was left on the clock, and even still the round slips away.
Well, I said coming into this series, whoever wins it needs to dominate their opponents. It cannot be a game of inches.
Oh, it's risky.
Because when it comes to facing off against Heretics, if it's a close matchup here, it should be a pretty concise one in favor of Heretics. But this is inspiring faith. A different level hit by Na'Vi. When push comes to shove, when elimination is on the line, this squad seems to have locked in. Vitality better hope that that's a temporary burst of energy. They have a huge climb back into this map, into this series. And, well, it doesn't really start here, you'd imagine. All classics, Outlaw and play on the other side. Hero still fragging on the Ghost.
Hero's got Ghost. Like, I don't know if they even stand a chance. Been eliminated by Save. Kicks with a nasty angle, but it's almost like a fade-away shot. Way back around, trying to group back up. Of course, they know that normally Na'Vi will be running either 4 rifles or 3, depending on the scenario, so they need at least a couple of kills to make this one costly, and Alexic is waiting and watching the jump across. It's used as bait, but well, That was like aim practice for Alexic. 11-3. Oh, Mitch. It's going to have to be a pretty big streak for Vitality if they're going to remain, not just in the tournament, in the year. This is the end of their year if they lose this map.
Yeah, I mean, we talked earlier about them rising from the dead, but now they've got a couple feet of dirt to dig through, even if that happens. 11-3 is such a difficult scoreline, especially when Na'Vi are playing the way that they are. It feels like they have so many big players to rely on. It was Ruxic throughout that first half. Hero started to step up towards the end, and he has not gone anywhere on the side switch. For Vitality, they need heroes of their own. Dirk has been having a decent game, but he's got to be godlike to drag them across the line.
Just about escaped with his life. Hero is just going to activate the wall, put some doubt in the minds of the opponent, of course. With the Viper wall up, it sells the possibility that they could have lost control, but not the case here. Alexic already knows that there's a man just around this corner. Wants to fight! His aim in the second half has just been crispy as hell. Headshot percentage going through the roof. Facing off against the team, bear in mind that the year started with kickoff going swimmingly and a top 4 at a Masters. They might be about to not just beat Vitality, but decimate them. And with Durka now already low, less already gone, Safe is going to be that point of contact, and I think he's about to get trapped in by a Seize.
Oh yeah, there is quite a bit of utility coming his way. Snake bites, grenades. And there's not much to say about this round. Vitality, they've only taken Ruxic down. Now it's a 4v2 playing into the post plant.
Spike planted.
Taken at least finding the first onto Alexic. Another from Kicks. Okay, we spoke about some saviors of Vitality, and we may well have found them. Kicks and Unfake, they fall so quickly thereafter. Na'Vi came into this game, and the climb to get all the way back from this lower bracket all the way to Champions, it is a steep one. But where there were mountains, especially Vitality, a hell of a climb up against them. There were mountains, and they have made them move one round with 9 chances to close this out and send the final French organization out of the running for Champs Paris.
Yeah, they are turning a mountain into a molehill. They're making it look easy. All right at the depths. We said it all the way through. Oh, they've got to dig deep. They've got to step up. It doesn't seem like it's happening. I've been waiting to see the life in Vitality, and Na'Vi have stamped it out round after round after round. His team is definitely making a statement. Their game versus GX was shaky. It was not the Na'Vi that we expected to see. Many, including myself, predicted them to take victory in that game, and I think GX have proven that even versus Liquid, they can fight versus the best of them. Definitely seems like there's still some competition in this lower bracket run. Heretics awaiting the victor here, and Unfake awaiting his demise.
Oh, well, he will not go quietly into the night. Becomes the nightmare himself for Na'Vi. A nice double opener, and Durka following up. It looks like they've stabilized, but so late in the game with so much more to do. And still, it's no formality.
Hero's
Taking
alive.
down Hero and
Ruxic's
Ruxic.
alive.
Yeah, this is not a
30
guaranteed
seconds
round by any metric. They're going to look to push the tap first. They now play close. Molly goes in, but they come out of the smoke. It's only Hero. He's alone, but still managing to push. Find picks and give them a damn good chance.
Oh, Viper's Pit as well. Two players looking to come in from the flank, but it will create an awkward scenario. Ruxic also playing within it, looking to try and find the fight of anybody around. He's looking for a gap, and Safe is the only man on the other side. They're going to try and wrap back around on the Vitality side. This should have been a formality. This should have been a done deal. But these two are looking to try and make this the end of the run completely.
Where are you?
End of the line. Unfake into the pit. Already down low. Hero has been dealt with, and they will live to fight another day. Vitality still stand for now.
Oh, that was way too close, though. With the pit up, I mean, they're lucky that we didn't any longer have a snake bite on Hero to slow down that push. that Rhythmic was looking the wrong way as they pushed back into the pit. This could have gone so badly wrong. The 2v5 denied, a round won by Vitality, and an immediate pause coming out of Na'Vi. They've still got an extra one after this, and plenty of rounds to burn. 8 in a row needed from this point forward for Vitality to get an overtime. They need to win the overtime, and then they need to win Corrode. The scary thing is, Tom, if you add up if you were to just add those 7 rounds from Haven in here, they still would be trailing.
I wonder if this is just like a cheese round. Like, I wonder if they've got something in their back pocket that's just like, okay, this will close it now, or something was witnessed in that round where it's like, you're getting ahead of yourself. And I think it might be the latter. Like, just, okay, there was some swings in that round I didn't like to see. There was some aggression that wasn't necessary. Let's not even give them a look in. Because a little bit of confidence on Durka, a return to form from Safe, and this could go back the other way. Do I believe it will? No.
Absolutely.
I've been trying to build that narrative the entire match. But unfortunately, Vitality haven't been playing ball. Na'Vi, on the other hand, as you said, 8 chances to close. Hero... Like, there was a moment we were looking at Rhythmic 16-4. He slowed down, and Hero's just gone, oh, you need a break? I'll pick up the load, and just takes over the game.
It's not even that. Rhythmic can't speed up anymore. He can't keep pace because Hero's taking all his gas.
Yeah,
he's eliminating everyone.
To kill
exactly. The guy is just gone, no, you're not getting any more because they're mine. 12-4. A dominant display from Na'Vi, a bump in the road, a pause called immediately.
Showstopper.
And the orb taken for the showstopper indeed. Angel one away from an ult of his own. Now they don't have anything to find players with the Haunt already used. That showstopper may be kept in the back pocket for a little bit, but if they do send it up through short, there's a lot of targets waiting.
Yeah, they don't want to wait for the execution, and that's a great call. Quick double, and also they got rid of the showstopper. That is worth its weight in gold for Vitality.
I mean, we were just a couple seconds away from seeing that put in by the looks of things, so right place, right time, great read, and great reaction. Oh, Dirk is caught out a little bit, but Angel fails to punish. The advantage still sitting with the defense. They don't need to play aggressive. They don't need to take risks, and perhaps they'll regret doing so. Never mind, it's Durka. He manages to take Angel down. Rhythmic swinging around, looking for more targets, and he's found out there's plenty more in and around this space. Durka with one. And Xiao won't be able to capitalize. We found that pick, immediately turns on to Durka. Perhaps there was something, but 12-5 locked in. 7 in a row now needed.
They managed to hold on in that one. I really like the decision making. I think it's very easy if you're a team sort of being battered in this manner to just go, okay, we're going to hide, we're going to play passive. I don't want to be the one to make the final mistake. I don't want to be the one to give the game away. I don't want to be the one to be remembered for that moment that led us slip away from a chance of making it to Paris. They didn't do that. They got aggressive, they got in their opponent's face, and they denied them that showstopper. Now they have a lot of ultimates of their own. Dimensional drift. That orbital strike is the one that really stands out to me. Chance for plant denial, although Kix is taking quite an aggressive stance. A straight bullet could be a problem for him. Never mind, it's a problem for Rhythmic instead! And also for Xiao. He will be dealt with in the end, and that's a pretty hefty upgrade for Alexic.
Yeah, but Unfake dropping the spike and then falling. If he stays alive, they're huge advantage, but a good punish by Angel puts them back into a winnable spot, especially with a showstopper. And if that's in post-plant, this could be huge. Flank coming in from less. It's going to be early as well. The information going Durka's way. He's cleared out everything towards the triple box. He hasn't yet found out where Angel is. Problem is, he's all alone and Les is on fire. 6 now locked in for Vitality. But Tom, the worrying thing for me is we have seen discipline from Na'Vi when it comes to using those ultimates. No early pops, and that means there's still 4 online coming into the next. The only one they're missing is Hero, used to attempt to win out that 2v5 earlier. This is a powerful round that they'll face.
So I feel like these are some confidence building rounds. The last aggressive play worked out wonderfully. Kix being able to get a double there through the smoke. Like, these are all moments that are going to start making you believe, okay, I'm not just getting washed here by the Na'Vi Storm. Of course, it's an incredibly long way to go, but the fact that we didn't really see only the Dimensional Drift used, nothing else. Vitality still have ultimates of their own. But all it takes is one for Na'Vi. And I mentioned maybe they'd have a cheese round in the strat book. Doesn't seem to be the case. I think it was just getting ahead of themselves a little.
Kicks got hit by the knife. They know he's here. They know Orbital Strike could come through. That's a massive pick from Alexic, though. In goes the showstopper now. Quick space take. If it's fired in that corner, it could do so much damage, perhaps, but no kill just yet. Kicks holding on for dear life as Ruxic finds one. Hero with another. But these players now in a bad position. It's Hero and Xiao. They have to deal with Kicks in this corner. He's so low, and the spam will take him out safe all alone. He's taking their weapons and taking down Xiao with Angel falling in the ult eventually. It's a 1 versus 1. Hero with the chance to lock this in here and now. And he'll take the spike at least elsewhere. It may end up back on this B site.
It feels like he's tried to bait Safe into a rotation. It's now a game of cat and mouse. Who falls to the other?
He's gone.
In terms of the ruse, no.
Ooh,
Safe has opted to stick around, staying on the right side of the map. The read from him is sublime, and of course the sound
30 seconds
likely to be made. As the drop down comes in, it's just patient from Hero, but Safe played it perfectly. A Red Bull clutch to keep them in it. It was looking like that could be the beginning of the end, but when they needed him, he stepped up.
I think the rotate to A just seemed too obvious to him as he went to rotate. He second-guessed himself. And this time it was the right read. Very nicely done. His Vitality, they were inches away from this one slipping out of their control. The ult from Safe got him the first, and managing to pick them off after. He has bought them a lifeline with 5 rounds in a row needed. This task looking more and more manageable as the rounds go on. And Na'Vi investing a lot in terms of their ultimates there, finding an opening beforehand as well. That's a big danger dealt with early, and a danger that might not come back into play before overtime.
Again, we're seeing this aggression out from the defensive side. Growing in confidence, still playing their own game. Ruxic not going to take that fight. Doesn't want to give up an early opener. And a very passive hold currently over on that A side. They have the orbital strike, they have the Nightfall for the retake, so they don't need to be over-aggressive when they have less personnel. With those ults now dissipated, it definitely becomes a tougher task. Utility has been removed by Angel, and now the pressure's going to be onto Les, but it doesn't look like he felt the pressure whatsoever. Ruxic has TP'd behind them though, and now Les is boxed in. Needs to try and take a fight, has support, but never mind, he's managed to dodge the utility, leaving Ruxic as the only player on this side of the map. The TP is going to give the game away for Hero as well, and Kicks just runs in behind him. This streak of rounds starting to look worrying as Vitality now have hit 5 in a row. That's halfway.
That could be the next pause used up by Na'Vi. That gap is now looking very scary indeed. 4 rounds in a row needed. Ults used the round before to no avail for Na'Vi, and close as some rounds may be, not this one, but some of the others, they haven't been able to push it across the line. Now you start to wonder, can they? And indeed, the pause comes through. I think it's the right time for it. And it's the last opportunity for Na'Vi to speak with their coaching staff. If they cannot put an end to this momentum, Vitality's pressure may be taken off their shoulders very soon.
This is what we're talking about though. Like, we know that Angel is that solid attack side caller, but it seems like right now it's like players starting to step up on the Vitality side, individually hitting their shots, winning those fights, and then just a few missteps in terms of like maybe a flash not quite hitting, or somebody getting away with a lot more than they should in terms of options for trades. The Vitality players, wow. Basically, after I said I didn't believe in them anymore, decided to come alive. It's always good to completely cast a curse, but as the final French organization, we didn't want to see them go out on a whimper. As said, they've done more than 50% of the work at this stage. 5 of the 9. The question is, can they get those final 4, or will Na'Vi manage to find the gap? This round's looking like the least likely.
Time to jump.
And knowing Na'Vi, somehow probably be the one they win.
Yeah, we'll see a little 3K from Ruxic with the Sheriff.
Cover going out.
Perhaps Alexic rips someone's head off.
That's if Hero doesn't get there first.
Yeah, it's not a ghost, okay? So give him a chance.
Oh, you're doubting. Okay, you're doubting Hero Sheriff. Just all I needed to hear.
Okay. Hopefully I won't come to regret that.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Never mind.
As I was saying. It's worked out well for me. It's worked out well for Vitality. Around it, they don't want to be committing ults in. They don't want to be giving Na'Vi a chance, a foot in the door. You know that pause will have been about the next, but given the chances, they'll take them here. And Vitality doing very well to limit the opportunities given to their opponents.
Not a whole lot of space to be found. Smoke will be fading, but the second it does, Vitality players are ready for a peek on either front. Oh, Rhythmic trying to make space. It's just not working out for them. Angel hoping that he can maybe get through, and actually he's managed to take the wall down, but again, it's another double peek. All of this from Durka and Les has been perfect, making sure there's no 1v1 duels. And well, Rhythmic will be getting a 3K. He's going to need to get 5 in 25 seconds.
Would be impressive. Training simulation. Well, he's got a good idea where Durka is. Paranoia even committed. There's one. There's a rifle. Might just be Rhythmic running for the hills. Economy damage here. What's that going to do?
10 seconds left.
Vitality will keep buying until the game is done.
Cover going out.
Indeed, he will just look to hold on to this as the final seconds tick off the clock. 12-9 on the board, and you look towards Navi's future. We could potentially have 2 very strong buys. Ultimates could be there, but mainly we're looking at Hero. He should have a pit before the game is over. If we're farming orbs on Alexic, perhaps the showstopper as well. But really, so many of those advantages have faded. All of the runway that they had has now become very, very short. And we're getting close to the trees for Vitality. They just got to keep doing the same. They've got their ultimates to work with. They have 3 rounds to play for, 3 ultis to use within them. Dirk is going to have Dimensional Drift, have the op every round as well. I didn't believe at all, but now I'm starting to doubt.
It's more so I'm starting to, get nervous for Na'Vi that the pressure might be getting to them. This game should have been over and done with a long, long time ago. And as things have gone by, Vitality have looked to improve. That's huge from Alexic, though. He's dived into the site, looking to try and take the space alone. The rest of the team a little bit late on the follow-up. In fact, they've been denied by the orbital strike. Angel's made it into the site, but teammate trapped behind the wall. They're also caught out at the moment. Angel managed to get one. Even while being pushed, he still kept himself at least traded evenly, and it's an awkward spray, but even still, Vitality have come out on top again.
Lots of damage done. That Molly evening it up a little bit with Rhythmic down to 43. Kicks in safe, easily taken down in the next fights. It's less rotating through that they will wait for and look to take this together. A blob, a 3-man group just pushing through. Trades are the name of the game. If they can make them even, they'll come out on top with this round. The timing here, there's options if they don't split up for Na'Vi to run around. Whether it's in lamps, playing up behind them, there's going to be gaps to be played with. They'll have to play out of this smoke to get near the spike, popping one of their own down, but Rhythmic sprays in, lands onto Les, kicks with a 3rd in this round, and safe on 30 HP, swinging wide, drops Angel. Again, a close round, one with chances, with promise for Na'Vi, but they cannot get it across the line.
I can't believe we've got here. It makes no sense. It's like Vitality have flipped the switch and turned into the better team by a considerable margin, and all the things that were going right for Na'Vi have just completely disappeared. This isn't even going to be a full purchase for them. You're looking at a few pistols alongside a couple of hero rifles. And somehow Vitality have got that 9-round deficit down to just 2.
And what should be 1. This next buy round is for overtime. Na'Vi, they'll hope to walk out of this, and they should, even if they lose every player. That's a pit for the next. That's an ult on Rhythmic, a few orbs for Alexic, and you can still have decent ultis for that final fight. There goes Alexic down. Only 1 orb for him. Rhythmic up top, he's got 1. The flash is good, though. He's denied. Vitality just need to stick to their principles, stick to the fundamentals here. They've got the weapon advantage. Rhythmic got a spray through the box, but he's dropped immediately. This isn't going anywhere, and it's Sheriff's left in the hands of Na'Vi until Angel finds a Guardian. It's a narrow enough margin, but Vitality have woken up.
I think the round definitely died with Rhythmic. still made me believe for a moment, but his kicks, the controller on the other side, who really has had a step up in this second half, now finds himself just a few kills behind Durka. Well, I bet my money that if Na'Vi had unlimited pauses, they'd be won every single round right now, because they are choking to, well, a degree we've only seen from one other team in the league.
Oh no.
12-11. Vitality. They had nothing to make me believe that they would win 9 rounds in a row, and now we sit with 8 in a row and just 1 needed.
1 buy round, that's what it all comes down to. For Na'Vi, 2 away from a showstopper, 2 away from a null command. The orb, the plant, that could play a big role. For Vitality, there are pitfalls in that sense to fall into. If an opening pick is given to the wrong player, this round could become so very difficult. If they lose the site, the pit will have to be fought back through, and it very nearly turned a 2v5 into their favor. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Less lucky there weren't more bullets fired in that span. He almost went down.
They're gonna push. Oh, Xiao just about is able to escape through the TP, but that is map control and an immediate teleport to the other side of the map for Durka. He's looking to bolster up this A site. Tag already onto Unfake. Kicks, as said. He has really stepped up in the TP behind. This might go unnoticed. No, it has been realized at least. And Durka just about survives. His ult keeps him standing.
This is huge. He's popped his ult. He can spot where that Viper is. Call for the spams. Call for the wraparounds. And in fact, it's going to be a swing out from Xiao to disrupt. In the meantime, Hero slips away. They need to track him inside the pit. They've got to drop that soon, or this round will be so difficult to get back onto that spike. He's wrapped all the way around to Lamps, and they can't find him. With Angel and Ruxic answering up, it's only safe. A 1v2 through the pit. He needs to defuse. And up against the numbers as well. He'll catch one. But the time ticking. And that player not found from within the pit.
He's
The
so far away.
wraparound from Hero is perfect. He's bought all the time in the world. And a snake bite sent flying could end this here and now. The damage done. The classic to close. They push back against Na'Vi. But Na'Vi push harder. 13-11. 2-0. As history repeats itself for Na'Vi. That will be Vitality, the final French organization out of the running for champions.
Well, the Na'Vi fans sat at home. They will have been able to turn coal into diamonds just from the clenched cheeks. That was almost one of the craziest comebacks we've ever seen. 8 rounds in a row, and the 9th was what put them out of their road to Paris and keeps Na'Vi in with it. An absurd way for them to be eliminated, and an almost heartbreaking one at that. It is a tough defeat to take from the highs of kickoff to the lows of the end of the year. It is a squad that had so much potential, but unfortunately will not be heading to Champions.
Yeah, everything you lose is a step you take, and for Vitality, this is a step straight out of the running for champs, out of the tournament. The end of their year is here and now, and it's all because of this squad on your screen. Na'Vi, a team not favored on map 1, not favored on half 1 of map 2, and somehow they defied all odds and stand tall in the end. A phenomenal showing from this squad, who will go on to face Heretics in another elimination matchup.
Yeah, it is running the gauntlet all the way. We know that there are some tough teams in that lower bracket. Heretics, one of them. Fnatic obviously went marching on earlier in the day. There are no easy games. There is no easy way to make it to Champions for Na'Vi. But they've got off the mark with a victory over Vitality. And that road, well, for maybe one of the 1 people left from France, it's going to be interesting to see if they can make it.
Thank you very much, Tom, for including that. Congratulations, Happy. I think, how do you feel that the entirety of the chance of French players and teams and coaches now lies on your shoulders from EMEA?
It's fine. We'll carry up the
Yeah? You're down for that responsibility?
For sure.
And speaking of responsibilities, honestly, originally I have written down, why did you call a timeout at 12-4? But then the game ended up being crazy long, but I still want to ask you about the 12-4 timeout.
Because I knew exactly what was going to happen in a sense, and I knew exactly how to counter it. It just took us a long time to call exactly what it was. And even the second timeout was basically a repetition of the first one, and we managed to finally prevail at the end, at the last.
Do you mind sharing what you mean by exactly you knew what was going to happen?
No, not exactly, but let's say one specific part of the map that was abusable, and we didn't. And yeah, at the end, we finally did it.
Were you stressed at all during that map?
No, not really, because I knew that we were the better team with the better players. But this kind of thing can happen with that team, unfortunately. So we have to work on that. But no, we were always in control.
Yeah, with that context in mind, what happened against Giant X in the upper bracket?
Oh, that's a touchy subject.
Oh no, I'm sorry, but I mean, it's a great bounce back.
Yeah, for sure. We're still licking our wounds about that loss because we were well prepared, but kind of fell flat in a sense. But now that the lower bracket run is alive, like we have momentum on our side for sure.
From the outside, it kind of felt like stamina, maybe a lack of stamina on map 2 and 3 against Giant X. Is that fair to say, or is there something else?
That's why I really wanted to finish on second map. But no, yeah. No, I think maybe a lack of stamina, but you know, sometimes like with young players, maybe we forget a little bit on how to play the map properly, for example. But no, like I trust them 100%. I knew that they would close that game out as well. So no, we are working on that and we are getting better every day.
And speaking of your young players, I mean, to me, it doesn't even feel like Hero is a rookie anymore. You know, if you think about the purest form of a rookie in Alexic, and then you have the veterans in Angel and Xiao, I think he falls somewhere in the middle. Is that fair to say? Is that his role on your team?
Yeah, I think he's exactly as you said, right in the middle. He still has the rookie energy, I would say it like this. And he's getting more and more experience with players that have definitely a ton of them. So yeah, he still needs to like improve a little bit on like what is like outside of just being a rookie for sure. But again, he's showing every day that he's improving as well. And I'm very proud of him.
What would you say is the biggest asset in Hero? What does he bring to your team?
Firepower, for sure. I mean, you cannot lie about that. No, I will say something that might be, maybe people don't know that, but he has very good comms, especially desk comms. And I always praise him and encourage him to like work on that very hard, because this is like a team aspect that people might forget. And as a rookie, he does that pretty well.
Like clear, concise comms,
clear,
not
concise,
emotional.
Accurate, like you've got it. He has good comms.
You can't teach that, I feel like.
And yes, you can.
You can?
Yeah,
all right, I'm going to have to get you to teach a few of our other players. I'm not going to name names. And in terms of your veteran, the most veteran player we have in our league, Angel. Now, again, from the outset, it feels like he has way too much that he has to do. You know, the calling, and then sometimes he swaps agents here and there, and sometimes he has to frag as well and clutch. There's a lot of things going on. Is that fair? And if so, who is sharing that responsibility with him right now?
Sometimes it is a one-man army, I'm not gonna lie. Like on that one, I'm gonna be honest, Angel has a lot of responsibilities that he's doing very well. And I know that, you know, it's kind of a running gag in a sense where people are like harping on him because of his sometimes individual statistics, but he is doing a lot for the team to be actually, you know, functional and running. So props to him.
Yeah, props to him indeed. And very last question, it is not going to be easy from here. It wasn't easy to begin with. It's only going to get harder. Although Team Heretics are not on form right now. I think they're not immortal at this point. So is there anything that you've seen from them that you think is, like you said, abusable?
We are trying to go like match after match, so I have a lot of work to do tonight. But yeah, and like all the favorites kind of lost. I don't want to even like put us as a favorite, but all the big favorites lost in their first rounds. So yeah, nobody is like invincible, and we're gonna definitely like abuse some of the weakness that they showed.
Okay, we'll have a chat after the game, because I know you want to keep your cards close before you play Heretics, but congratulations today.
Thank you.
Amazing showing, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you to you guys for coming out here, and thank you to you guys at home for watching. Make sure to come back and join us tomorrow for more elimination, starting with Fnatic versus Giant X. We'll see you then.
Bobby on him! Bobby on him!
Bro. Try and feign the next bait! But it goes Alpha's weak!
It's not going to be close enough, though.
I'm not able for this anymore.
KC's new play. Oh! But from left field.
Holy moly.
That utility could be the right goal, but instead it's Martin, and he'll win out. Map 1 for KC.
Holy. Bro, I'm like prime LeBron James 2016.
One enemy remaining.
Yes, I was 0. I am 11 now. Let's go, boys. No!
Thank you, Cronny. Thank you, Cronny.
Could they take it to OT, or a Fnatic going to hold the line all the way through? Crashy seems to think so, but Pyro has ended it.
Nice! Let's go, guys. Let's go.
A lower run continuing to a third map. And Casey not able to get over the hump of that first half.
Oh, ace? Ace? Okay, bro.
Taking so long that Casey need to somehow find a way to win out, but no plan. There's no way. Denied. Not like this.
The information is there. In goes Hero. He's got to get one quick, and he will. In danger, but perhaps he is the danger. Only one man left, and Hero will deal with him.
Okay, Daniel was right. This guy's killing me on some crazy pixels.
One enemy remaining.
My bad, bald guy.
Road from Champs looking blocked, and it's Navi standing in Vitality's way.
One enemy remaining. One enemy.
Already done 3 kills in the tube. They knew he was there. You can see the stress.
That is the stress of a man who almost lost a 1v2 to
Snake bite sent flying could end this here and now. The damage done. The classic to close.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly